Shall you play Mozart for your infant? Beethoven? Da 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 da. Your baby has Beethoven Symphony in here. Where is Baby Symphony? Beethoven never listened to Beethoven, vent baby. Cube of wood, what your child needs.
Knowledge and understanding, we ask thy guidance in our consultations to the end, that truth and justice may prevail in all our judgments. Amen.
I prefer if you stay there. Would that be all right?
You missed the good part. The rest of it will be easy.
Morning, everyone. We're going to start this morning with a very important presentation. So I'm just going to go down over here. So, it is my absolute pleasure today to honor the city's receipt of the Canadian Award for Financial Reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association of the United States and Canada. Receipt of this award represents a significant accomplishment for the city, and I'm very pleased to recognize our Chief Financial Officer, Eric Sawyer, and the Finance, Accounting, and Communications teams for this outstanding achievement and for once again meeting the high standards that this award represents through exceptional financial, accounting, and communication practices. Now, this city's receipt of this award is in recognition of the efforts on the 2009 Corporate Annual Report. The Financial Reporting Award was established to encourage municipal governments throughout Canada to publish high-quality financial reports. I am very proud that this award has motivated city staff to put forward the extra effort necessary to achieve this recognition from the GFOA of the USNC. That's fun to say. The 2009 Corporate Annual Report was a collaborative effort between Finance and Corporate Services and Customer Services and Communication. The objective was to provide Calgarians with a high-quality annual financial report that includes an easy-to-read overview of our community and of our operations. The Government Finance Officers Association is the professional association of state, provincial, and local finance officers in the U.S. and Canada with more than 17,300 members. They have served the public finance profession since 1906. Its main purpose is to enhance and promote the professional management of governments for the public benefit. The GFOA accomplishes this by identifying and developing financial policies and practices and promoting them through education, training, and leadership. Members from every province across Canada participate in the Canadian program. So, I want to congratulate all of our staff for their contributions to this outstanding achievement. Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. And thanks to those on our finance and our communications teams for their dedication to excellence and exceeding the high industry standards required in accounting, financial reporting, and communications. Mr. Sawyer, please come up and receive this award, which is over there.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. I just wanted to make a few brief remarks. Receipt of this award from GFOA is excellent news for the city. It reflects the high standards that our accounting, financial, and communication experts provide to the corporation and citizens of Calgary year after year. The integrity, relevance, and comparability of the financial data in this report are the result of strong accounting practices, budgeting processes, and other financial controls that the city maintains. Our commitment to accountability and transparency in the city's financial management is one of our most strongly held values. I'm also proud of the way this information is presented and shared with citizens and stakeholders in an attractive and informative document that is accessible to all through calgary.ca. Receiving this award takes a huge effort and certainly does not come easy. We can all be proud of this accomplishment, and it is certainly my pleasure to accept this award on behalf of Finance and Customer Service and Communications. We have a number of people in the audience, including a couple of retirees, who have joined us today and who contributed to this great achievement, and I'd like to ask them to stand and be recognized. Okay.
All right, folks, why don't you come down? Let's all take a picture together.
Look at West Cohen, he's got a 10.5.
Looks pretty well.
He's been in Mexico, or Maui.
Once together. Thank you.
That's good.
All right, folks, question period. Alderman Stevenson on question period.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is for GM Watson. We're supposed to be getting back the ASP or the draft ASP for the first sale of the northern annex land in June. Could you tell me if we're on target for that ASP to come to council then?
Through the chair, Your Worship, Alderman Stevenson, as far as I know, I'll check when I get back. I know they are and have been working on it diligently. I have not heard anyone say it's off target. But
Could you just give an update to council by email on the timelines?
Be happy to do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Stevenson. On question period, Alderman Jones. On question period, Alderman Farrell.
No, it's a presentation, Mr. Mayor. No, not a class. I'm going to present this award to council that I received on the behalf of City Hall. This weekend on Saturday, and you were in attendance, Mr. Mayor, the Calgary Soldier Memorial was open to the public, and it's a beautiful monument to the fallen soldiers for the Calgary regiments. In the evening, there was an officer's mess, and I had the honor to participate and try my first attempt at haggis and wassail, which was fascinating. But I was very pleased and honored to receive this trophy for the City of Calgary with Greg Stewart from Parks Department, Doug Martyr, and Ann Charlton. And I have to say that the Calgary soldiers were very, very appreciative of all the work that the City of Calgary has done to help them see this monument to fruition. So this token of their appreciation was presented to the City by Brigadier General Winnick, and I wanted to thank my colleagues. The landscape of memory from Memorial Drive is coming along beautifully, and this is one landmark monument that helps bring it to fruition. So this is for the City of Calgary. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alderman Farrell. It was indeed a marvelous ceremony on Saturday, the 94th anniversary of Vimy Ridge. And for those who have not yet seen the memorial, it is deceptive. It looks very simple, but it is a remarkable piece of architecture by a local architect, Mark Boutin Collaborative. And I strongly encourage you all to take a look at it and be moved by the list of those 3,000 names. Anyone else on question period? On the agenda then, can I have a motion to accept the agenda, please? Thanks, Alderman Lowe, Alderman Stevenson. On the agenda, Alderman Jones.
Thank you, Your Worship. I was wondering if we could move the recess this afternoon to 11:45 a.m. to 1:45 p.m. to allow for a presentation of acknowledgement of former members of council.
I think we can do that. Do I have a seconder for that one? Thanks, Alderman Marr. Are we agreed? Agreed. Very well. Any opposed? Okay. Other on the agenda, Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship, on the agenda, I have been asked to bring forward and move the LPT 21123, the SNCC, Snow and Ice Control Work Plan, internal report, and might as well add the Snow and Ice Control year-end summary, LPT 2011-24, to the May 16th meeting of council. So
The 16th is a regular meeting, and I understand there will be another report at that meeting. SNCC, Snow and Ice Control.
And can you throw in C 2011-33 while you're at it?
Yes.
That's the release of the snow and ice control funds.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
That's
So
three.
and the reason for that, by the way, Council, is I continue to work with the SNCC department on a better report to Council, which will better talk about the results of their pilot project, and they need a bit more time. So do I have a seconder for that one? Thanks, Alderman Jones. Are we agreed?
Yeah, the Snow and Ice Control Funds is C 2011-33.
Thank you.
That's the third,
May 16th.
May 16th.
All right, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Lowe are opposed. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Alderman Lowe. You can ask it now if you like.
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to relate. I mean, what you're delaying is the authority to release funds to pay the bills, as opposed to the broader report that outlines what was done. I guess I worry about stepping in and stopping bills being paid.
I've checked with all of that already. It's a bit confusing, but Council authorized the expenditure of a remaining $5 million from the stability reserve. That's is being used to pay the bills now. The money they're asking for is for next season. So there's a little bit of time. There's a little bit of time that they don't need to spend any of it yet.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so we got that one. On the agenda, Alderman Hodges still, or are you done? Okay, Alderman Jones on the agenda? Oh, why don't you do that now? We can finish with the agenda first. All right. I will take a motion then to add 4 items of urgent business. PAC 2011-09 on the Council Innovation Fund, IGA 2011-15 on the Calgary Regional Partnership, and 2 in-camera items, 1 on the Council Compensation Review Committee and 1 personnel item. Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Putmans is seconding. On those, are we agreed? Any opposed? All right, carried. Okay, anything else on the agenda then? I think that's all I had. All right, then, on the agenda as amended, are we agreed? All right, any opposed? Carried. Alderman Jones.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe this is my school. Monsignor Hetherington? Yeah. So, Your Worship,
this is my
a
neighborhood, Alderman Jones.
Well, I had
School.
after seeing how many times we've introduced schools that actually aren't here yet, I didn't know if it were mine or somebody else's. But this is a group of 32 students and 4 chaperones from Monsignor Hetherington School in Coral Springs. They're here with their teacher Enzo Rubeco and 4 chaperones and tour guide Marie Nelson. And if you could all stand up so that council could recognize you and put you on TV.
Wave. Thanks for, you can be seated, and you were just on TV. Thanks for being here today. Monsignor Hetherington is my community school because I live about 4 blocks away. So it's great to see you all here, and I hope you have a wonderful day at City Hall. Thank you. All right, confirmation of the minutes then. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes, please? Thanks, Alderman Marr. Seconded, Alderman Stevenson, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you. I was actually going to move the motion with the minutes with a small amendment. If members of council would have probably noticed when they read it that on page 8 of 40, there's a decimal place that's been misplaced slightly. On the second bullet at the top of the page, that it says recommendation 3 be amended by deleting the words 4.2 million. It should have been 42 million, and substituting the words 2.1 million, which should have been 21 million. So it's just a movement of the decimal place, Your Worship. So if that correction can be made, thank you.
I think we can take that as an editorial change, though it's a pretty significant one. Yeah. What's 10 folds between friends, right? Okay, terrific. So we'll go ahead and make that change editorially. Any other changes, deletions, additions to the minutes? Very well then. On the minutes as with that correction, are we agreed? Any opposed? All right, carried. All right, the consent agenda then. Can I have someone move the consent agenda? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Seconded, Alderman Stevenson. Anyone want to make any changes to the consent agenda? Anyone want to pull anything? Okay, then, on the consent agenda, are we agreed?
Just a point of.
Sorry?
I just have a question.
Oh.
When do we pull things from the? I apologize. Just for future reference, do we pull things from the consent agenda when we get to the consent agenda, or do we do it during the?
You can do it at either time.
Okay.
We typically do it when we get to the consent agenda.
Thank you very much.
Anyway, sorry, on the consent agenda as amended, are we agreed? All right, then. Okay, that takes us into our public hearing. We'll play a little musical chairs up here, and we will get started with the public hearing. See you soon.
Yep. Take care, sir.
Hello, Joe. Well, thank you. All right, then. That takes us to the beginning of our public hearing today, and we'll start with tabled reports. The first is CPC 2011-18, Amendment to the Bowness Area Redevelopment Plan. Mr. Orr?
Good morning, Your Worship, members of Council. Andy Orr on behalf of Calgary Planning Commission. Your Worship, my colleague, Mr. Cope, is taking a well-deserved holiday, so I'm up here this morning. The item before you is a land use redesignation with an outline plan and proposed amendment to the Bowness ARP located at 4200 95th Street Northwest in the community of Greenwood Greenbrier. This application proposes to redesignate 29.88 acres from CN2 Commercial Neighborhood 2 District and SFUD Special Purpose Future Urban Development District to MC2D74 Multi-Residential Contextual Medium Profile District, C1 Commercial Community District, SSPR Special Purpose School, Park and Community Reserve District, and DC Direct Control District to accommodate commercial, office, and mixed-use development. The subject site is noted in the areas outlined in red on the site map located in the northwest quadrant of the city, and it is also part of the Bowness Area Redevelopment Plan area. The site is bounded to the south by the Trans-Canada Highway and Canada Olympic Park, to the west by residential acreages and undeveloped land, to the north by the Greenwood Mobile Home Park, and to the east by lands that have been approved for future residential development but are currently vacant. We look quickly at, there's just an air photo of a broad view of the site in relation to just north of 16th Avenue, west of Beaufort Road. You can see it just south of the existing trailer park, as noted. And there's a more fine detail of the site. You can see it's currently vacant and there's no development existing on the lands. The multi-residential component of this application anticipates 342 units at a density of 10.46 units per acre or 25.82 units per hectare. The overall residential density of the combined stages equals 34.26 units per hectare or 13.86 units per acre, with a total of 835 units potentially. The revised density is compatible with proposed policy amendments associated with the amendments in this application and the land use. The existing density range is a maximum of 764 units, and with the amendment, the advance raise would go, as anticipated, to a maximum of 835. There is also 3 clusters associated with this application. These amendments allow for the development of office space and community-oriented uses on these 3 sites, which will comprise a commercial core within the Greenbrier Special Study Area. Site A is potentially for a grocery store or mixed-use application. Site B is for local commercial or street-oriented retail development, and C for office or retail at grade uses. The land use redesignation and outline plan We'll just have a look at the proposed DC map associated. The DC customizes the C-Core land use in the Site 1 area of the site and the CO office district in the DC Site 2 to supplement policies in the ARP relating to commercial development, ensuring it is restricted to a neighborhood scale, street-orientated, and compatible with the established community of Bowness, while also limiting auto-orientated uses and specifying the location of uses within potential buildings. Environmental reserve has previously been dedicated, and the municipal reserve has been provided in land and in cash in lieu. Looking to the outline plan, the open space proposed in the second stage accommodates local and regional pathway connections. The site access is constrained by the timing of the initial Beaufort Road 16th Avenue Trans-Canada interchange, scheduled to be built by 2013. The initial interchange would be a 6-lane bridge structure over the Trans-Canada Highway. Prior to its construction, a maximum of 250 residential units could be supported within the existing transportation network, and further limitations have been placed once the development interchange has been completed. In terms of the site photos, this is a photograph taken from the Trans-Canada. This, looking north, this is the westerly portion of the site. You can see it's relatively flat. You can also note there's buildings in the background, and that is part of the Greenbrier subdivision with the mobile homes. And that is the, looking north from the Trans-Canada, that is the eastern portion of the site. You can also see the mobile homes in the background. You also note there's more slope of the lands that is orientated towards 16th Avenue. This photograph is taken from the north boundary of the property from the trailer park. You can see Canada Olympic Park looking south towards 16th Avenue. And there's just another photograph taken from the trailer park looking towards 16th Avenue here. And finally, there's one, you see the interface between the trailer park and the lands proposed for redesignation. In summary, the ARP amendments encourage a complete community with specific parameters on the size and location of uses, with guidelines also put forward into the DC sites, ensuring development provides an appropriate interface with the Trans-Canada Highway. A number of open houses have been hosted by the applicant, including a city-led open house held in November 2010 to present the ARP amendments. Calgary Planning Commission supports the proposed ARP amendments and proposed redesignation and recommends giving 3 readings to Bylaw 12P 2011 and 13D 2011. And that concludes my presentation, Your Worship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Orr. Any questions of clarification for administration? Any questions of clarification? Mr. Alderman Chabot?
Mr. Orr, do you know roughly how many square feet, based on this plan, are proposed for commercial and office component, like as a combined total?
The 3 cells associated with the there's a combined total of 15,000, and that is intended to be a neighborhood core area. The other areas, in terms of the square footage, there's not an absolute limitation. It is, of course, all subject to development permits. There are limitations placed on the uses in the areas. However, the divine total is somewhat undetermined depending on what type of development permit applications proceed.
So roughly 10 square feet per square meter, is that?
Well, you have 5,000 square meters in each one of those cells for potential commercial development in those cells, but there are other potential uses of commercial. However, the 15,000, that would be the absolute max for the development.
Yeah, no, just for an order of magnitude, converting that to square feet.
I believe it's about 35,000 square feet.
I thought it was somewhere in the order of magnitude of around 10 square feet per square meter.
Yes, that's relatively close. So, okay, in that range, you're looking at 150,000. Approximately.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Orr.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Question of clarification, Alderman Hodges?
Thank you, Worship. Mr. Orr, you mentioned it in passing, but I wanted to clarify that There has been an approval for 250 residential units in this area, which has yet to proceed. But any further commercial or residential development beyond that is dependent on the construction of the proposed Beaufort Trans-Canada Highway interchange. Correct?
Yes, that is correct, Your Worship.
And it's scheduled for next year?
2013. It is scheduled to be completed by the end of 2013.
If all goes well.
If all goes well.
And the weather stays predictable, you might say. So any future development and keys on a new grade separated interchange at Beaufort and Trans-Canada?
Yes, that is correct. That change actually initiated in 2008, the ARP, so it has been initiated for the last 2 years to 250 maximum. However, it is obviously still prevalent depending the completion of the interchange.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Question of clarification, Alderman Putmans.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Orr, you mentioned if all goes well on the interchange, that in many ways is the issue of the day. Is that interchange funded, or is the funding in place for that interchange?
As far as I know, it is. I believe my colleague from Transportation could clarify that, Your Worship.
Your Worship, Ryan Vanderputten with Transportation Planning. As part of the 2009 to 2018 TIIP that was approved by Council, the Beaufort Trans-Canada interchange was included in their funding starting in 2012. The actual budget approval would come forward as part of the 2012-14 BPBC.
Do you anticipate, are there any anticipated hiccups or roadblocks along the way?
The city has initiated, we've completed the functional planning study. We've initiated land acquisition. The detailed design and construction would move forward as per that schedule.
So we're on schedule to construct this overpass?
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Worship.
Depending on a bunch of conversations we're going to have at Council, maybe today, Alderman Putmans. Very well then. Any other questions of clarification? All right then, for the public hearing then, anyone who would like to speak in favor of this item? Anyone who'd like to speak in favor?
Your Worship and members of Council, Kathy Oberg with Brown and Associates Planning Group. We are the applicant on behalf of Melcor. With me here today is Dennis Ingalls from Melcor and Chris Delaney from ISL. I'm going to speak very briefly because I'd like to allow Chris Delaney to speak more to transportation. We were tabled in February to allow for more communication to happen between administration and the Bowness Community Association. Both administration and ourselves have actively pursued the Community Association through emails as well as providing additional detailed information. We feel that we've satisfied that request through that motion and hope that you can support the land use today. So I'd like to invite Chris Delaney now to speak to the rest of the 5 minutes.
Thank you, Kathy. My name is Chris Delaney with ISL Engineering. We were Melcor's transportation consultant for this project, so just wanted to touch briefly on some of the key highlights from the transportation analysis. Access to Greenbrier is primarily served by Beaufort Road and the Trans-Canada Highway, and then surrounding roadways including Stony Trail and Sarcee Trail, which are the major skeletal road connections in the area. The city has previously planned for development in this area by planning for the interchange at Trans-Canada and Beaufort Road. And in planning that interchange, they have actually allocated transportation capacity to various zones, whether it be Greenbrier, Canada Olympic Park, or other lands served by the interchange. The transportation analysis that was reviewed and approved by the city as part of this application confirms that this Greenbrier proposal does remain within the capacity allocated by the city for this site at the interchange. The proposal thus does not seek any additional capacity or impose any unplanned requirements on the city transportation network. Also, to provide fair development opportunities for all landowners, the city has set certain development caps and triggers in the conditions of approval, both limiting the amount of development that can go in ahead of the interchange and also providing a cap that cannot be exceeded during the first stage of the interchange. So there's future construction that will present a cap and a trigger as well. These caps ensure that all area landowners, not just Melcor, can fairly access the capacity that's been allocated to them for this interchange. And so Melcor does accept these triggers as a fair allocation of capacity and has not disputed those. The transportation analysis has also considered the traffic demands that would be imposed on existing roads within the Bowness community. And from the report that was reviewed by the city, this site has been confirmed not to provide or cause any undue impact on the existing roads in Bowness, especially 83rd Street Northwest. The proposed land use, in particular, we would highlight, truly does meet the vision of the Calgary Transportation Plan and the Municipal Development Plan for balanced approach to transportation demand with the mixed land use, office, mixed use, multifamily residential, no single family here. There is a natural traffic interaction with Bowness for other amenities, including schools, recreation facilities, and shopping. But one of the remarkable things from the analysis is that this site will produce essentially 50-50 balanced transportation demand throughout the day. So it is quite unlike the traditional development applications you see for exclusive residential communities or major big box commercial developments where you have 60-40 splits, 70-30 splits that impose huge restrictions on your transportation network. So that balanced approach is really a key thing to highlight. The site also provides ready access for alternate modes of transportation. The administration highlighted regional pathway networks, so there is good connection to primary cycling and pedestrian networks and to primary transit as well. So we do believe, and we do believe the administration's review has demonstrated that the site does fit within the city's network plans for transportation and is well supported on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delaney. There's a number of questions here, and I may have one too, but Alderman Stevenson?
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Delaney, when with the traffic impact on the community of Bowness, this whole area, of course, we know it's all going to be redeveloped, but would the traffic impact be greater if this was developed in residential than it is when it goes commercial, or how does that compare?
Generally, the traffic impact would be greater if you had sort of an exclusive land use, and the main reason being that it would tend to concentrate traffic in one direction more so. So by being a balanced and mixed land use approach, it sort of takes advantage of latent demand in both travel directions, and therefore it's less concentrated in any particular direction on the road network.
So if the entire package was all higher density residential, it would likely have a bigger impact?
It likely would, yes. When you consider the one direction of traffic being the peak that you're analyzing, yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Oh, thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Marr?
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions regarding the transportation. Now, you just mentioned a moment ago that this is going to have connectivity with public transit. Where is that primary transit network in your proposed site?
The existing transit is somewhat limited in this area. I think what Calgary Transit... It is very limited. What Calgary Transit has looked to have here is that there's going to be a primary transit connection on Bowness Road and also sort of north towards the Crowfoot LRT type area, and then that would be the access. So we do know transit was looking at using Beaufort Road, 83rd as sort of a primary transit connector to a hub to the north of some kind. So,
okay. Now, thank you for that. This is also, as close as you can, a complete community. It has a commercial, food, things of that nature. What is the ratio for jobs and persons per hectare in relationship to what our new MDP is suggesting? Could you answer that?
We can.
Thank you.
As part of the ASP amendment or ARP amendments, the city did that analysis on the overall community, and then we took a look at what effects are on just our application. Mm-hmm. In the ARP as it exists today, the intensity is a minimum of 45 to a maximum of 68 people and jobs per hectare.
Yes.
With the changes, the overall community goes from 56 as a minimum to 78 as a maximum, and this application itself is 131 people and jobs per hectare.
So you actually significantly exceed the objectives of Planet in this particular instance. Now, what is the projected build out in terms of years for this? Do you have any idea?
Of course, it will, for the entire community or for just this?
For the entire community. Well, the portion that we're talking about, obviously, not the.
So, of course, this will depend on the interchange. I believe that.
That's my point. That's exactly. Thank you.
Our intention is to, while the construction and details are being sorted out with the interchange, is to have our engineering all worked out at the same time, so that at the time, I don't know if all of you are aware that because Beaufort goes over top of the Trans-Canada, there's a significant cut, and there's quite a bit of fill that occurs in the 83rd Beaufort area, that there could be some construction that happens in tandem. So the intention of Melcor is to be able to do all that work in tandem and then be able to start with their development. As far as an overall build out, I'll possibly get Dennis to answer that question.
Thank you.
Your Worship, members of council, my name is Dennis Ingalls with Melcor Developments. To your question, Alderman Marr, our build-out would be 5 to 7 years upon completion of the interchange.
Upon completion of the interchange.
Correct.
But this is absolutely contingent upon the City of Calgary funding and moving forward on this interchange as planned.
Your Worship, correct.
Thank you. One last question. Actually, no, I think that's satisfactory. Thank you so much.
Alderman Collier-Cart.
Your Worship, one of the directions after the tabling was further community consultation, and I wondered if you could get into that in a bit more detail and explain the efforts as far as the sharing of information. Do you have a summary of the nature of those conversations?
Absolutely. I have a table here that I can distribute. I've got 35 copies that we can distribute to members. And this essentially outlines kind of from start to finish the amount of engagement that had happened. We submitted the application back in December 2009, and we had a developer-initiated public open house in February. We did receive comments back from, at that point, it was the Residents Society of Bowness Residents, not the Bowness Community Association. We did respond to those questions and those, or to their questions, and those were in your package, in your agenda. From there, the city, we went through the circulation, and the city initiated their public open house in November, and those were mostly dealing with the ARP amendments, but we were also in joint with them and had the full application there as well. Administration met with the Bowness Community Association prior to CPC. There were some concerns raised there.
Such as?
And that's their letter that's included in the package. Okay. A lot of it, and I'm not certain if there's representatives here from the Bowness Community Association today to speak to it. In those comments, a lot of it was the language, trying to maintain the local-oriented character versus, say, a large commercial center. That was which we heard right from the beginning, was not a large regional commercial area in Greenbrier. So we went to Planning Commission, and since February, we had initiated, our office initiated conversation right off the bat to ask if we could get a clear understanding, try to work through issues that they have. We followed up a few times, and the Community Association got back to administration and asked for some more information, detailed information. So we helped the city supply that to the group. The group did request a meeting. The Community Association requested a meeting. It didn't work for all parties, but we had asked if we could, find another time, and there was no response to finding another time. We tried to meet with them. From that, there were many emails that occurred from ourselves and administration trying to resolve the issues, in advance of today. And as of last week, we received information from the administration that the Community Association said they stand on their email or their information from December. That's their position. So that's the latest we have.
The original email, the original issues, even despite all the information and back and forth.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
For your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Collier-Cart. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not sure which of you would care to answer this question, but insofar as the current road infrastructure that exists today, how much development can actually occur today?
On the site today?
Yeah.
Today, as per the, that might be, do you want to answer that one as opposed to? Okay.
So there is a cap in place for a maximum of 250 units, both combined in this plan area and the one that was previously approved. So 250 residential, no commercial, no office component would be permitted. And in conjunction, even to bring those 250 online, Melcor has been obligated to pay for signal upgrades and various other interim road improvements if they brought those online ahead of the interchange.
So no commercial can develop until such time as that interchange is completed?
That is correct, yes.
And even at that, there's still further limitations for 6 lanes versus 8 lanes?
That's correct, Your Worship. There'd be a cap of 80% of the total development level could only occur with that first stage interchange, and that ensures fairness for all the surrounding landowners.
Okay. And insofar as the internal road network, you indicated that the traffic impact assessment indicates that it will not adversely impact the community. What are the traffic patterns going to be like? Is it going to be all one way? Is there going to be some reverse traffic movement? What does the traffic impact assessment envision in regards to the traffic movement?
Your Worship, what the TIA indicates is that there's a fairly balanced demand for the traffic here. Right now, the demand is predominantly one direction, so it's out of Bowness in the morning towards the Trans-Canada to commute elsewhere, and then back in the evening. That was also sort of the original vision for this as a residential community, but now with the mixed use, it's roughly about 50-50 is what the balance will be in. So as many people going in the morning as are coming out, and that helps sort of better utilize that empty space on the road, so to speak.
Is that what formed the decision to bring in more of an office component?
That was part of the reason, yes, and it really is about meeting the city's vision for a balanced, complete community.
Okay. The community also indicated concerns about, I think it's Secor 3, and the potential for having big box development, and you did address it in a summary type fashion in the report here. I was just wondering if you could elaborate a little bit further on that.
When we first had submitted the application, we had submitted that whole southern cell, the lighter pink, as Secor 3 in order to accommodate the office and the retail, kind of more as a slush between the whole site. And due to their concerns, that's where we broke the site into 2 to illustrate that it's not going to be a big box commercial area, that we'd focus the office on that western parcel, and that the neighborhood retail would be this eastern parcel to alleviate those concerns.
So by reducing the site in half, you don't believe that you could attract major anchor tenants into the area?
We do not.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. No further questions. Thank you.
I might jump in. Oh, sorry. We'll do Alderman Keating, then I'll ask some questions as well. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. Understanding that not much can go ahead until the interchange is there, and the need to work in tandem completely, because that makes economic sense on both sides of the table. But what would happen if this report was delayed until June to the planning or to the project in general?
Do you want to talk to that?
Your Worship, the delay comes at the expense of the engineering capacity that we have. We generally try to time this interchange with our engineering. So towards the end of the year is when we anticipated having our engineering completed, at such time as the city would have theirs. What happens is if we stall behind on the engineering drawings, when it comes to the construction side of things, and there's the dirt movement that's got to happen between Highway 1 and Beaufort because of the cut on the highway and the fill on the Beaufort Road side, you'd have a delay in that. So what it does, it comes back to the expense of the city in terms of what they're going to do, how they're going to manage that dirt between approvals on our side and them commencing construction.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. I have a couple of lines of questioning I want to follow with. One is that I have heard from other folks who are interested in this particular area that indeed there's very little demand for office and quite a bit of demand for big box retail. So I'm interested to hear your perspective on that, since I think I'm hearing something a little different from you.
Your Worship, we look at it from a community perspective on the north side of the highway as opposed to a pure retail center. Mm-hmm. We own a significant land portion to the west portion of Valley Ridge, and it's our intent here to scale it back to more of a neighborhood-sized commercial component.
So you're thinking grocery store, drug stores, that sort of thing? Or?
Your Worship, correct.
Okay. And did you say that it's also intended to serve the folks in Valley Ridge?
No.
There's no direct access, right?
There's the notion of a future retail component, bigger box retail component within the Westview ASP.
Oh, I see.
And that's where we've seen the larger box going further to the west.
Okay. No, that's very helpful. Thank you. Mr. Delaney, this may not be a fair question for you, and you don't have to answer it, but since you mentioned it, you've talked a lot about the TIA and the different studies showing that the capacity of the interchange as currently planned should be adequate. And I just wonder if, as you all know, there have been a number of changes to what is being planned on the other side of the highway. Do you know if the transportation studies that have been done to date, and I'm going to ask Mr. Vanderputten later as well, do they incorporate the potential changes on the other side?
Your Worship, Mr. Vanderputten might be best placed to discuss the study. The capacity of the interchange is primarily based on the area structure plan that is in place for Canada Olympic Park today, from my knowledge.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you. Any other questions for these folks? Okay, thank you so much for being here today. Anyone else wish to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone else wish to speak in favor? All right, anyone wish to speak against this proposal? Anyone wish to speak in opposition?
Your Worship, I come here with three other members of the Bowness Community Association, and I would like to request that they be allowed to speak right after me so that the flow of the presentation is preserved. Thank you. Your Worship and members of Council, my name is Joe Leiserovich. I speak on behalf of the Bowness Community Association, of which I am a director. The current version of Bylaw 7P95, known as the Bowness Area Redevelopment Plan, or Bowness ARP, came into effect in June 2008 and was the result of an intense process of community consultation that anticipated and integrated at the time the policies now supported by Planet Calgary. These policies promote higher density in walkable and sustainable whole communities with linear open green spaces and adequate public transit. In sharp contrast, Bylaw 12P 2011, the proposed amendments to the Bowness ARP now in front of Council, has been generated with no community consultation through a process in which city planners appear to be mainly accommodating developer requirements by creating a dense commercial core with large retail spaces and parking lots in an area currently designated as predominantly residential. The proposed amendments would allow for a vehicle-dependent community that is not walkable and lacks green linear spaces. Not only was there no initial community consultation, but we did not receive a full copy of the text of the proposed ARP amendments until those documents were presented to Council in February 2011. And those documents were not received from City Planning. These proposed amendments were packaged as a done deal and introduced as a secondary issue in an open house meeting arranged by the City Planning Department on November 4th, 2010. This event focused primarily on the Greenbrier Area Phase 2 outline plan proposed by Melcorn and glossed over the amendments to the ARP. The event was advertised using road signs. The invitations to community representatives were delivered late. In addition to objecting to the contents of the proposed ARP amendments, the BCA strenuously objects to the veiled process through which Bylaw 12P 2011 was arrived at and to the way in which it was downplayed as part of a development open house. Now, regarding the Greenbrier study area, the current Bowness ARP is Bylaw 7P95. Contrary to sound policies contained in the Bowness ARP and Planet Calgary, the BCA perceives a trend that disregards these policies in favor of developers and at the expense of long-term sustainable community. It is critically important to note that the proposed amendments to the Bowness ARP affect the entire Greenbrier special study area, not just the Melcor lands in Cell 3. There are two other parcels of substantial size that would be affected. These are Cell 1, Greenbrier Parkside, and Cell 2, Greenwood Village. To be specific, I refer to the table in Exhibit 7 Thank you. That shows that item 33 of the proposed bylaw 12P 2011 limits the total area of retail uses in the Greenbrier study area to 19,500 square meters plus or minus 975 square meters. That restriction applies to the entire Greenbrier study area. The table in Exhibit 7 also shows that the proposed bylaw establishes nominal limits of 5,000 square meters for retail space use in sites A, B, and C of Cell 3 of Melcor. Provision is made for additional retail space of up to 4,500 square meters in sites A and B if underground parking is provided. As shown in Exhibit 7, the total proposed retail space in Cell 3 adds up to 19,500 square meters, plus or minus 975 square meters. This is the total space allowed by the proposed bylaw for the entire Greenbrier study area. If passed, the proposed amendments would entrench in a bylaw the discriminating allocation of retail space to only one parcel owner and would exclude two adjacent similarly sized parcels. Beyond questioning the ethics of the process, the BCA is concerned that the proposed amendment would drive a high commercial concentration in one parcel, leaving others lacking commerce altogether. This is opposite to the concept of a whole community supported by Planet Calgary and by the current ARP. I will ask another member of the Community Association to proceed with the next statement. Thank you.
So I'm just going to pretend that all of you are presenting as individuals. Case you each get 5 minutes, and then we'll take some questions at the end.
Thank you.
Worship.
Yes.
I'd clarify something. Mr. Lazarowicz, before you leave the podium there, you've given me a handout I thought you would be distributing to members of council. Do you have your copies handy?
Yes. Yes, they are available.
We can distribute those if you've got 35 copies.
Yeah, I didn't see them, and I wanted to know if he had them. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges.
Your Worship, are there any other questions?
I don't see any, but we'll reserve the right to call you back should anyone have any. Ms. Vandenbrink?
So, Your Worship and Member of Council, my name is Judy Vandenbrink, and I speak on at the request of the Bowness Community Association, of which I am a member. Thank you. Proposals for major developments in the southwest side of Bowness continue to be submitted to the Bowness Community Association for comment in a piecemeal fashion. Even the development of just Cell 3, Greenbrier, and Melcor lands have been submitted for comments in phases, leaving Cell 1, the Radke phase, out of the Melcor, with no attempt to integrate these significant projects from the point of view of the community and the city. This disjointed presentation prevents a clear picture of the large-scale impact that these developments will have on the Bowness and the neighboring communities and as the city as a whole. A lack of an overarching development master plan for the southwest side of Bowness is evident. If we add to the mix the recent development and proposal of Windsport land that are on the south side of the Trans-Canada Highway, the inadequacies of these infrastructures in the southwest Bowness surface quickly. As shown in Exhibit 8, Greenbrier is naturally isolated from the rest of the community of Bowness. It has no access to Stony Trail or to the Trans-Canada Highway other than a single point entry at Beaufort Road. Bowness Park and Woods Homes at the southwest side offers no access road. The community of Greenwood Village to the north is private and fenced. 83rd Street northwest to the south of the single point of access to the community of Bowness. The Greenbrier and Greenbrier Parkside developments will increase the population of Bowness by an estimated 50%. The combination of Melcor, Radke, and Windsport developments will add significantly to the traffic in the area. The proposed Beaufort Road Trans-Canada interchange is a 10-year design that is not anticipated the total built-out potential of Greenbrier Special Study Area. Adjacent to the highway, commercial development, and wind sport, nor did they anticipate the shortcoming traffic for the new community and commercial development in the Northwest. Traffic simulations shown at the Planning and Development Committee of the Bowness Community Association by the City of Calgary traffic engineers made this abundantly clear. The Bowness Community Association is concerned with the Planning Department's piecemeal submission of this project and the absence of the overarching plan for the area. Piecemeal submissions do not embrace the type of good urban planning that the city is capable of and deserves. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. So, in your wildest dreams, what would you like to see in this piece of land?
I think that everything has to go back to the planning phase, and we have to look at the area as a whole, as opposed to all the piecemeals that we're looking at. We saw a model of what happened with just the addition of the wind sport development, and the traffic was horrendous at that point. So to add on all of these other developments is a big concern.
So is your concern about traffic, and that's your only concern?
No, there's several different concerns. It doesn't follow Planet as well, and we will be talking about that as well.
Okay. So it's sometimes my experience, not always, but when some people ask for master plans, it's often because they're not really wanting to see development. But I'm just wondering, what kind of development would you like to see in this location? Is it? I mean, I don't
want to see. We do want to see development in that area, but we have to be very clear on the traffic concerns. Mm-hmm. We also want to be able to be connected to the rest of the community. This seems to be very isolated. So we want to see pathways. We want to see bicycle lanes. We want to see better transit in that area. We're concerned about the interchange itself and how that interchange is going to affect access into the rest of the community. So there's several different issues.
So you want less vehicular traffic cutting through your neighborhood, yes, and more permeability into this new community via other modes of transportation. Is that
yes,
what you're suggesting?
Yes, for sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges?
Yeah, Your Worship, Ms. Vandenbrink, you've mentioned the Greenbrier Parkside development to the west of the Melcor site. Would you like to point that out on the view graph, please? Perhaps Mr. McKenzie can give you a hand there. That's it. Now, that application is in circulation, correct?
Yes.
And it's approximately another 50 acres of residential and some proposed commercial development, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how many residential units they're proposing there? I can tell you.
854?
Over 800. So that's the concern you're raising about the piecemeal approach, applications coming in separately, which of course the planning department can't control, but it's a fact that there are other applications right in the neighborhood, right in the nearby area.
Yes.
Thank you. I want to clarify that, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Marr?
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Judy Vandenbrink.
Mrs. Vandenbrink, thank you. You've obviously done a lot of work here, and you've obviously cared deeply about your community. How would you say the communication between the developer and the City of Calgary and yourselves as the community association has been since this was tabled?
Well, the only information that I actually received that there was conversation going between the community and the developers is through the open house process, and there was only one. That was the only means of communication that I was aware of.
Okay, and you are one of the directors of the...
No, I'm not a director. I'm a community association member.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were one of the directors of the community association. Perhaps my comment should be directed to one of them instead. That's my question for now. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Any other questions for Ms. Van Brink? Okay, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
Morning.
Morning, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Nikki Smythe. Oh, this thing moves. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Bowness Community Association, of which I'm the director. We wish to bring to attention of council the impact on Bowness of the proposed amendments to the Bowness ARP. We would at the same time like to draw to your attention inconsistencies in the documentation provided to council with regards to proposed density. The CPC 2011-018 summary that you have received indicates an increase in residential density in cell 3 to 34.26 units per hectare, anticipating a total of 835 units. A density of 34.26 units per hectare would actually allow for 873 units. The proposed text amendment for the ARP talks about 32 units per hectare for the entire Greenbrier study area, which would be a total of, in cell 3, 822 units. Map 3C, in the same proposed amendment, describes an allowable maximum of 800 units, which is the equivalent of 31.1 units per hectare. Excuse me. The current Bowness ARP states under Policies General, the minimum residential density is 20 units per hectare to a maximum of 30 units per hectare across the balance of the plan area based on gross developable area. Exhibit 1 shows that the current ARP caps the number of units in cell 3 of the Greenbrier area at 764. The proposed ARP text amendment increases the maximum number of units per hectare by 6.7% throughout the Greenbrier Special Study Area. We bring to your attention the proposed Map 3C Greenbrier Density, Exhibit 2. That should this amendment to the Bowness ARP be approved, the allowed density for the entire Greenbrier area, cells 1 to 5, would increase. And this is not reflected in the figures on the map presented. The cell 5 increases are not represented, and the totals in the allowable residential density ranges are inaccurate. They are, in fact, the figures from the existing ARP. So we've attached in your package that we brought to show you what the actual correct figures should be. The current population of Bowness is estimated at 11,000 residents, Exhibit 4. In the worst case, amongst all the varied and confusing figures presented, and assuming a conservative average of 2.5 residents per unit, the development of Cell 3 alone as proposed will result in approximately 2,500 additional Bowness residents. That's an increase of 20% in the population of Bowness. If we then calculate the total potential development under the proposed amendments, the population of the Greenbrier Special Study Area rises to approximately 6,300 people, which is an increase of over 50% in the population of Bowness. The overall effect of the proposed amendments would be to create a vehicle-dependent and incomplete community, since residents will have to circulate mainly through 83rd Street Northwest to gain access to community amenities such as recreation facilities, schools, shopping areas, Bowness Park and other green spaces, the community hall, and local events that would not be available in the Greenbrier area. The overall impact of this proposed amendment may increase the population of Bowness by more than 50% in an area that is geographically isolated from the rest of the community with only one access road. The current Bowness ARP states, under Policies General, The predominant land use in Greenbrier area shall be residential. The proposed bylaw adds to this specific policy, community-oriented commercial, including retail and office uses, may be permitted where appropriate. Office uses are specifically excluded from the current ARP as they typically result in traffic of regional population and would contradict items in the Greenbrier section of the current ARP that read as follows. Under policies commercial mixed use, commercial uses shall be locally oriented. Commercial uses that are oriented to a regional population shall not be allowed. Commercial developments may include grocery and retail stores, live, work, restaurants, and personal uses. High traffic generating uses shall be discouraged. The scale of commercial operations should be compatible with the residential context and should not negatively impact the quality of the residential environment. The combination of increased population and the presence of a commercial core will attract regional traffic that cannot be supported by the proposed road infrastructure. In terms of the vision for the community in that area, there is one, and it's well expressed in the current ARP and is the result of a long process of consultation between the community, and it's a recent one, 2008. Thank you.
Don't go too far, Ms. Smythe. I think Alderman Marr has a question for you here.
Thank you. And so you probably heard my comment to the previous speaker with regards to the dialogue that's been going on between the Community Association as one of the directors and the applicant and the City of Calgary. Can you elaborate a little bit about that? I understand there was an open house, but was there some dialogue as well?
I think Joe is the best person to answer that question. Formerly, I was also the chairperson of the Society of Bowness Residents, and that was the initial community contact that was made. Mm-hmm. We submitted our comments. Eventually, information was forwarded back that contained Ms. Oberg's response to our comments, and then whatever process happens between the applicant and the city planning department. We were then asked to re-comment, specifically with regards to the open house, that we actually only learned about it through the courtesy of Ms. Oberg, who had contacted me and let me know that it was going on.
And who hosted the open house? Was that put on by the developer, or it was by the City of Calgary?
It was the City of Calgary, but it was largely a presentation and discussion of the outline plan and right. the land use redesignations. The amendments, the proposed amendments to the ARP were a little bit hard to figure out. Even they weren't written in any specific format that we could take home with us and go, oh, that's what this means. And there was also there was just an assumption about, let's discuss the outline plan.
Right.
And
well, these are complicated. I mean, ARPs and things of that nature are really quite complicated.
Well, so it's our contention that they're actually two separate issues. This particular outline plan can't go ahead without the proposed amendments to the ARP.
Right.
And we felt that those two things needed to be pulled out as separate issues.
Mm-hmm. And you feel that this is in conflict with the ARP, obviously?
Yes, and in fact, even more so that even with the proposed amendments to the ARP, not all of which we object to, some of them are quite good, but there's some very critical ones, the ones that were brought up right now, that are in contradiction to the existing ARP and to phrases and sections of the proposed ARP.
Right. Well, what I've been hearing from the community has really been concerns. Access is obviously a significant issue.
Yes.
The interchange being one of the major transportation components. If we proceeded with the interchange and could assure you that that was going to be done, what does that do to your comfort level, if you will?
First, Marilyn will be talking about some of the traffic stuff anyway, but I'd like to point out that the design for the interchange is a 10-year-old design. and did not take into account first of all, when it was designed, it didn't take into account amendments to the ARP that would allow for the kind of increase that we're talking about, and it didn't take into account development that might be happening on the wind sport lands. It also didn't take into account, I don't think that anybody anticipated over time how much development was going to be happening to the west.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a traffic flow that happens on the Trans-Canada that no matter what that design does, it is still going to be bottlenecking. There's a bridge over the Bow River on Trans-Canada leading into Montgomery, for instance, that isn't going to be widened as part of this whole design. So traffic's going to be backing up and bottlenecking there.
Mm-hmm.
Similarly, the traffic studies that we looked at didn't look at how the traffic was going to be flowing off of 83rd into Bowness Road. So it doesn't talk about any of the internal community stresses that will happen as a result of the interchange.
Well, I certainly appreciate all of the comments that you're saying. I know that you've got somebody in your group that's going to talk about traffic specifically, and then I'll have some questions for our own administration. I just have one more question with regards to the MDP, the Municipal Development Plan, aka Planet Calgary. Now, Planet Calgary has talked about the densification and the creation of a live, work, jobs, and so on and so forth, amenities contained in a community. So the Greenbrier application that we're talking about now accomplishes significantly more than what we would normally discuss for a new application in Planet Calgary. How do you feel about that, given the fact that we are talking about density and we are talking about complete communities where hopefully people will be able to not only live near where they work, but also be able to shop and access different types of amenities and reduce the amount of traffic and the congestion that we're speaking about?
There's several points to raise around that. The first one is that the high employment centers are office towers, and unless they're going to guarantee that the residents of that proposed development get to have jobs in those towers, you're not guaranteeing a live-work situation. Mm-hmm. The density that's proposed is, and again, that will be addressed by somebody else. Density that is proposed is one single multi-residential, not mixed housing. I think what we're really saying is that we would like the current ARP, which does incorporate all the elements that are discussed in Planet Calgary and was developed between the community and the planning department. We feel that that should be honored. It's a value.
Do you mind? I just want to back you up one little bit. What do you mean by not mixed housing? What did you mean by that?
If you look at the proposed DC and the housing designation that's being asked for, it's MC.
So do you mean like condos and flats and things like that, or are you talking about? Look, is that what you're meaning? Or I'm not. I just was keyed into that term when you said it's not mixed housing, and I wanted to know what you meant by that.
Again, Joe can better answer that one. Or who's talking next?
Your Worship, one of the concerns that we have is that there is only one type of multi-residential proposed for this development. What we envisage and what Planet Calgary envisages is richness in the type of units that are brought into a community, as well as the availability of open spaces, green areas, walking spaces. None of that is available in this particular unit. This is a great conglomerate of commercial buildings with parking lots, with the possibility of expanding another 4,500 square meters of commercial retail if underground parking is provided, which further increases the traffic into the area. So this particular area does not have any walkable space. Moreover, municipal reserve that is supposed to be allocated to the tune of 10% as a minimum has been reduced, and cash in lieu is being proposed for it. So it further makes this a less livable community, a less walkable community, a community that does not have linear green spaces that we would all like to see. So this initially was meant to be a residential area. By changing the ARP, it's made into commercial. And once it's made commercial, now it's further exacerbated by the fact that municipal reserve is being converted into cash in lieu.
Okay, no, that's a good point. My question to your counterpart there was actually regarding what did you mean by mixed, or what was it? What was your term? Mixed housing, I think it was. I got that answer. So you've actually just brought up another point that's interesting. Now, what about public transit? What are your thoughts on it? Would you be supportive if there was a transit facility there? How would you feel about that? That would be able to alleviate some of the concerns that you're hearing, because a part of the MDP included a transit network, a primary transit network.
Obviously, regardless of what kind of development comes into this area, especially if it's going to be somewhat residential in whatever measure, of course it requires better transit access. The one that exists is very, very thin.
Okay, so you would be,
at this point.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, sir, but you would be supportive of an increased transit node in that area. Is that correct?
Of course I would be supportive of it.
Okay, thank you.
I don't want that to be construed as supporting the current development. In other words, I don't see, to be quite honest, I don't see that providing transit is going to eliminate the access that the population in this area will require to facilities that are in the core of Bowness that will not be provided in this area with close to 5,000, 6,000 more residents. There are no schools being proposed here. There are no other facilities. So the traffic into the community is going to be through 83rd Street. So the concern here is perhaps not so much, yes, let's have transit, but that will not alleviate the issue of increased traffic into the community because the services that are required for 5,000, 6,000 more residents are not provided in this area.
No, and I appreciate that. My question regarding transit was actually just to sort of flesh out what your thoughts are in the MDP as a whole. Now,
I think the general conclusion around that is that that area, regardless of what type of development goes in there, that area is going to need better transit access. It's very poorly serviced at this point in time, inadequately serviced at this point in time. So logically, whatever goes in there is going to require better transit access.
No, and I appreciate that. Thank you very much. But you've made your case quite nicely, and I do have other questions for administration regarding some of the things that we've brought up, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Am I done?
No, we're not done yet. Look at all these lights. You've elicited something exciting, Ms. Smythe. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just reading something here briefly. I'm just curious as to what your understanding is in regards to the municipal reserve and what's owing. Do you know if there was a a previous agreement for a cash in lieu paid to the MD? I thought I saw something in a report specifically about that.
It's, I think it's in the CPC submission. It's in the general summary at the front. It's not the 10% in cash in lieu. It's a percentage of it. I think.
No. What I want to know is, do you know if there was any amount paid to the MD of Rocky View?
I have no idea.
Prior to annexation. Okay, I'm going to have to ask that question of administration after. But you do realize, of course, that in a commercial site that it is standard practice for us to accept cash in lieu of green space?
I think our contention around this is that the original intent, and it's a fairly recently written intent that was incorporated in the current bonus ARP, didn't even contemplate that as part of a concept of a whole community that was supposed to be developed within the context of Planet Calgary policies that were coming into place at that time.
If we look at just the residential component, it would certainly be far in excess of 10%, just based on what I see here as the amount of green space that's being provided in comparison to just the strictly residential component.
I didn't understand what you just asked me.
It's quite all right. I'm just saying that the 10% municipal reserve dedication, if you look at it strictly from the perspective of the residential component, that it's significantly more than 10% of the residential component.
With all due respect, Alderman Chabot, I'm not sure that's a question Ms. Smythe can really answer here, and this is time to ask her questions. She's given up her
I'm going
time
to ask you a question specifically related to your presentation, where you said, conservatively speaking, assuming 2.5 residents per dwelling unit. I'm just wondering how you came about that number.
We came about it based on an average that we thought would be a low average for the number of residents that could be accommodated.
Okay, I believe even the MDP makes reference to multifamily versus single family, and single family I believe is that number, but multifamily I believe is somewhere in the order of 1.6 or 1.7. But that's just what I recall from memory, and I could be off slightly on that number as well. I think that's all my questions for the time being. Thank you very much for your presentation today.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Collier-Cart.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll try to be brief. Some of my questions have been asked. Collectively, are there 5 of you here? Have you all spoken yet, or?
No, there's one more to speak.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to get an understanding from your group. At what point have you been in? What was your starting point in engaging in this application?
The original starting point was with the Society of Bowness Residents.
Right.
A number of years ago. At that point in time, the Community Association had just been resurrected and did not have a Planning and Development Committee.
When would that have been? When would that have been?
2009.
This application was submitted in December of 2009.
Right.
So the society would have started working with the file, and then it got turned over to the association. In April of 2010, the Society of Bowness Residents merged with the BCA. So that core group, plus members of the BCA Community Association, then formed the Planning and Development Committee, which then became involved over time. Right. So in the beginning, were the two groups on the same page as it related to this application?
Yes.
When I asked for the applicant's chronology of community meetings, let me just go over it with you. The public open house, the application was submitted in December of 2009, and then a couple months later they held a public open house, the developer did. Did you attend that? Did the community attend that? Did the society attend that?
Yes.
And what were your views at that time?
Our views were very clearly expressed with regards to disagreeing with the amendments that would be amendments to the bylaw that would be required in order to allow for the development. At that point in time, our main concern was with COR 3 land use redesignation, and that was addressed in subsequent.
It was addressed?
Yeah. The applicant's response, Kathy can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but the applicant's response was and the file manager's response was to take that into consideration and come up with an alternative route to developing a commercial core, which would have been direct control.
So a remedy was found for that particular issue of concern?
It wasn't a remedy that we thought was acceptable.
Were you in agreement at all with the issue that you raised and how they tried to work to remedy it to your satisfaction?
Again, I'll let Joe address that.
Okay, please. Rather than, I know, but it's hard when you're trying to get to the bottom of the, so.
As Nikki Smythe has just mentioned, we were invited, and this is where my personal participation came into place. We realized that there was an open house organized by the City of Calgary. This is in November of 2010.
Yeah, I was talking about the public house that was hosted by the developer in February of 2010, and your involvement.
I was not personally involved in that at that time.
Was anybody here involved with working with the developer on these matters?
That would have been me, as at that time, president of the Society of Bonus Residents.
Okay, okay. And, okay, so you can't answer that question then. So what issues then, what were the grounds of some of your concerns when you worked with the developer at that initial public open house? And then what ensued from February till November of 2010 in trying to work those things through? It seems that in April, was it in April that the merger took place of the two organizations?
The process that we have is to respond to the city.
To who?
To the City of Calgary.
To the city,
to the planning department. So the response that I'm sure Nikki Smythe submitted to the city addressed the issues that at that point were considered a concern. And as she said, COR 3 was a concern at the time.
Mm-hmm. So administration had a meeting with you on December 7th, and then 2 days later the matter went to the Planning Commission?
That's correct. And at that time,
had you worked out anything with administration before it went to Planning Commission?
The meeting was around the issues of land use designation. At no point in time was the issue of modifications to the ARP mentioned or discussed.
Okay.
Okay. So again, there is a very fractured way or piecemeal approach to presenting issues. So the issue of modifications, amendments to the ARP were downplayed at the open house, and then they were not addressed at all at the meeting that myself and Marilyn Mora, who's here today as well, we attended a meeting here with planning department staff once.
So we tabled this matter in January because our alderman was unavailable, and then administration was to work with you in February with these concerns. And then when you look at the chronology here, how would you describe the relationship between Brown and Associates and Melcor and the community in trying to reconcile and deal with these things and get back to each other in a timely manner?
There was
Because it's difficult when you come here to council and these things haven't been worked out. Then we have to sort of be placed in the middle.
There was correspondence with the city, and I personally asked questions, and some of them were not, they could not be provided. That was the first reaction.
By the city?
By the city, yes.
What questions
and
were those?
then progressively, as we approached this particular hearing, Some of the elements that I had originally asked that had been indicated to me that they could not be made available. In small doses, they started becoming available. I have to admit that Kimberly King, one of the planners, invited me most recently to another meeting, but we are volunteers, and unfortunately the timing wasn't possible to do that. And she offered to meet even after this hearing.
You mentioned the lack of regional pathways. Have you seen the plans here for the Central Passive Recreational Municipal Reserve and the regional pathway system, the naturalized area and the Beaufort Municipal Reserve? Have you seen all
Oh,
these
yes,
plans?
yes.
So they do exist. There are plans for the things that you said that you didn't think were there.
With all due respect, Your Worship, there are other comments that are going to be made in Marilyn Morris' presentation that indicate the size and the nature of the commercial development.
Okay, so
It is not conducive to pathways. It's not a walkable community. It's a commercial community.
So is that the issue then, the commercial aspect of this?
This is a high concentration of commercial area in one particular district to the detriment of other districts that will have none. So how do you integrate a whole community when there is no possibility of having local commerce in other areas, and commerce is concentrated highly in one? And then the ARP is amended to entrench in the ARP the fact that all commerce will be just in here, and all the other areas will have none. So that's our concern.
Okay. Are there anything, is there anything about the plan that you like?
The fact that this is going to be developed, the fact that we have already seen what the Ratsky lands are proposing, that is far better in terms of having linear green spaces, having mixed commerce and residential. It's a more livable, walkable, whole community. And I ask myself, if another development next door that has been put on hold right now proposes something that is better than this, I'm saying this area could be better too. That's my point.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Just that very last thing you said, I know this is a bit untoward, but I might ask Mr. Watson, has the other developer been put on hold here?
Through the chair, that's not my understanding. I mean, the other application is in and is being processed. It's not, I expect there's comments we're expecting back or there's some negotiations going on, but it certainly has not been put on hold by the administration. It'll be coming here in due course to the Planning Commission.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Watson. I just wanted to clarify that before we lost it in the thread of debate today. Alderman Demong?
Joe, Nikki, I appreciate you being volunteers, and this takes an awful lot. I don't know if I would have had the courage a few years back to do what you're doing here. And I appreciate it. And I also, you really caught my attention when you were commenting that 50% increase in the population of Bowness. That's a substantial amount of that any community can take in. I'm a little confused about the numbers. If you could clarify here for me. The original ARP allows for the development of the 30-odd units per acre, per hectare, correct? And you're talking about that the new ARP that you're concerned with is allowing a 6.7% increase to that ARP. So I just did some quick numbers, and what the concern there, if I'm not mistaken, is you're okay with 6,000 new residents coming in, but 6,320 is too much. I'm just trying to understand if that's really what we're getting at.
That's partly what we're getting at. I think the other part that we're getting at is that if we're going to talk about amending that ARP, we should be looking at decreasing, not increasing, the residential component, because there isn't an infrastructure to support. There's one entrance in and out of that community. There's no appropriate access through potentially what's called Cell 1, Greenwood Village Mobile Home Trailer Park, is completely fenced.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're looking at this development, you have to see it as isolated from, there's no access through there. So, yeah, if we're going to be amending it, let's amend it down, not up.
But you got to understand that's a completely different cell, and when that cell comes for development, which I assume it will at some point or time, the fence would be coming down, and that would be a completely different scenario.
Not necessarily. There are restrictions at this point in time on what can be built in Greenwood Village. Marilyn will be bringing this point up in her discussion, but there's evidence, both physical evidence and anecdotal evidence, that entire site was a nuisance ground.
Was a
nuisance ground, a dumping ground. So there's questions about environmental assessments that need to be done, all the rest of it. And my understanding is that soil stability issues on the Greenwood Village mobile home area mean that that's basically the only kind of structure that can go in that area.
Okay, I apologize. I really didn't want to digress and talk about Greenwood Village. Now, with regards to, Joe, your concerns about the commercial activity all being centered in one area as opposed to being distributed all around, you're saying that you would rather have one retail outlet in one corner and then have to have your area people drive to another area of the cell to go to the drugstore or to the convenience store or something along those lines would be a more viable option?
What you're looking at in the design that we've seen anyway is 2 5,000 square meters of retail space on the ground level, and how much of that is standalone buildings? There's a statistic in the package.
5,000 in Site A, 5,000 in Site B.
No, I'm fully aware of the area. What I'm trying to get at is you would rather have some of these split up all over the area so that you would have people driving to all areas of the
No, we want them to walk.
Okay. I mean, we all do. That would be great. But wouldn't... I guess what I'm trying to suggest is if you have one type of retail in cell 4 and 2 other types of retail in cell 1 and 3, you're going to have people going from one section to the next section to the next section, all in one so-called shopping day.
I think that the vision that was incorporated in the existing ARP was more along the lines of retail outlets that have live up, work down. So retail outlets with residential units on top, and then a mix of single family and mobile homes and whatever you want all around in the area. It wasn't intended to be a shopping area. Okay. A small grocery store was envisioned, but what we're talking, I mean, one of the discretionary uses in the, even though it's in a direct control area, one of the discretionary uses of C2R2 is a hotel. So are we going to be back at the table discussing that at some point down the road? I mean, our contention is that what is being proposed has too wide an envelope. Once that land use designation, once the amendments happen and then the land use redesignations happen, you then have permitted, independent of who the current developer is, in perpetuity, you've committed a commercial core in one area to the exclusion of commercial activities in the remainder of the area, in the whole green part.
But again, that's really the point that I'm trying to make, is that you would rather have the commercial option in perpetuity all through the entire area as opposed to being located in one central area, so you have the opportunity of having the hotel over here or something else in the entire area as opposed to saying at least it's going to be centralized in this location?
Your Worship, just to exacerbate this, Site C has an additional 37,000 square feet of office space. So there is retail...
No, square meters.
There is, square meters. My apologies. You do not have residents in that area. Whereas looking at what is being proposed for the Ratsky lands.
I'm sorry, I have not been privy to what the Ratsky lands are going to be looking at, and
I am just making mentally the comparison because in that area, from what we have seen, there is a combination of residential and commercial. So on the bottom floor, there is retail space. Above, there is residential. Over here, we have retail space, and then we have office space on top. And we're talking, and I'm stealing the thunder from presentations coming here, we're talking about 5,000 square meters is half of Market Mall, the Bay and Market Mall. So if we add 15,000 square meters, we're talking about a bay and a half in that area. So this is not insignificant. Plus office space. So this is not a living community. This is not a community that is whole.
And you don't suspect that anybody from the community is going to be using that office space or those retail? I mean, that was the whole idea of the whole community, is that you have areas within that are using that.
Well, as Nikki Smythe here mentioned earlier on, what is the probability that those who are going to be employed in those offices actually live in the area? Probability is not very high. That's not what happens in the city.
But that's the whole concept of the NDP, is that we do try to create office space so that the offices that will join there are the people that have, well, I'm sorry, I'm not going to go into that. I really do appreciate you coming out today. I'll look forward to the other presentations. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Duong. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. Sometimes Alderman Kura and I have been discussing during your presentation a little bit of how we expect communities to know more about urban planning in some cases than we do. But I'm trying to drill down to the essence of what you're looking for. And I think, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I'm hearing mixed messages. So I'm hearing to go back to the old ARP, which is primarily residential and quite low density. And then I'm hearing about this rich mix of residential, commercial, retail, office, walkable, and I don't see those two as fitting together.
The current ARP was specifically developed between the community and the planning department in order to accommodate higher density, not low density. It was to increase density in a developable area of Bowness. And that was to also include...
And did it include this area?
Yeah,
The ARP?
the whole Greenbrier special study area. There's a specific segment of our ARP that was developed in 2008, so it's recent, to accommodate a vision of how do we do higher density? How do we do live up, work down? How do we have walkable community? How do we have whole community?
And
so there's mixed commercial in there too.
I'm not sure. I remember the Bowness ARP vaguely, but I do remember it. And I remember being very concerned about whether or not it's able to sustain retail, because the densities, although an increase from what you see in Bowness today, are actually quite low. And I don't think we have a full understanding at the City of Calgary what neighborhood retail really needs as far as densities within a certain catchment area. And I don't know if that's always been my concern. But so I'm hearing, and I'm sorry, sir, I've forgotten your name, but I'm hearing you mention that the initial application or the initial concept included mostly single family. And then I'm hearing the residential above the shops. I'm really struggling to know exactly what you're wanting with this, although I certainly am very clear that you don't want this.
You can see in this is the current ARP. The prime objective is to create a complete community The secondary objective that you have your finger right on, a diverse population mixed through a variety of housing forms.
So a complete community would certainly include office, but it's often how it's distributed.
The ARP as it exists now specifically did not include office space because we're dealing with an isolated geographic community, just independent of whether the interchange goes in or not. One entrance, one exit. And that was discussed and it was part of the consideration at the time, but the office space was excluded because it is, traditionally office space is a regional use.
Not necessarily, and I think that's where I believe that we progressed, whereas a complete community would include all these things. And office space generally has a lower traffic generation than housing. And certainly if you have solely housing with no mix of uses, then your traffic generation would be higher.
Yes, but there, I'm sorry
so
to...
May I jump in here? Let's remember, this is a time to ask the folks questions. Debate comes later.
But
I hear you, but there's no question mark at the end of what you're saying, and we shouldn't be harassing these people who've given up the time of day to be here.
I'm sorry if it appears that I'm harassing you. I am trying to understand where we go from here, because if those are very important goals. They're goals that have been described in Planet, and yet I agree that some of the plans that we see don't fit with my interpretation of Planet. But what worries me, and so that I guess my question is, where do we go from here in order to achieve those goals, which may be more intense than what you envisioned in the Bowness ARP?
I think what we're truly asking is that the current ARP be honored. We're not opposed to development on that site. And in fact, our current ARP, which is recent, 2008, embraces the concept of higher density, because it is a question that all the communities, established communities, are facing. How do you achieve higher density? As a greenie, it's not my favorite idea of what might happen up there, but it's what the community generally supported. But we're struggling with why a developer can't come in and honor why we have to continually keep amending documents developed between the city and the communities that do look forward, that are embracing new policies and new concepts for the city. There are specific amendments that are actually quite good. And when in the discussions that happened between Joe and the file manager, there were several amendments that we thought were actually clarifying, but there are specific amendments that really are in contradiction to the intent of the current ARP and contradict even the overall intent of the proposed amendments.
So then I'll ask one final question then, is if we were to follow the intent of the ARP as far as those overarching goals, mixed community, walkable, those sorts of things, but it included more intensity
yes,
than what's outlined in the ARP, would you be willing to explore that? Or would you be opposed to that simply because it doesn't follow the densities within the ARP?
You're asking if we would support density higher than the current ARP?
Yes, looking at those principles that are outlined in the ARP, which are very much like what's in our Planet document. But those principles included additional densities, not in your ARP. Would you be willing to explore them?
Provided, if I may interject, provided there is an overall analysis of traffic. Let me share with you what was revealed to us in a presentation from a city engineer, traffic engineer. The area does not, and the modifications to the Beaufort interchange will not support the traffic of all the development that is proposed for this area. if the analysis was done properly. Amongst other things that were revealed is the fact that in the traffic studies, they have to implement simulations. Simulations look at 83rd Street as an open-ended street. I asked the question at the time, what happens with Bowness Road where 83rd Street ends? Well, the model was getting too complicated and it could not incorporate that. There is a limit to the complexity of a model. So the analysis that has been done does not include the impact that higher density is going to have in Bowness, the traffic that is going to be created through Montgomery coming off 16, the traffic that's going to be created through 16 into Home Road. None of that has been considered.
Okay, so
my
question was fairly simple one, although the work wouldn't necessarily be simple, but the question was, would you be willing to explore that?
Certainly, if it's considered...
If the traffic impacts are considered.
In a wholesome way,
okay,
with all aspects that are required so that this is a whole community, sure.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Chabot, you've already asked a question of Ms. Smythe. Do you have another?
No, actually, Your Worship, if I could, I'd like to introduce City Hall school
yes,
class.
please do.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm very pleased to introduce City Hall school class for this week. Although my document says there's 23 grade 6 students from Aaronwood School, I only count 21, but having said that, they're accompanied by their teacher, Brent Bannock, and the focus for this week will be what makes a city. So if I could ask you all to please rise, and you will be temporarily on television,
Wave.
And council will recognize you. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
And you're 100% sure it wasn't 2.1, right, Alderman Chabot? Thank you. You can have your seats. And I look forward to spending some time with you later this week. Have a wonderful week at City Hall School. Thanks, Alderman. I don't see any further questions for these folks. So, do we have anyone else who would like to speak do we have anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this proposal?
Your Worship, members of Council, my name is Marilyn Mora, and I speak on behalf of the Bowness Community Association, of which I am a director. The Bowness Community Association objects to the proposed bylaw 12P 2011 as the combined effect of increased density and the introduction of up to 19,500 square meters of retail space and up to 38,850 square meters of office use would increase traffic on 83rd Street Northwest for the following reasons. Greenbrier residents would seek access to amenities such as schools, area community association facilities within the core of Bowness, as no such amenities have been planned for Greenbrier. Residents in the core of Bowness would seek access to retail and office-based services in Greenbrier. Communities in the Northwest beyond 85th Street Bridge would seek access to retail, commerce, and services in Greenbrier, adding to the traffic that already exists. The proposed Beaufort Road Trans-Canada interchange will not alter the restrictions imposed by the traffic capacity of 83rd Street Northwest, already strained at present, with the current levels of traffic measured in the 2010 at 10,400 vehicles per day, and projected to increase by more than 30% to 13,800 vehicles per day as a result of the proposed development. The traffic problems on 83rd Street Northwest are exacerbated by the fact that most of its northbound traffic flows into one lane on Bowness Road, a thoroughfare limited eastbound to 50 km per hour traffic through the Bowness commercial area with several pedestrian crossings, and limited westbound by 30 km per hour traffic through playground zones, school zones, and additional pedestrian traffic, as well as traffic calming measures. Exhibit 5 is a map with some roadways. The purple one is 83rd Street, which is a really narrow road, kind of going down starts at Beaufort Road and it progresses down the hill to Bowness Road. The Greenbrier Stage 2 Transportation Impact Assessment, dated July 14, 2011, seems to ignore these facts, as they do not show Bowness Road in the network studied and make no reference to the ability of Bowness Road to handle the increased flow. There was a great request to decrease traffic on Bowness Road, that it not be seen as a thoroughfare. This is one of the reasons that we wanted the Stoney bypass, was to reduce the traffic going through the middle of Bowness, down Beaufort Road and down Bowness Road. Transportation studies and traffic impact studies fail to address traffic beyond 83rd Street into Bowness Road. They also do not address the impact on increased traffic on 16th Avenue through Montgomery, potential bottlenecks at the 85th Street Bridge, the Trans-Canada Home Road intersection, and Bowness Road Shaganappi. So even if we go with the current ARP, we have reservations about whether the proposed infrastructure can support the type of development proposed. And that ends the our points addressing the ARP amendments. We separated our talk into that and the outline, the proposed amendment to the City of Calgary bylaw. So,
thank you very much, Ms. Mora. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Mora, is your president here with you today of your community association?
No, the community association pretty much leaves these matters up to the Planning and Development Committee, and those of us who came today represent that committee.
And who's the chair of that committee?
That would be Mr. Lazarevich.
What my question to you is, why have you, as a community association, not sat down with the developer?
I think that's a really good idea. We've only seen the developer at open houses.
But the developer has
been down with the city.
But the developer has been requesting meetings with you since February, and there's been no meeting. Why would that be?
I'm not aware of that decision. Sorry.
If I may answer. We have had fairly recent awareness of the direction in which this project has gone. And November of 2010 is when we became aware of the land use redesignation, and the issue of the ARP being affected was masked. It was not brought out in the open. And the next thing that we knew is that there was an amendment of the ARP. And our discussions have been mostly with the city. And yes, Kathy Obert has tried to reach us, but this is only fairly recently.
So, you know, my history is community association work as a director and as the president. And when the developer of any community project wants to sit down with the community association, I know we're all volunteers as community association board of directors and executive and president, but we make sure that we find a time. And my experience has been the developer would meet at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoon or 2 o'clock Sunday morning, if that was the request. So my question back to you is, they have in their event listing here said that they've requested meetings with you since back in February. So again, I asked, why wouldn't you sit down with them?
The meeting that was requested was here in the city. It was requested by the city.
So then what the developer is saying here is that they have requested these different meetings. So you're saying Brown and Associates has not requested a meeting with you?
Brown Associates, I don't know who Brown Associates is.
That's Kathy Oberg.
Okay. Well, I know that she has attempted to reach the association recently.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm trying to understand, I guess, a couple of things. One being specifically in what capacity it is that you guys are here today. Is it as an adjacent community or as part of this community, or this being part of the Bowness community?
Greenbrier is considered part of Bowness,
okay,
according to our area redevelopment plan.
Okay, thank you for that. So now, some of the concerns that I've heard is in regards to the concentration of specific type uses. And I'm just wondering what the rest of the community is developed out like.
Well, Bowness used to be a village. It historically was, it's a large community. It's an isolated community because it's bounded by the river and the River Valley Escarpment, the Trans-Canada Highway and Stony Trail, so that we only have 4 entrances. It's kind of like an island.
Yeah, no, I'm thinking predominantly in regards to the proposed uses in this sector only, not looking at cells 1 and all of these other cells that you guys have referenced, because that's not before us today, although I appreciate that you see the entire context of the entire development as forming part of the discussions today. What is before us today, though, is just strictly this particular land use. And I'm just wondering, insofar as what's being proposed here, what kind of similar type developments currently exist in the Bowness community that are similar to what's being proposed here? Multifamily?
Bowness is an old community. It's pretty much built out. This is one of our only, you might call it a brownfield. It was a golf course before. It was also reported to be a nuisance ground.
Is there a lot of multifamily currently in Bowness?
Bowness is tragically low density. You know, when you compare it to what some of the new the plans call for. The University of Calgary Urban Studies students have done a lovely plan for Bowness, and they really raised the density and along transit corridors, and this is our goal for the main part of Bowness as well as the new part of Bowness.
And I'm trying to think of this holistically, and in looking at what potential opportunities may exist within the community to accommodate the needs of the municipal development plan, or for further intensification, increasing employment opportunities, providing a multitude of different housing choices. And I'm wondering what the community is envisioning for the future. Is it converting existing single-family residential into multifamily, spreading it out throughout the community?
There are pockets of Bowness that are much higher density. So that does exist, and it exists primarily around the Bowness Road corridor. There's a limited commercial zone. It's interesting that you asked that question, because it's a question that we're going back to the community with, is what's your vision for the future? Because there, as always, there are diehards who want to preserve those aspects of low density single family dwellings at the expense of being a sustainable community in the future. But primarily we're looking at how do we develop along that commercial core. Why can't we put second stories on our little flat level 1-stories retail units along there? How do we encourage commercial development and live up, work down development? We are looking at how do we do this. There are no quick and no easy answers.
I can tell you one answer that I've learned here through council is there's 2 things that people don't want: sprawl and density. It seems rather odd, but so you're looking at, I guess, long-term vision to integrate more commercial throughout the community, possibly, and more alternate forms of housing throughout the community. And do you think that will have a different impact in regards to the road infrastructure than what's currently proposed here?
Well, one of the things that rarely comes up when you're talking about increased commercial is what happens if we're more supportive of home occupation? What happens if you look at a different way of creating employment in a community? Bowness actually has a fairly high percentage of home occupation businesses going on in the area. So it's how do we think outside the box around this? How do we balance that need for higher density with an understandable desire to sort of have privacy in your backyard? So I think there are always going to be pockets of Bowness that will remain forever as very low density, but that there are areas that are being looked at as potentials for, and Greenbrier study area was one of them. How do we do a higher density? How do we mix that with some retail and some commercial? And that was the answer that was developed. And it wasn't just the citizens of Bowness who developed that. That was developed by urban planners.
Now, and I'm just thinking in regards to the current commercial developments that exist within Bowness, do you feel that what exists is sufficient? What's being proposed is too much for the Bowness area in particular, or is it because of the concentration primarily?
There's a rule when there's a provincial highway with a large grade separated interchange, as we see at Stony Trail on Trans-Canada Highway, that you may not have exits to local areas within a certain number of kilometers of that interchange. Because that interchange exists beside Greenbrier, we may not have exits and entrances to that area off of it's surrounded on two sides by highways, but it may not use those highways. And that's, I think, one of the problems. If we had more ways to get in and out of there, there wouldn't be nearly as much criticism of the project.
Interesting. Even though the transportation impact assessment suggests that future upgrades will accommodate the need?
Sometimes I wonder if the people who do the traffic assessments have ever really visited the site.
Oh, I think they have.
I would hope so.
Yeah. Okay, I have no further questions, Your Worship. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Hodges.
Your Worship, I have no questions. I don't know if anyone else has, or if you have.
I don't have any, but Alderman Lowe's light is on.
For administration.
For administration, Your Worship.
It's for administration? Okay. So is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this proposal? Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition? Okay, so we'll close the public hearing then, and we'll take questions for administration.
Somebody's standing.
Oh, I'm sorry. We'll pretend I didn't say that last bit. Good morning, sir.
Your Worship, members of the Council, my name is Peter Maury. I am a resident of Bowness, and I speak on my own behalf. I have been living in a village for a while now, and I like village living. I grew up in a village myself, and I have understood in the Bowness Area Development Plan, the current plan, there is provided a place for a community, a village-like community with a little bit of a higher density than the current Bowness, but still like a village. In a village or in a local community, the commercial development would support the residential development, vice versa. That meaning that in this particular case, considering the typical resident of Bowness is not holding an office job, that I do not see locally the need for office buildings in the first place. It would create an outflow of traffic for the common Bownesian who is going out to do physical labor somewhere else, and an inflow of white shirt workers into the area, which is not in line, in my view, with the community intended. Sorry. The current ARP would be preventing us from that practice, and therefore I personally would oppose to the amendment at that point. Looking at transportation and looking at the issue of traffic, the area is landlocked almost on four sides. There is no opportunity to get out of a place. Even if you make it an 8-lane highway to get out of that place, there will still be one place of entrance, one place of exit. And I do not see that as, let's say, an example of wisdom for a planning committee to have a development that only has one place to get out if anything goes wrong. We know that you do not plan for disasters, and we know they still happen. So what I would like to see personally is to have an escape, not only an emergency for only emergency vehicles, but an emergency just for people to go to work if there's a fender bender on one corner. So therefore, I would think, depending on the wisdom of the of a planning committee, I would think we wouldn't look at planning any development before sufficient supporting infrastructure is in place. Then, while sitting here, I picked up the term cash in lieu. And I didn't know that practice existed. I have never seen a penny of some people paying me for allowing somebody else selling green space to somebody else, although I live in Bo'ness. And I was rather shocked to see nobody blush when it was when we were told that it was common practice. So I also have reservations about that. I have no objections to developing of land that is laying there idle. But I would like to see some wisdom in it, and I would like to see the Bo'ness area still be Bo'ness, not some kind of a satellite town somewhere else. I also would not like to see a bigger commercial development than would be in balance with the residential development in place, mainly because I think there'd be unfair competition for the existing Bo'ness businesses. I thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much, Sir. Alderman Marr? That's for administration. Thank you very much. So anyone else like to speak in opposition to this proposal?
Mayor, Alderman, my name is Oscar Feck. I'm not against, per se, against this development. I have been going to Bo'ness Park since the 1952. Bo'ness was a nice area, still is. But you heard so many comments. There's only one access to it, in and out. It's a fire trap. The city of Bylaw says that you need 2 accesses in and out, not 1. And I don't know why it's even here before the city council, because that's the rule and law. As far as density, I think there's so much being said. If it was proposed properly, I think this probably would have been approved. But first, it needs 2 accesses. And Alderman Moore, you know what I'm talking about. You're kind of grinning. Well, it is. If there's a fire right on the interchange, there's the Olympic going up the hill. And since you're smiling and laughing, this road that goes from Trans-Canada Highway down the hill to Bowness, that's only a miserable 2-lane road. That should be widened also. And there's a restaurant up on top of the hill. It's a narrow road. See, all these things are not being mentioned to what's really happening with this development. Like the people said, it's being sort of railroaded through, and it's not right. I've got a piece of land up in the northeast. No, but I've been railroaded also. And that's why I'm bringing these things up. We should be careful. I've been talking about my land. We need interchanges. We need underpasses, overpasses. They laugh at me. You see, Mayor, and the tunnel. But we got to be careful how we plan things ahead. We got to plan ahead, 50, 100 years ahead. We're not doing it here. Why aren't we? I know I've mentioned these things before. Am I talking to a brick wall? I hope not. Mayor, you're the new mayor. I asked about the tunnel also, and you sort of indicated, don't tell me too much.
Don't get off topic here.
No, I know.
Always trying to protect you.
No, I know. But I'm just trying to mention these things. We got to put everything on the surface, bring everything out in the open, and then have a good discussion. Why is the city doing so much behind closed doors? That's not right. The recommendation is we need another access to it, and the zoning probably will be approved if you give the community a little bit of breathing space. They know what they want. They live there. Aren't you listening to them? Are you going to listen to me when I come in with a plan up in the Northeast? Of course not. This is what I'm saying. Look at the office building that was built up off Glenmore Trail. There was a First Alliance Church. There's only one access to it also. There's elderly people in these nursing homes. And we're going to build another tower. I spoke out on it against it. They turned it down because we need 2 accesses, even here. I hope I make myself clear. We need good planning, good leadership. Mayor, go to it.
Thanks, Mr. Fack.
Thank you.
And I should
questions?
point out that when I look at the map, there really are 2, one from the north and one from the south.
No, just one in and out, that's all.
All right. Thank you, sir.
I've got it right here. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We are at a predetermined recess time, but I did want to see if there were any more members of the public who wanted to speak on this before we recess. And if there are, I'll ask for a motion to extend our session. Anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this? All right, so we'll declare the public hearing closed then, and we will recess, and we will be back with questions for administration at 1:45. I'm going crazy. All right, we are back. So we've closed the public hearing portion on this item. I'm going to entertain questions to administration only right now, please. Questions to administration only, because I think we're going to have a slightly different motion on the floor once we've finished questions to administration, but let's do it in that order today. So with questions to administration, Alderman Moore.
I'm sorry, Your Worship, for point of clarification, over lunch the administration has noticed there's an inconsistency between the maps. The proposed amendment to the ARP map and the map that's actually in the report, there is an inconsistency with the numbers.
Oh.
And Mr. Lockwood can explain the reasons for the changes and the error.
Okay,
does that mean it needs to be re-advertised then?
When Ms. Sloan comes back, I will ask her that question, but let's hear the changes now. You can sit down, Alderman Moore. We'll let him finish.
Your Worship, this is the actual map associated with the land use redesignation. Pardon me, I'm sorry, with the amendment to the ARP. You'll notice in yellow, you see the 541 to 800. In the actual report, there's a proposed map 3C. In the report, the density maximum on that reads 873. So there's an inconsistency between what is required in the actual amendment to the ARP and what has been noted in the report. Now, for the sake of consistency, and in consultation with the applicant, they are comfortable with the maximum cap on this to be 800 as opposed to the 873, which is in the report. On that basis, just for information to council, it does not in any way change the overall density of the site. The density required with this would be 12.61 units per acre, and that is consistent with the intention of the changes in the ARP, and also it is under the 13 max, which is being changed in association with the ARP. Your Worship, that is a significant change in that the 73, which the 873, which is on the map in the report, in essence, it's being redistributed elsewhere to the other sites. But as I've just stated, it does not change the overall density of the entire collection of density between cells 1 to 5, and it does not compromise the intentions of the developer in this instance.
Okay. Ms. Sloan, you're okay with that?
Your Worship, just to ensure that we have our numbers correct, I just wanted to confirm that all of the numbers are staying the same except the bottom total, but I don't think that's correct.
Your Worship, we do apologize for the confusion here. We had a technical error in that the wrong map was substituted in the bylaw. If I can step back for a moment, the correct map and the associated numbers are in the CPC report. That is what the applicant had requested, and that was the administration's recommendations. The map that I have that is on the screen right now with the numbers reflects the CPC report with the sole change of reducing the number of units in cell 3 to 800 instead of 873. This is not what the applicant wishes. However, in consultation with Ms. Flown, we would have to re-advertise to approve the 873 today. Depending on how council wishes to proceed, we have an agreement with the applicant that they would be happy with 3 readings if council so wishes today, based on the 800 number, and we would come back with a revision which must be advertised and corrected through a subsequent public hearing. I'm having a proper map done without my chicken scratch, and it should arrive momentarily. Oh, it's just coming right through the door. So if council wishes to proceed today, we would suggest adopting this map, which, as I indicated, reflects the CPC recommendation with the sole change of correcting the total number of units at the bottom, which was an error, and the 800 number, which was stated as 873 in the original CPC report.
Thanks, Ms. Axworthy. Ms. Flown, is this something that could be amended at second reading, or is this a substantive enough change that it would require another public hearing when we want to go back to it?
Your Worship, if the densities are being reduced from what was advertised, then I don't have any concerns. The problem is that what was contained in the CPC report is higher in some cases than what was advertised, and I do have a concern with that. Okay. If it's just addition of the columns such that the bottom number changes, because there's also an addition problem on the bylaw that's before council, I don't have a problem with that. But if the numbers in the columns start going up, I do have concerns.
So you wouldn't allow us to do the amendment then? Okay. That's very helpful. Thank you. All right, then. So did everyone get that? I see a couple of confused faces, so I will try and repeat. So there's two errors in the bylaw. One is that the far right column under cell 3 is not consistent with what was in the report that CPC approved. That was in the CPC report, it was up to 873, but in the bylaw as advertised, it was only 800. And then, did you say there's an addition error as well? Yeah. In the final bottom right-hand corner. And that really should read what you see there, 1557 to 2442, rather than 1596 to 2392. Okay. Okay. So right now, what we will be asked to vote on today is that, what you see on the screen right now. Alderman Lowe?
Sorry, thank you. If I could just pick up, I heard Ms. Axworthy say that there would be a requirement for a second public hearing after some advertising, and that's the piece that's, I understand this, it's the next piece, Ms. Flown, that...
I think what she said was if we want to put it back to what was in the CPC recommendation...
only if we want to do that.
Correct. If we could pass it like this today, so that if that's what you wanted, if that was council's will, we could pass it like this today so the applicant could get on with their work, but then have a subsequent public hearing to change 800 to 873.
Oh, I see. If the applicant wanted to do so.
And it sounds like the applicant does want that.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship.
Your Worship, just to clarify, if you wouldn't mind, the land use is unaffected by any of this. This is simply an error in the ASP amendment. Gotcha. So the land use is unaffected.
Oh, it's a good clarification. Thank you. All right, so we're back to questions for administration only, please. Alderman Marr, then Lowe, then Stevenson, then me.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions. What we heard from the public hearing was issues relating largely to the inconsistency in their views of the proposed plan and the ARP. And how consistent is that with the new MDP plan at Calgary that we've passed?
Your Worship, in regards to the amendments to the ARP that are associated with this application, these amendments allow for community-oriented commercial sites to increase residential densities and also to identify proposed commercial sites within the Bowness ARP area. This also facilitates the land use in the outline plan. Certainly with the uses that are being incorporated into the ARP amendments, you're getting a community type of development where you have mixed uses and also very local orientated commercial uses, which is consistent, I think, with the goals of Planet when you have a very sustainable community and a very low-key manner of density and also use. It's not intended to draw uses beyond the immediate communities. It's more intended to be local, orientated, and based. And that's also the rationale for the introduction of office use in this case. It's not intended to be a large office construction or buildings. It's more meant to be office uses such as dentist or medical that is intended to draw the immediate people in the community in the area and not something from a wide draw. And that is certainly, I think, consistent with the goals of the MDP and also Planet in this case.
Thank you. Now, we also heard from the community issues relating to transportation. And I know that's not your expertise, but I do see Mr. Van der Putten. So if your worship, if you don't mind, I would. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So the community association directors were talking about the increased density and how this would have a significant impact on the mobility in that area. Obviously, one of the key components of this is the construction of the interchange. What is our status with that interchange?
Your worship, as mentioned before, that interchange was identified through the 2009-2018 TIP process.
Yes.
We have completed the functional planning study. We've initiated land acquisition, and the preliminary design has also been completed.
And it is funded currently, is it not?
The funding for that interchange begins in 2012.
Mm-hmm.
The 2012 budget has not yet been approved by council. It will come forward as part of the 2012 to 14.
So that's everything now is contingent upon council giving the funding or making sure that that funding is available. If council proceeds with that, which I'm supposing that they will, the interchange could be completed by when?
The initial target was at the end of 2013.
2013, so year and a half. Okay. And does this, you're right, I guess it is 2 years. Does that allow us the ability to achieve what's being planned in this development? Would that have the satisfactory mobility? Because I've heard from the community, well, the functional study on this was 10 years old and it didn't account for the commercial and it didn't account for the development across the other side of the road. Can you explain that?
Your worship, absolutely. Just a couple background, just to provide a bit more information on the timing of the functional planning study. The functional planning study that's currently approved was initiated in 2007 and approved by LPT in 2008.
Okay, so it's not 10 years old.
It's
a couple
3 years old. And that functional planning study has also been, I guess, as we've moved forward to preliminary design, we've also taken the latest traffic information as part of that preliminary design.
And
so
pardon me, that also included forecasting for the development across the road, did it not? Or
the traffic volumes used in both the TIA as well as the preliminary design were predicated on what you see here proposed for Greenbrier, as well as what the current council-approved Canada Olympic Park ASP provides for.
Okay, and how many vehicles per day are you projecting there? Do you know that off the top of your head?
Your worship, at what point on the roadway, I guess?
Oh, sorry, at project completion and build-out. Where on the road is the interchange? I'm sorry. Right at the entrance of the community, because I'm trying to compare it to Valley Ridge, which is a community that is similar in nature to this being a one-access.
Your worship, I don't have the numbers right off handy, but I can definitely look those up and get back to you.
Okay, well, no, that's I just want to know with some degree of certainty from your expertise as to whether or not this one interchange is satisfactory to be able to maintain that mobility.
Your worship, through the review of the TIA for Greenbrier Stage 2, we have identified the approximately 80% of the build-out of Greenbrier can be accommodated with the initial build of Beaufort TransCanada, which is currently slated to be a 6-lane structure across TransCanada Highway.
Right.
There would be a subsequent widening of that structure to 8 lanes that would accommodate the remaining 20% of build-out within the Greenbrier area.
Okay. Now, the other thing that we heard from the opponents of the development was the traffic on 83rd.
Yes.
Can you run me through that? What is it currently? It's not obviously a major. What is that considered?
Your Worship, the 83rd Street is currently classified as an arterial street.
Okay.
It's currently 2 lanes.
Yes.
And as part of the ultimate plan for 83rd Street could still continue to be 2 lanes. There is right-of-way planned that would accommodate a 4-lane arterial if so desired. The traffic volumes, if I can just find my page here. The traffic volumes currently on 83rd Street are approximately just under 6,000 vehicles per day.
Mm-hmm.
The anticipated build-out of Greenbrier Stage 2 to the 80% as allowed with the currently approved interchange would bring it to just above 9,000 vehicles a day. That is still well below a collector road volume. So the Transportation Department does not believe there is a capacity issue along 83rd Street. We do recognize the sensitivity of 83rd Street to the existing Bowness community and want to ensure that that roadway continues to function for all other modes, such as the transit connection down to primary transit on Bowness Road,
Mhm.
as well as the walk cycle active modes.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I can't help but notice the reasonably close proximity to Stony in the greater scheme of things. Not on this map, obviously, but it is fairly well located to Stony. Is there any way at all that we would be able to create some sort of link up there to provide another access point in and out of this community?
Your Worship, as for a vehicular connection to either the Trans-Canada Highway or connection to Stony Trail, no, it would not meet standards in order to achieve appropriate safe spacing and operation of those important skeletal roadways.
Okay.
However, Your Worship, given that we are, as part of moving forward on the Greenbrier applications, requesting that the applicant investigate opportunities for crossing of those skeletal roads with potentially transit and or active modes connections to the west and to the south.
Okay. So we're basically a one access point, but I know under the MGA, we are actually required to provide an emergency access. Where is that located?
Your Worship, the emergency access to Greenbrier is shown as that light blue line connecting from 83rd Street up to the existing Greenwood Village. That is currently their public access.
Yes.
Upon completion of the Beaufort Road improvements, the double red line you see along the south side of Greenbrier, that access would be converted into a secondary emergency access only.
Okay. Those are my questions for now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. Questions for administration, Alderman Lowe.
Thank you, Mr. Vanderput, and don't, I was going to say, sorry to make you go back and forth, sir. So you've answered several of my transportation questions. The one that's outstanding is the expansion of the bridge across Trans-Canada Highway from 6 to 8 lanes. Is that also in part to accommodate the proposed development on the north or south side of Trans-Canada on Canada Olympic Park?
Your Worship, as part of the functional plan for that interchange, it was recognized that there would be kind of a staging of development on both sides of the Trans-Canada, and that there would not be the need to initially build out to the full cross section. The build out on the Canada Olympic Park side, I would suggest even at the current ASP envisioned development intensity would also require the 8-lane structure. There would be a development cap on the Southlands too until that 8-lane structure was constructed.
Okay, I guess we'll just talk about the elephant in the room. There's a significant commercial development being proposed, a retail development being proposed in the Canada Olympic lands on the south side. Is that the development you're talking about?
Your Worship, it would be not only that commercial office component, but also the sporting facilities that Winsport is proposing.
So it's the whole package that we're looking at there.
That is correct, yes, Your
Okay,
Worship.
thank you very much. You've covered off the issue of possible future accesses and the possibility of active transportation and LRT links across. Have we entered into any discussion with transit? Now, if in fact the development of the Canada Olympic Park lands goes ahead, it's my understanding that there will be a need for a transit hub in there. Have we had discussions with transit about moving that primary transportation link or getting it attached or connected to Greenbrier?
Your Worship, I guess recognizing that the COP application isn't on the table today, there definitely have been discussions on connectivity for transit. We feel at this time that the primary transit route should remain on Bowness Road, and that any of the development that we're seeing before us today would provide connectivity down to the primary transit route. It also is within a comfortable walking distance, not quite a 600-meter radius, but it's definitely within a walking distance of the primary transit route down on Bowness Road.
Okay, but I get excuse me. I guess sort of the follow-through is that we do have an opportunity, depending what happens on the south side of the highway there, to revisit the whole primary transportation structure in there.
Yeah, Your Worship, and I guess to add to that, we would also, recognizing the capacity constraints on the roadway network at TransCanada Beaufort, that's also why we're pursuing the additional transit connections, that if there was an opportunity to provide some transit priority by a separate structure or a separate connection to get them out of the typical vehicle mix, we feel that would be a benefit for transit operations as well for this whole area.
And I take it the same comments apply for across Stony Trail into Valley Ridge?
Your Worship, yes.
Okay. So we've got lots of opportunity in there to consolidate our transit system and make it to the advantage of the residents in here and in Valley Ridge, and I suppose by extension up to Crestview and so on.
Yes.
Okay. My last question, thank you, Mr. Van Putten. My last question, and I'm not sure who I'll direct this to, but if you go to the CPC report, there was a motion arising put by Mr. Sturgis asking or directing administration to request that the applicant undertake a visionary master plan of the overall site in conjunction with and to form part of the first development permit application to come back to CPC. Do you know, has that project been initiated, started? Where are we with respect to, because I think that speaks to part of what we heard from those objecting to it today, was that there was no global picture.
To my knowledge, Your Worship, we have not received a formal development permit application that would require the directive of CPC initiated by Mr. Sturgis. Not at this time, no.
Okay, but once we get that, we would initiate this global plan.
Yes, I think it'd probably be prudent on the authority to ensure that there's something, a warning on the address for the property to ensure the directive of CPC is initiated in this case.
Okay. So, in fact, the issue of the global plan is in hand.
Certainly based on the
direction of CPC.
Yes.
Okay. My last question, I guess I'm sorry, Mr. Van der Putten. Thank you. There was a suggestion that any delay by the applicant, that any delay could translate or may translate into increased costs for the city of Calgary. Are you able to comment on that?
Your Worship, I'm not sure what those increased costs would be. I'm not an expert in that area.
Do we have anybody who? It seemed logical to me. I mean, it made sense that if they're delayed on their land, part and parcel it is the development along 83rd Street and Beaufort Road and fill work that had to be done there. Both the two parties, the city and the developer, seem to be advancing their engineering lockstep on this.
Yeah, Your Worship, my understanding is, the city has been proceeding with land acquisition required for the Beaufort TransCanada interchange. Does require a lot of fill, and because the current intersection sits well below what the ultimate intersection would ultimately be. Coordination with the timing of the developer's construction would be beneficial for both parties.
but also would not the construction of the interchange at Beaufort and TransCanada, that's all, you've got to have the approaches organized to build the bridges. That's what I'm saying. So there is a linkage there.
Your Worship, yes.
But nobody's quantified what the impact of a 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 month delay might be.
Sorry, unfortunately not.
Can anybody quantify that for me? Can anybody give me an opinion on that?
Your Worship, maybe
I'm always happy to give opinions, Alderman Lowe, but they may not be based on anything. Alderman Hodges?
Mr. Logan, unfortunately, Mr. Logan is out of town. He's away. And one of the other city engineers working on the COP application and not having concluded it yet is also out of town. So I think Alderman Lowe's interesting questions are in advance of any information that could be resulting in the near future, Alderman Lowe. But I've never read or seen anything that would answer your question.
Well, neither did I, yet I heard a fairly definitive statement from the transportation engineer for the applicant, and it raises a red flag with respect to city costs, Your Worship. Hence the question. Thank you, Your Worship.
And it's a good one, Alderman Lowe. Questions to administration, Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. My first question is to Ms. Flown. When you said, and maybe I heard you wrong, you said that you would have no trouble unless the numbers went up. But yet I thought I heard that the total units was 392 before, and now it's up to 24 or something? 2392 to 24? Doesn't that create a problem? Or?
Your Worship, the numbers in the chart, and I believe Ms. Axworthy is getting a final chart prepared so that you can see all of the numbers. Essentially, all of the numbers are going down, with the exception of one number on the CPC report. It was actually higher, but they're not proposing council amend that. So that would be capped at the 800 instead of being 873. And then the very, very bottom box would change only because of addition.
Oh,
it's just a
that's
mathematical.
not a concern of yours then?
No, no, I'm fine with that.
Thank you. Then, Mr. Van der Putten, if I could ask you, I want to just go a little further down the road that Alderman Lowe was going with regard to the construction of the interchange. Is there quite a difference in elevation that fill would be taken from the development to help with the roads around the interchange? Is that what they were talking about as far as is there a lot of extra fill necessary there? And is that coming from the development?
Your Worship, the first question, is there extra fill? Absolutely, yes. Where that fill is coming from, I'm not entirely sure. We haven't.
Oh, I thought that's what
that level of detail yet in the design.
Okay, I thought that's what they were getting at when they were talking about timing them together in order to build the interchange. But maybe I got that wrong. So I just wanted to get a little more clarity on the interchange itself. The interchange is being built to such a standard that regardless of what we develop on the south side or on the north side, within reason, and the big development or big events going on at COP, which we know some huge traffic situations happen there sometime. Are you saying that the capacity of the interchange that will be built at Beaufort will be built to handle all of that?
Your Worship, the traffic volumes used for the design of that interchange were based on the full build-out of Greenbrier and full build-out of Canada Olympic Park as currently approved in their ASP. Event traffic definitely is a peak. It occurs not during your typical AM/PM peak, and we're quite confident that the design that's put forward will sufficiently accommodate that demand.
Can I get a little clarity more on when you say what's currently approved in the ASP on the south side? Does that mean that all of the proposed commercial development, hotel, everything that's being looked at on the south side of of Highway 1, all of that is a part of that currently approved part of the ASP? Is that what you mean?
I guess, Your Worship, I can't get in. I'm not aware of all the details. What I am aware of that there would be an ASP amendment required for the current proposal for the land use amendment for COP.
Okay, but that extra traffic, though, you're not anticipating that would force the interchange not to be able to handle what we need there.
Your Worship, that file again is currently under review, and not included in this analysis.
So you're not able to say for sure that what's proposed, but of course the final design is not made of that interchange yet, is it?
No, Your Worship, there's an opportunity to tweak the interchange design at detailed design stage.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Stevenson. Questions for administration, Alderman Carra?
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess two questions. Number one is, what is the fire department's position on this?
Offhand, Your Worship, I'm going to assume there was a circulation done to fire at the time of the land use application. I'm not specifically sure of their comments. If they're not, I don't believe they were noted in the actual report, so I can't give you a definitive answer on that.
Well, if I could, this certainly was circulated to the fire department. So clearly, had there been an issue, and they're very vigilant on issues like access, so they did not have objection.
Well, I'm very surprised to hear that, because I mean, I share this sort of visceral concern about all of this density being proposed with a one-way in, one-way out, and then colliding with another massive amount of density and use on the other side of the Trans-Canada, which also only has a one-way in, one-way out. It seems like we've been down this road many times before. I've got a question for transportation. Yeah, actually, pun intended. We had a lively debate in my office just the other day regarding a completely different matter, but it was really surrounding the sort of the transportation pyramid in the CTP, which puts pedestrians first, transit and cycling next, commercial vehicular access, and then at the very bottom, the private automobile. Based on that discussion, can I just get transportation's sort of reaction to this proposal with regards to its respect to the new pyramid?
Yes, Your Worship, the sustainability triangle that you refer to in the MDP and CTP is intended to be applied in context, of course. The context here being a constrained site. It's in a planned greenfield area. While we recognize that there definitely are the need to provide the transit walk cycle connections, and we believe that the developer is proposing those substantially, there still is a requirement to ensure the that sufficient automobile capacity is provided as well, recognizing the context adjacent to an existing established neighborhood.
So what's the mode shift that we're expecting to come out of here, especially because we're talking about the potential for long-term arrival of LRT and those kinds of things. Point is, we're talking about putting a lot of people on a very constrained piece of land with one way out, and what is the mode shift we're anticipating coming out of there?
Based on the trip generation rates that we used in our in the analysis, which would be standard greenfield multifamily office and retail rates, you're likely to see the 10 to 15% alternate mode split to walk, cycle, and transit. The remaining 85% would likely be the private automobile.
Okay, so we're talking about this as being a lamplight of mixed-use density, which is what we're trying to achieve in the planet process. And yet what we're talking about is 85% automobile dependency right off the bat. Okay, thank you.
I guess in response to that, I'd suggest that the 85% shift is very much a peak hour in and out. What you will likely see within an area here that we often forget about within our analysis is the all-day trips. Providing the mix of uses, the retail, the residential, will allow for those internal trips to be made by walking and cycling, that the residents who live there can walk to get their groceries, can walk to do their daily activities. And if they so choose to work there as well, they can walk or cycle as well.
Yeah, and that's provided we have a design on the ground that is actually catering to the pedestrian, which, you know, I will save for my debate as to whether I think that this land use plan right now allows that to happen by right or even makes that within the realm of possibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. Questions for administration, Alderman Putmans?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Van der Putten, I guess. Sorry, through the chair. You alluded, and I think we've touched on the traffic study indirectly a few times, but from me it would be helpful to perhaps consolidate all of the traffic study issues as it relates to the overpass in one conversation. Mm-hmm. The current status of the traffic study, please, where are we at with that? I understand there's negotiations with proponents perhaps on both sides of the highway at this point, or where are we at?
Your Worship, I guess to be clear, there are two separate transportation impact studies. The one transportation impact study was scoped for the applicant for Greenbrier 2. That study has been submitted, reviewed, and accepted by the City of Calgary, and based on the information provided in that, has led to contributing towards the CPAG recommendation for approval for Greenbrier Stage 2. There is also a transportation impact assessment submitted and currently under review as part of the COP land use application for Windsport. And it is a separate study, and it accounts for what is currently envisioned by Windsport on their lands, over and above what Greenbrier Stage 2 is requesting.
Perhaps to follow on Alderman Lowe's comment, another elephant in the room might well be the fact that there seem to be, how to put it, I don't want to say these TIAs have become advocacy documents, but in fact I'm not sure at what stage do these two documents become integrated. Well, in fact, we're talking about a single overpass and a single stretch of highway. As a layperson, I would imagine that there should be some synthesis of these at some point.
Yeah, and I would suggest, Your Worship, through the process even of design, as I've alluded to, the preliminary design volumes were a revised design volume set than was used at the functional, and I'd suggest that even at the detailed design stage, we would be basing it off the best information known at the time. Through the CPAG process of reviewing transportation impact assessments, we can only base TIAs on what information is known at the time. There becomes a significant risk for speculating within a TIA document of what could occur, especially if it's not council approved, and hence why the background traffic for the Greenwood Stage 2 TIA assumed build out of the surrounding areas based on council approved ASPs, not based on potential pre-applications or other current land use applications under review due to their status.
Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Putmans. Questions for administration, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Van der Putten. I'm looking at a topographical map here of the area, and it appears as though there's some sort of a connectivity into Stony Trail, and yet I don't see that anywhere else other than on this map. Looks like there's currently a connection there, but I don't imagine this is going to be a long-term connection.
No, Your Worship, I believe there is an at-grade connection to an existing service road that I believe services those Ratsky lands west of Greenbrier until such time as an alternate access is provided to those lands. No, they currently do have legal access to Stony Trail, which would be replaced by an access at the southwest corner of this outline plan to Beaufort Road.
The access that's there was there 40 years ago. It's for a couple of acreages. And as soon as the province gets a chance to close it, they're going to close it. And they've told the one acreage person who's left, I think it's a rental property now, that their time is soon going to be up. So it comes back from 35, 40, 50 years ago when it was an access for a couple of acreages, not for the volumes we talk about today.
Mm-hmm. Okay, interesting. Have we talked to the province specifically about looking at a potential emergency access point somewhere in that area in case something unbeknownst occurs at the Beaufort interchange?
Your Worship, I don't believe we've specifically spoken to the province on that. Based on understanding of their standards and previous discussions, it's not likely that they nor the city would support an emergency access onto the skeletal road network at that location. There are other emergency access opportunities for these lands.
Okay. Now I'm looking at the CPC report, and on page 3 of the LOC 2010-006, it does make reference to the fact that this was circulated to a number of different departments, and I see here the fire department has responded with no objections to the proposed development. But I also follow this down to the police service, and it says here no reply. Just wondering what process we use. You might not want to leave yet, just yet, Mr. Van der Putten. I may have another question or two for you. Police service has indicated no reply. What process do we have in place when we don't receive any response from any particular department? Do we resubmit? Do we resolicit?
If it's very common on applications such as this, the land use amendment is circulated, and if no comments are received back, very often we get the cover page back. It'll say no comment or objections noted, and unless we have a formal reply in writing, it is noted as no comments or objections received on the application.
So what gets circulated then to these departments? The full plan, TIA, the whole kit and caboodle, or what?
Whatever is available at the time of the initial circulation of the application. So there would be plans if there was a TIA associated with the application that would have been distributed with the original circulation. The circulation package is consistent to all the referees associated with the actual circulation process.
Okay. Now, I received a copy of a report that was commissioned back in 2009 by a company called Urbanics, and it was essentially a corridor study looking at the viability of the commercial market in this region. I'm just wondering if you were familiar with this particular report.
That particular one, no, I am not, Your Worship, no.
Okay. Well, this report certainly does support the idea of increased commercial, and I'm just curious as to why you weren't given a copy of this report. I'm certainly more than happy to make it available to you. Urbanics, that's have you heard of this company before?
Off the hand, Your Worship, no, I have not.
Urbanics Consultants Limited. Okay, all right. This is all predicated, as was indicated by Alderman Stevenson, that this is based on the current information that's before us in regards to what the potential development is going to be, not only on these lands, but adjacent lands based on currently approved. But you have seen copies of what's being proposed at Windsport, I would assume. Do you think that may somehow have further negative implications to that interchange in regards to its viability in the future?
Your Worship, I guess just to be clear, there's current applications on the COP lands, as well as we're definitely undertaking the Westview ASP at the west end of the city limits, as well as some pre-applications in work in the Calgary West ASP area. That's where the wedding chapel is. Until I guess council direction is given to change our assumptions for what land use would occur in those areas, I guess the information that we've included in the TIA is the best approved that we have to date.
So making assumptions based on future potential developments is presupposing an outcome, therefore we can't really consider it.
Your Worship, even in my limited time, I've seen some very interesting aspirational developments that if we included all those prior to council approval of those developments, I would suggest it would completely skew our analysis.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought you were going to say, but I wanted to hear it right from you. And I just wanted to get some clarity on something, because there's been some discussion around the table about the sustainability triangle. And when it was originally proposed, it was written up as the hierarchy. And the word hierarchy was taken out of the municipal development plan. And my understanding, and of course I stand to be corrected, and that's why I'm asking you, is that the sustainability triangle was looking at the current built form and where our focus was, predominantly being the automobile. And the sustainability triangle was developed primarily to look at increased opportunities as compared to status quo in the order by which it's listed on the triangle, not eliminating the need to provide the transportation infrastructure for vehicular movement. Is that correct?
Your Worship, yeah, I guess in its initial notion, the sustainability triangle in its final form was intended to highlight the most sustainable modes of transportation. Its application throughout the MDP and CTP is very much context sensitive. The MDP and CTP introduced a number of concepts such as activity centers and corridors, new roadway types, whereby within those districts it was expected that we would definitely provide a higher quality of service for those alternate modes, such as walk, cycle, transit, and potentially along some of those corridors not even provide for the automobile. Now, we can't...
In very select areas.
In very select areas. There are also a number of roadways, such as our skeletal road network, that will continue to be designed for the automobile, as per direction and policies within the CTP.
Yeah, well, that's kind of what I thought. I just wanted clarification on that.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Farrell with questions for administration, then my questions for administration.
Thank you. So can you please clarify, Mr. Van der Putten, why both accesses can't stay open? What rules prevent that? Are they our rules or other orders of government's rules?
Your Worship, just to clarify, you're referring to the two accesses from 83rd Street, the one public and the one emergency access. I would suggest it's more from an operational standpoint, the closely spaced intersections, as well as a desire for, I guess, safe and well-maintained roads. That the current access to Greenview Village is not the most ideal from a grade standpoint, an operation and maintenance, and a transit standpoint. We'd prefer for that traffic to be served on a more appropriate city street, such as the two north-south streets proposed within Greenbrier Stage 2.
Okay, so my question then I think is to Mr. Watson. Mr. Watson, we discussed this at length in Planning Commission. And the recommendations by Mr. Sturgis, which was supported by all members of the Planning Commission, talked about the need for a master plan. And there was some healthy discussion about some of the things that the community brought up, which is that rich community flavor that we don't see a lot of in new development in Calgary. So how would that work then? Would that need to be, it's a motion arising, would that need to be a motion arising of the decision today? And is this the best location for the planning work in order to achieve that rich community that the community association so desperately wants?
Through the chair, if I could, Alderman Farrell. This is a very challenging site. I think this is about the third time I've dealt with it in my career. But you're absolutely right. Planning Commission did talk about the need to look at it more comprehensively, much like some of the members of the community spoke to earlier. The way it would work, there was a motion arising on a planning commission. We would then make sure that that was put on the file, and at the time when the first development permit came in on this site, we would ask that that master plan be done to another level of detail. I think somewhat in the lines of where Alderman Carl was coming in terms of seeing how this would work in terms of the aspirations that have verbally been mentioned. Another motion arising by council here could do exactly the same thing, and that would again be put on the file in terms of the posse system, so that when an application does come in for a development permit on this land, that it is accompanied by, quote, a master plan that looks at all the pieces in a bit another level of detail. So we start seeing at that level of detail whether we're going to start achieving what we're hoping to do in this.
So that master plan work, and I believe that when we have an opportunity to redevelop property within our city boundaries, we should be looking at master plans. That work is not part of this process today. It's future process, but it's just as necessary.
Through the chair, we are not reluctant to do, and I'll use the word master plan, but I know that's a loaded word and people have different interpretations of what that means. But quite often, and I know in some cases, we use master plan or concept plans, and then a couple years later, someone brings back a plan that doesn't look anything like the original land use, and then there's another whole set of processes that get kicked into play. So today, though, we are trying to determine whether or not, overall, the land uses with the ranges that are established in the ARP and within the land use itself are appropriate for this piece of land. And if not this, then what? Again, council knows if we say nothing's appropriate, then I guess we better be talking to Mr. Stevens about buying this land, or we have to find out what actually will fit on this land. I think in this particular application, there are some aspects here that, in fact, could move us towards where we have to go in terms of intensification and some, because if people are not living here, they're living somewhere else, and they're most likely living on the edges. And that is not where we suggested Planet ought to be going. And if we cannot infill pieces of land like this, and frankly, council, we will, over the next 6 years, watch us grow on the edge as opposed to...
Which we have been doing at great cost. And of course, you know that I'm looking forward to a more aggressive plan, similar to where we started out. But thanks for those answers. Thank you.
New central library, really big new central library. You asked what the use of that land could be. Mr. Van Putten, you've answered this. I think you've answered this question already, but I want to put it to you quite plainly. A number of folks within and outside of the city have suggested to me that the Beaufort Road interchange as currently planned is inadequate even for what is currently approved by council. The words I've heard used are, it will be at failure on the first day. Is this an unfair assessment, do you think?
Your Worship, I would suggest that that is unfair. You know, a lot of work has been done by the city and its consultants to design the most appropriate piece of infrastructure for this location to serve the desired intensities in its surroundings. The area currently operates with a signalized intersection. There have been some safety issues in the past. There's some peak capacity issues. Day one, I don't believe there to be any issues with the proposed interchange. Your Worship, as per my previous comments, there will need to be an ultimate design. The initial design, as mentioned, is only 6 lanes crossing the TCH. And so at some point in the future, we would have to look at the timing and funding of that, of the widening of the structure.
And from your perspective, given that you know what is being proposed but is not approved for the land south of the highway, would the ultimate structure serve, if council, I'm being very hypothetical here, but if council were to approve what's being proposed for south of the highway, would the ultimate structure serve, or would it still be inadequate, do you think?
Your Worship, one of the concerns that I heard raised today that has been echoed by the Transportation Department is that single point of access. You know, single points of access have inherent amount of risk to them when there are capacity issues that raise themselves or in emergency situations. As As we've conditioned with Greenbrier, we need to investigate alternative connections across Stoney and the Trans-Canada, and we've made those same comments to to Winsport to the south. I think it's important to recognize that with any intensity of development, even further than what exists today, one vehicular or all modes access is not sufficient.
Thank you very much. Any further questions for administration? All right, then, Alderman Hodges.
Thank you, Worship. I'll first refer to a bit of the history of the site briefly, which is a part of the land use application. LOC 2010-0006 on page 3 gives you a history of the site, and as Mr. Watson mentioned a few minutes ago, he's seen 3 applications on this site, this being the 3rd in his career. I agree, there might have been one even earlier than any of us remember, but in the most significant was in July 1995 when the Gimbel Health Park development was proposed for this site, which did not proceed because of, I believe, because of federal policies with respect to healthcare funding. So that was an approved plan that covered almost all of the site, and unfortunately was never implemented. The current application has been in the mill for some time, and for various reasons, and I'm not blaming anybody or singling out any one group in particular, a sufficient dialogue, to me, a clear sit-down discussion or discussions have not occurred. Yes, there's been an exchange of emails between the community association and the applicant, and between the community association group and the planning and building department. However, we have to remember that everyone who spoke today on behalf of the community association are all volunteers. They're not paid lobbyists. They're not paid to present detailed submissions at public hearings of council. They do the best they can with the information that they've got. And I think they've made a reasonable attempt to present their position, even though not everyone agrees with it, and particularly not the applicant. Perhaps the reason that there was not a great deal of enthusiasm for a meeting to this point in time was a letter that was sent in, which is Appendix 5 on the land use application. The letter that was sent in by the Community Association to the Planning Department articulating 6 issues that are outlined on February 12, 2010. The response to that is in a letter, Appendix 6, from Brown and Associates, which refutes all but one of the comments being made by the Community Association. So in effect, there has, up to this point, there's been an agreement to disagree. But I think that there is an area of agreement and can be an area of agreement on this proposed land use and on this these 2 things, the proposed ARP amendment and the land use application. And for those reasons, and I've written this out, but it's not typed, Madam Clerk, and this is my motion, that both bylaws 12P 2011 and 13D 2011 be referred to the administration for the purposes of convening a thorough dialogue between the 3 parties, that is the Planning Department, the landowner, and the representatives from the BCA, with a supplementary report to be brought back to Council not later than the June 13th, 2011 combined meeting of City Council. I think that is a point in time at which we'll know if the parties agree on any points, and I think there can be an agreement on some, and it will be back before Council as a report, not at a public hearing again, but as a report for Council to adjudicate. But today, Your Worship, I don't think there's a big rush to proceed. I don't see any earth-moving equipment out on the site. We know that nothing much is going to proceed in terms of development until the construction of a new interchange is underway. And yes, I'm sure the landowner in Melcor would like to proceed with some engineering work. But there's the elephant in the room that we don't have any answers for today. And the information I've heard today from the representative from the Transportation Department is somewhat different than what I've heard and discussed with the Transportation Department in terms of the proposed land use for Canada Olympic Park and Windsport. And that's why you'll see the discussion moving from a 6-lane overpass over Trans-Canada Highway to an 8-lane overpass over Trans-Canada Highway at Beaufort Road. And that is obviously as a result of the review of the Windsport application, which I understand will be at Council at the July public hearing. So there are a number of issues with the Windsport application. Even though you've heard today that there may not be, I believe there are. And hopefully in the interim, they will get those sorted out before the public hearing in July 4th or 5th, whenever our July public hearing is. Dig my little calendar out here. July 4th, combined meeting of council. That's when you'll see, as far as I know, the Windsport application. So, Your Worship, I do think we have time to be having a second look at this. I think it would be worthwhile. There have been several plans approved for this site that have never proceeded. I think perhaps this one has the more likelihood of proceeding. It's not a single-use application that the Gimble Health Park was. And I'd ask Council to support this motion.
Well, I personally am feeling the earth move with all the elephants in the room here myself, but do I have a seconder for that referral motion? I'll second. Thanks, Alderman Carra. On the referral motion then, Alderman Lowe.
Your Worship, please refresh me. Can I debate the referral or only as to time?
You can debate the referral.
I can debate the referral. Well, Your Worship, if it were a referral for 2 weeks to accomplish what Alderman Hodges is suggesting, I'd be prepared to entertain it. But for this long, I'm not. I'd be far happier if the motion was to grant first reading, then refer it for 2 weeks for the discussion to take place, which would enable any kind of amendments to be made at second reading. Now, if referrals are not amendable, if I recall correctly,
Only as to time, sir. Only as to time.
Only as to time. So, Your Worship, I will amend the date to next council meeting, which is the 18th day of April.
That's only a week from now, eh?
I appreciate that.
Okay, just so you know, because you said 2 weeks earlier.
I know. I apologize. It's 1 week from now. Nonetheless, what that does, Your Worship, is allows, or if you will, it's going to put the two groups into a room. I recognize that they are volunteers, but I happen to know that the city folks do work evenings, and as somebody pointed out here, Sunday mornings and Sunday afternoons and Saturdays, and they will do whatever's necessary to try to get the two groups together. This item, as Alderman Farrell pointed out quite correctly, was subject to a very long discussion at Planning Commission. A very, very long discussion at Planning Commission. The issues of the access to the mobile home park, the issues of future access to the mobile home park, the issues of emergency access, the issues of the access off of 83rd, is it 83rd Street? Whatever it is. Were all discussed. The internal flow of room, I believe the logical extension out of that was Mr. Sturgis's motion arising, asking for the overall vision for the area to be developed with the first development permit. So it was given an extremely thorough hearing at Planning Commission. And this is the recommendation. If you go through it, you'll find not only it was passed unanimously through that Planning Commission, but there were a series of amendments and motions arising came out of it, which again, if I recall correctly, and it's in the report, were supported by all members of the Planning Commission. So this was beaten to death there. And I think 1 week should be sufficient time to air the issues between the community and the Development Authority and the community and the Development Authority and the applicant, and then bring it back here. And unregrettably, we will start out at first reading. If there are amendments to be made at the second reading, it will give Alderman Hodges or whomever an opportunity to put those amendments at second reading, and we can proceed from there. So that will be my motion, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. So we've got an amendment then to the referral motion, seconded by Alderman Stevenson, to change the date. Oh, we don't have it up on the screen yet. To change the date from, there we go, from June 13th to April 18th. On the amendment, Alderman Carell?
I've got a variety of things to say. First off, thank you very much, Alderman Lowe, for sort of your synopsis of what was discussed at Calgary Planning Commission. I think that that's the kind of synopsis that we should get from Planning Commission. I mean, it takes 5 minutes, gives a layout. You know, I was very concerned with our report. There was a very perfunctory treatment given to other modes of transportation other than the private automobile. And there was a very perfunctory treatment given to community consultation with regard to what the caliber was, what was discussed, what the issues were. And that's problematic, and I think that we need to make our CPC reports better. As I explained to the applicant when they paid me the courtesy of visiting me in my office to discuss this issue, I have massive concerns that it seems I share with the community regarding the one-way in, one-way out nature of the plan. I think it's extremely problematic. I also, as I explained to the applicant, have serious concerns with the lack of integration between the Melcor part of the plan, the mobile home park, and the parcel to the west. I forget the name that we're referring. No, to the west. I mean, because that's three. The parkside portion of the plan. I mean, it seems to me that this entire thing comprises a neighborhood unit, and whether and how it hangs together as a neighborhood unit and how it all works is the question. And slapping a couple of land use parcels with a skeletal road network that's very, very questionable as to whether we will be able to achieve something that's qualitatively the intent of Planet. There is also, as we discussed today, huge question marks regarding the lack of coordination between what's happening across the way at COP. I mean, we're talking about an 8-lane interchange, hoping that's going to do it. Obviously, we have a modal prioritization of the automobile here that, you know, for all the mixed-use high density is not getting down to the core issue of what we're trying to achieve in Planet. And my feeling is that if we're talking about densities like this, we better be talking about transit-oriented development approach to this. And again, very perfunctory treatment. As I explained to the applicant, though, when they paid me the courtesy of coming to see me, I think that there is a lot of potential with this plan, but there's huge question marks. I think that, you know, the either-or question that we've been batting around here as to whether the community is right or whether the developer's right, and that's our place to decide, I think we've sort of we're in a horrible trap in terms of quantification. We're talking about density, we're nitpicking density numbers, and really what it comes down to is the quality of the development. And it could be a high-density development that achieves the qualitative, you know, promotion of the lifestyle that we're trying and the options that we're trying to achieve through Planet, or it could just be more of the auto-dependent same with potentially a couple of architectural features to make it look prettier. So, I mean, I think the master plan issue is the core principle, is the core issue. And whether it is able to be, whether we're able to achieve what we're trying to achieve or not comes 100% down to the master plan. And I mean, you heard from the community members just saying, Bowness is a village. We want that village character. And you know, you can have very high density, vibrant village, or you can have, but the thing that they're hanging their hat on is the quality. And the reality is, as a former professional in the field, I have no idea what the quality of the outcome is going to be. And that's why I think the master plan is essential. So I'm more inclined to support Dale's motion. I seconded it, of course, but I think what we need to have is a master plan understanding of how this is all going to work, rather than a couple of big blobs on the landscape. In my experience, if you want to achieve the vibrant urban villages, the activity centers, the mixed-use, exciting place, you design them, and then you back them out into the blobs for land use and other things. To try and get it right at the land use, at the blob stage, and then, you know, get it down to the right design. You know, what if you have to move a road? What if you have to make these amendments? Get the design right, then back it out. And so I'd be very, I need to see a master plan before I'm comfortable with this. And so I will be not supporting the amendment to the referral.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. On the amendment, Alderman Hodges?
Yes, Your Worship, thank you. Your Worship, if the amendment had been for 2 weeks or longer, i.e. 4 weeks, I could have possibly supported it. Effectively, Alderman Lowe and members of council are talking about the next 4 days. I don't think the next 4 days is exactly reasonable. People do have other things in their lives, even occasionally sometimes members of council do. Yeah, that's what I'd like to know too.
I must track them down.
There is no meeting after the 18th on our schedule until May 9th. So May 19th is a combined meeting. And if Alderman Lowe had said May 9th, I'd be inclined to support it. He didn't, so I will not be supporting the amendment, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. On the amendment, Alderman MacLeod?
Thank you, Your Worship. I, too, have some concerns about the timing of the week. I have a lot of sympathy for the applicant in this case, and I also am concerned about the fact that it was unanimously passed by the committee and commission. And I think that the community has been remiss in not making themselves available for further consultation. However, I think we somehow need to make this better. Maybe not right in the full sense, but we can do better. And so I will not support 1 week, but I do support, I don't want to see this go on any longer than it absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman MacLeod. On the amendment, Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. Well, I think the request to May 9th is a reasonable one. I don't want to delay it as per Alderman Hodges' request, but I think May 9th gives everybody the opportunity to look at their calendars. So I will amend the amendment unless the mover of the amendment wants to change it. But I guess it's already on the floor. I'll amend the amendment to May 9th if somebody would second it.
Thanks, Alderman Colley-Urquhart. All right. On the amendment to the amendment, anyone? Oh, Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess this is just a question, and I'm putting this to Alderman Farrell, then to Alderman Lowe, then to Alderman Hodges. What are we expecting to get out of the consultation? I mean, and again, I'm referring back to my debate previously, where I think unless we have a master plan that we can sink our teeth into and understand the quality of what we're trying to achieve, it's a big looming question mark. So, I mean, they've already had open houses where they've shown the community what they're planning on doing to the community. I need more certainty. And so I guess I'm asking all of the movers what it is we're expecting to get back at whatever date it comes back.
I will leave that for the various movers to answer in their closes. So we've got to close some brackets here, folks. So anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Alderman Chabot.
I'll speak to both, Your Worship. I guess I need clarification from administration in regards to what they envision that this is going to be. And maybe a question also for Ms. Sloan, being as we've closed the public portion, is this how does this play into all of this now with additional submissions?
I was going to have Ms. Sloan answer that question before we voted on the main motion, but we may as well answer it now. Could you please talk about what this does to the public hearing, Ms. Sloan?
Your Worship, as always, when items are referred back for further consultation, there is always the risk that a new advertisement and a new public hearing will be required. Really depends what information comes up. There may be nothing new that arises, in which case council can just simply proceed. But if there is new information that arises, as we have seen in the past year on other applications, it may be necessary to re-advertise and have a new public hearing, so that not just the people involved in the immediate consultation, but the general public are able to come and speak to those issues. Because there could be issues that arise that people weren't aware of, that they may now wish to come forward and address, that otherwise wouldn't have concerned them.
Thank you for that, Ms. Flown. And yeah, well, that's one of the concerns that I had. I kind of thought there might be an opportunity to further delay the project beyond the date that's being proposed here, should something new come out of that, which potentially could then further delay this project to, I guess, probably another 45 days by the time it can actually make it back to council after this date. So although I appreciate the intent, I think the original date of April the 18th, it's now been amended to May something or other, would have at least provided an opportunity for it to come back with within a reasonable time frame, even if something new arose out of it, which is May. Yeah. So I'm not going to support the May 9th date. I might possibly support the 11th, April 18th date, because at least then that provides an opportunity for us to deal with this in a relatively timely fashion, but I'll have to do some calculations here to determine whether or not I'm going to support that amendment as well. Thank you.
4 days. Anyone else on the amendment to the amendment? Alderman Lowe?
Well, Your Worship, I really have no difficulty with May the 9th. I started out this conversation with saying 2 weeks to the next one, when you pointed out quite correctly the next council meeting is actually a week away. The end result is the same. We provide the parties with an opportunity. And as Ms. Flown points out, if something drastically new arises, then our duty is very clear. Alderman Carra, with respect to your need, and I can appreciate your desire for a
Okay, we're back, and we have a microphone on. Life is good. We're on item 7.2, road closure and land use redesignation.
I'm going home for the rest of the afternoon. Are you already
I was
there?
just starting to get into it. I'm sort of feeling comfortable with the big chair.
You're welcome to stay. All right. Mr. Orr.
Good afternoon, Your Worship. This item before you is for a road closure and land use redesignation located in the community of Crescent Heights, containing 0.24 acres of land adjacent to 102 Crescent Road Northwest, and shown on the map as the area outlined in red. The intent of the application is to close a portion of the undeveloped roadway indicated and redesignate it to an RC1 residential contextual 1 dwelling district. Corporate Properties is currently in negotiations with the adjacent property owner of 102 Crescent Road Northwest for a land exchange and sale, which would involve the exchange of a narrow strip on the east side of the parcel running north-south required by the city for the bylaw setback requirements of Center Street North, and in return a portion of the closure area along with the purchase of the remainder would occur. If we look at the large yellow area is the area indicated to be closed. The exchange portion is the area indicated there, Area C.
Sorry, so we're giving up A and B in order to, and we're getting C? Is that what you said?
No, we're actually getting area. We're designating Area B, and we are getting Area C as the requirements of a road widening.
Okay.
There's an air footer. You can see the area just in the orange. That is the area of the portion of the road that is being closed. And there's a more detail, but you can see it in relationship to the abutting property next door at 102 Crescent Road. And that's the actual area of the closure in black. Now that's the house, which would be the beneficiary of the lands. The lands are just off the screen. We'll have another photograph of it on the south portion, abutting the fence there. And that's the actual area for closure, as indicated on the photograph. And that is this. There is a pathway, stairs that goes down, connects onto the pathway. That is just abutting the property to the south. The proposed closure and redesignated roadway would subsequently be consolidated with the lands at 102 Crescent Road Northwest. The proposed land use is consistent with the abutting and adjacent parcels. As such, Calgary Planning Commission recommended adoption of the proposed closure in accordance with the CPEG recommendations, as well as the redesignation from undesignated road to RC1 district in accordance with the CPEG recommendation, and also to give 3 readings to Bylaw 2C 2011 and 16D 2011. And that concludes my presentation, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Questions of clarification to administration? Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Orr, from looking at the map that I have here, it looks like there's like 4 properties that would form part of what might ultimately be the ultimate road widening requirements. How does that relate to 102?
In this instance, Peter, can you just... If you look at the map, you can see that the closed portion that's being surrendered in this case, that is the whole parameters of the parcel at 102.
Okay, if I look a little further to the north, it looks like there's still another property that we may have to negotiate those same sort of...
Yes, and that, of course, is independent of this application.
And anything in the works on that front?
To my knowledge, no. I'm unaware of anything going on in the property to the north.
Okay. Why are we... what's the urgency of moving forward with this right now?
Well, the application for the closure is initiated by the owner of 102, and this is a good opportunity for us to obtain the future setback at this time. As the land is considered to be surplus and not required by parks, it is a good opportunity to get an exchange at this time, so we have some securement of the property.
Okay, so it's an opportunity basis type of endeavor that we're undertaking. So Trone's surveys, they're acting on behalf of the applicant?
Yes, and there's also, I believe Mr. Wallace is also here on behalf of the applicant as well.
Okay, so it says the relocation of any utilities would be at the applicant's expense. So is that the landowner or Trone's surveys?
Yes, no, that would be the requirement of the landowner.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Orr.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Hodges on clarification.
Yeah, well, yes, thanks, Your Worship. I think, Mr. Orr, the obvious question is what was the rationale for picking the RC1 designation?
The RC1 designation is consistent with the existing land use of the dwelling at 102.
Well, obviously. Does someone plan to build a house there?
There's already one there. No, it's for his yard.
Yeah, it's for his yard.
I'm playing out the string here.
Gotcha.
There is a condition on the sale and agreement that the parcel be consolidated with the existing title, so that if any consideration would then have to be done the road by way of a separate subdivision and also a separate development permit. But I don't believe that is the intent in this instance.
Yeah, do you have a photograph? I think you had one up in the viewgraph a minute ago. If I could just see it for a second.
Sorry, of the house, Your Worship?
Well, you showed the parcel itself, since that's the subject of this application. And what's below the parcel where it shows all the landscaping and trees and shrubbery is the escarpment, correct?
Yes, yes, there's quite a steep grade change just off the property to the south.
So the idea is solely consolidation. Is that what I'm advised?
Yes, that is what's being requested here, and that's what is being conditioned as the term of approval on the redesignation.
Yeah, it's just an RC1 parcel.
Okay.
Mr. Orr, while we're on that topic, a quick question. You look so nervous. A quick question of clarification. I happen to be on, as is my habit, I like to go see some of these things, and I happened to be on this piece of land yesterday, and I noticed there was a sign that said off-leash dog park, although apparently it's just a road right-of-way.
It is absolutely not part of a dog park or off-leash area. It is a roadway.
It's like a real city sign, though.
Oh, respectfully, Your Worship, I was out there too. I don't recall seeing that, but it would have been an interesting sight to have seen it, but I didn't see anything when I was out on the property, but it's absolutely not intended for an off-leash area.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone wish to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone wish to speak in favor?
Your Worship and members of council, my name is Cameron Wallace and I represent Jim Shaw, who is the purchaser of the city's road allowance. The road allowance area will be consolidated with Mr. Shaw's single-family property that is adjacent to the road allowance area. There are two proposed uses for the road allowance. Number one is the community park in the front area next to Crescent Road. Thank you. And number two is the back area to be retained by Mr. Shaw as an expanded side yard that will be enhanced by landscaping. There will never, ever be another habitable building on this road allowance area because of the setback from the top of slope. I met with the Crescent Heights community on November the 16th, 2010, and on January the 18th, 2011, I personally delivered letters to 19 neighbors to advise them of this proposal. Mr. Shaw has presented 3 landscape options to the Crescent Heights community in order to solicit their responses from the community and the neighbors on how they would like to see the vacant area landscaped. And all this is at no cost to the city, to the neighbors, or the community. The 2 city applications were approved unanimously by Calgary Planning Commission on December the 9th, 2010. On February the 7th, these 2 applications were tabled by City Council for further community consultation. The Crescent Heights community met on March the 15th, 2015. March the 15th, 2011, and reconfirmed their support of this project. I was not able to attend this last meeting on March the 15th, 2011 because I was away on vacation. My request is for City Council to approve both applications for the road closure and the land use reclassification to residential based upon 4 benefits. Number 1, the city receives funds for the unusable road allowance. Number 2, the Crescent Heights community receives a landscape community park accessible to everyone. Number 3 is Mr. Shaw is able to expand his tight side yard and create a backyard with enhanced landscaping. And number 4, my client is willing to contribute to additional landscaping of the McHugh Bluff slopes by installing some natural vegetation to improve its appearance. The existing McHugh Bluff area is outside but adjacent to the south boundary of this road allowance. All of these benefits have no cost to the city, the neighbors, or the community. Now, Mr. Orr did present some photographs of the area, and I believe there was a question on the off-leash dog area, and I do have a photograph with a sign that I believe you mentioned, Your Worship. have that.
There it is.
My understanding of the off-leash dog area is it's shown going down the steps. I believe there's 31 steps there going down to the linear pathway that extends from Center Street straight across the McHugh Bluff areas.
Oh, I see. So it's referring to something down the hill. There should be an arrow on it then, darn it. All right, thank you. That's actually helpful.
Yep.
So I'm not crazy. There really is such a sign. Okay. Well, I still may be crazy, but not about the sign.
In conclusion, Your Worship and members of council, when the wind changes direction, some people build walls and other people build windmills. And my hope is that this project will be a windmill for the Crescent Heights Community Association. Thank you for the privilege of making a presentation to council, and I will look forward to your questions.
Thanks, Mr. Wallace. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Mr. Wallace, no doubt you've seen the letter, email really, that was sent in by Ms. Jones from their planning committee with regard to a caveat to ensure it will remain green space. Does your client intend to do that?
My client is prepared to accept a restrictive covenant that would prevent any habitable building from ever being built there. The commitment is to maintain green space. There will be a portion at the front that will be community green space, and the portion at the back will be green space that's consolidated with Mr. Shaw's property. Now, just to give you an idea of area, it's approximately 2,500 to 3,000 square feet for the front community park and about 10,000 square feet at the back.
The back being more adjacent towards the Crescent Road Northwest address?
That's correct. That should actually read 102 Crescent Road Northwest. That's the address of Mr. Shaw's property.
Yes, that's what's in our agenda here. So is it then, it would be maintained, part of it would be maintained as green space, but not the part closest to his house, I wouldn't think. That would be the case.
Mr. Shaw would maintain his area, the area that is more of what we're calling more of the private park space, yep, and the area at front, which has not been completely designed. We've presented 3 options, but we're looking for the input of the City Parks Department as well as the community and the neighbors. And Mr. Shaw would pay for all the capital costs of that park construction.
Cameron, I figured that out. I'm good with that. Very, very good. Very good gesture. I'm just trying to get you to define what the restrictive covenant would be about. Would it be about the part that's public?
Maybe I can help a little bit. I think what Alderman Hodges is asking, Mr. Wallace, is would the landowner be interested in having a covenant saying the portion that is public green space will always remain public green space?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, is that what you were getting at, Alderman Hodges?
Exactly. Thank you.
I think I need to clarify one more thing, Your Worship. Is the portion that Mr. Shaw is purchasing is behind the area that's going to be public. There's an area around the front that has a small, has a fire hydrant. There's also a pole there, and the City of Calgary Corporate Properties did not want that incorporated into a piece of land that was sold to a private owner.
Okay. So that will remain public land?
That's correct.
Okay.
Your Worship, just for further clarification, maybe you could put a pencil or pen on the view
graph.
Yeah,
this is a bit confusing. Could you zoom
show
in a little
the
bit on the portion that's public
we're talking
and show
about.
us what we're talking about?
This area where my
So everything from there to the road is the public piece?
That's correct.
I see.
And the area right in front, you might say, of the dwelling that's there now would be the private open space, I would think.
On the side of, yeah.
Your Worship, everything from the corner of the southwest corner of the 102 Crescent Road, everything back of there, where it shows the trees, everything back of there would be private space. Everything west of there would be public space.
Okay.
So the public space then is out adjacent to the road itself?
Pardon me, Your Worship?
It's out adjacent to the road itself?
It is, yes.
I'm sorry to take the time away while you're speaking, Mr. Wallace, but it might be helpful to put up the photo that Mr. Orr had shown facing east, and I think it might be a little more clear. Okay, so if we zoom in a bit on that. So what you're suggesting is that from the sidewalk that's there now, which is at the top of those stairs, back to the corner of the house would be a little hangout space, a little public space at the top of the steps, and then it would become private from there to Center Street.
That's correct, Your Worship. So that's the area approximately between 2,500 and 3,000 square feet that would be designed for a public area for benches, for viewing, and so on.
Okay. Great, thank you. It's important to get this one right because it is a bit confusing compared to what we normally do. Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. So I have a letter from the community president, Mr. McDermott, saying, "Hello, Cameron. We had our meeting last evening as scheduled and as mandated by our policy, and the Crescent Heights Community Association will restate its support for the change of use and disposition of the Crescent Road, undedicated road right-of-way." So I wanted to thank you for the work. It seems like a small project, but I think it had a lot of meaning to the community. How would the restrictive covenant be implemented? Would that be at Land Committee when we... Mr. Watson?
How would the restrictive covenant be implemented?
Through the chair. Well, I mean, it's at the. I'm going to ask Ms. Sloan to help me on this, but I mean, it's gone to Land Committee already. It's sitting at Land Committee pending what Council does or doesn't do. Could be a condition on the sale of the land that be done, and I believe that would have to be either when that comes through to Council, because Council's got to approve the land sale.
So it could be
it's
a
not
motion.
really part of
This.
planning aspects.
I'm just wondering if it could be a motion arising associated with this. Okay, and that would be acceptable to your client?
Your Worship, we recognize that there was some nervousness on the part of the community and the neighbors that a building could be put on that approximately 66-foot by 200-foot site, and my client, Mr. Shaw, was prepared to accept that restriction that there will never, ever be a habitable building on that site, so that would be acceptable.
It's a big building now, and I think they were concerned that this was just purchased to expand the dwelling. Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sloan whispered in my ear that such a covenant could, in fact, be a condition on closing.
It could also be a condition of road closure. So it could be a condition of the purchase and sale, or it could be a condition of road closure, or it could be both.
So that would be made here at Council, not a motion arising?
It could be, or Council could, just as you suggested, do a motion arising requesting this be done through Land Committee.
We can recognize that at the appropriate time. I feel like I had another question for you, Mr. Wallace, but I forgot what it was. So you probably answered it already. Anyone else? Great. Thank you for being here today, Mr. Wallace.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of Council.
Anyone else wish to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Anyone wish to speak against this proposal? Anyone wish to speak against? Your
Worship, members of Council, I'm Wayne Goddard. I've lived on the north side of Crescent Heights for over 30 years, 3.25 decades for the arithmetically inclined. During those years, I've come to appreciate this quietly different space with its unique view, not shared with the usual Crescent Road viewpoint mentioned in the Michelin guide that draws tour buses and stretch limos several blocks to the west of this space. 5 or 6 years ago, I began noticing improvements, and over time I contacted several agencies and individuals in an attempt to discover who was making changes to public property. What I first noticed was the removal of 150 feet of sidewalk that runs along just to the south edge of where that fence is. I even went to the extent of sticking a probe down into the gravel, wondering maybe somebody was just protecting a good piece of city infrastructure. There's also the installation of chain link fencing across the east end, dumping and compacting of a gravel mix up to 32 inches deep near the fence at the east end, and planting of hedge materials. The photo on the upper left was taken for completely different purposes. It was a film test, but by chance it shows the end of the sidewalk that used to be there and the rather distinct view off to the east, which now I think would show you maybe a winter sunrise over the East Village. And then when I saw the notice of a planned redesignation, it explained much of what my questions had been, that somebody wanted to expand into that territory. But then I had another question from that, because if the redesignation starts from a road allowance, the new structure north of the fence line is only about 4 feet from the property line. I understand, had there been an existing road allowance there, that new structure should have been set back a bit further. I think there probably was an intention to have a road. That would have been prior to amalgamation with Calgary and the dropping of Centre Street into the trench so it could continue onto the causeway across the present Centre Street Bridge. That cut extinguished any possibility of Crescent Road connecting to anything east of Centre A Street. 90 years of public access has established what I've since discovered is a recreational easement. And on top of that, there's recognition as green space by several city agencies. And the materials I have here are collected from being on the Crescent Heights ARP committee 15 years ago and attending various workshops and meetings. This is a City of Calgary Planning Department document that shows that as green space. It is item number 7, which on another page in that is defined as parks classification visual relief / urban buffer area parentheses regional. And on another page in that ARP document, it notes that Crescent Heights ARP committee would not concern itself with McHugh Bluff. The bluff being tied to Sunnyside ARP, and that City Council had adopted McHugh Bluff concept plan, which is to guide future development in the area. And this is a quote from somewhere in there I haven't marked. The McHugh Bluff restoration plan, depth of focus. They show green space adjacent to the bluff. And this is their map 1 restoration plan. The cross-hatching in there shows it as part of McHugh Bluff parkland. Now, since portions of the escarpment have already been sold off, I'm thinking of 7th Street and 9A Street West, and on the east side, 1st Street East all the way to Edmonton Trail. These are not anything that can ever be recovered once gone. Trend appears to be a steady decline both in area and variety of inner city green space. I think it's important to retain this unique segment as public property. And especially important is that to appreciate the difference in the view, you have to have access to the east end of this little patch. And I might remark that I was president of nothing, present at the March 15 Planning Traffic Subcommittee meeting at the Crescent Heights Association. I realize they don't have to give reasons for their votes, but I think it was very informative of the reasons given for selling off this bit of property. I reminded myself when I got home of the meanings of non sequitur and ad hominem. And I sincerely believe that selling this will do nothing to the drug dealing, partying limos, and noisy tour buses in the 200 and 300 section blocks to the west of here. And something that may or may not be of interest to your worship.
Hey,
hospitals, actually it's this bit over here, yellow. Park space and hospitals are equivalent. Our inner city hospitals have disappeared, we can't get them, maybe we can hang on to green space.
Thanks, Mr. Goddard. Your time's up, but I think that I have a question for you, but Alderman Marr also has a question for you.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Goddard, is it?
Goddard, there's no
Goddard, yes, right, thank you. Shouldn't have listened to your pronunciation. So my question is, given that this is a fairly small bit of land, what in your opinion should be done with it? Just leave it as it is? And
No, in one of my emails to Parks, I asked, is there some way to find out who vandalized it? Ask them to put it back to a decent sense of access, and there was vegetation struggling untended there. It was a coarse grass and trees that hung together, and they've now been overlaid with gravel. And an all-weather sidewalk, which was actually better cleared than the red shell path along the top of the bluff, which tends to freeze up or turn into puddles depending on the weather. This deep piece of concrete was always walkable, and although I didn't check the date on it, the one directly across Center A Street has a marking of 1945, and if you go a block further west and still within line of sight of this property, a sidewalk is marked 1910. So
Okay,
it was
so
a good old sidewalk that stayed
is this
there
some-
that people could walk along.
So your intention, or what you believe, is it should just be a little bit of a sidewalk where people can walk down and basically enjoy the view? Is that?
Especially that it is a different view, and I think what actually put the burr under my blanket was that this was a breach delivery of someone doing modifications before they had title to the property.
Okay.
And whether it was the present owner or the developer trying to make up for deficiencies of design in that huge new structure.
Well, I'll have some of those questions for our administration, but I just wanted to hear from your perspective as a resident what you would envision, and you would like it just to be left as it is. Thank you. No further questions.
Okay.
Thanks, Alderman Marr. I had a couple questions, but Alderman Lowe first.
Thank you, Your Worship. Ms. Sloan, and it's a bit of an odd question, but there are other jurisdictions in British law where if a pathway is used for an extended period of time across public lands, it's deemed to be a pathway and not closable. Do we have such a law in this country, and does it apply in this kind of an environment?
Your Worship, that's the common law that applies to a road. And there's a number of requirements that must be satisfied before private land can actually become or be converted into, quote, a public road. In this particular case, what we're dealing with is an actual road right-of-way. So we are going through the process of closing a road. So one of the items that I am not entirely certain about is the intention of the land deal, because I'm not privy to it. But my understanding is the area that is the subject of the road closure will be transferred entirely for private purposes to the adjacent owner. And so there's no issue of the of public use of private land, so we wouldn't have to worry about that. Does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Mr. Goddard, that chain link fence that you were showing in the photos, how long has that been up there?
It's been there about 5 years.
Okay. So roughly, is that roughly when the house was built? I just don't have my timing.
It was, yeah, these things were appearing. I didn't make any particular notes. If you notice, this is the gravel mix that covered up the grass. The shot to the left that I took with the Hasselblad, that's that almost knee-high grass that grew there and is now covered up.
Yeah, it seemed pretty flat when I was looking at it.
Yeah.
Mr. Watson, am I correct in saying that where that chain link fence is currently is publicly owned land, and there ought not to be a private fence there?
I was actually up on the site myself a while ago, and I believe that's the case. It's on the south side of the road right away, I believe. So that was put up. I don't believe it was put up by ourselves. So. Now, I don't know who put it up, so I shouldn't be so conclusive about it. But it's not. It's on public property.
Yeah. Mysterious fence putter-upper elves, maybe. You might be right. It might be the dwarves who put up fences. Alderman Moore? Sorry, Mr. Goddard. We've been at this for a while today.
Myself, I suspect the aliens that abducted the sidewalk returned the fence, and for them it's the same sort of thing. So. A big part of my
entirely legitimate theory.
I think it's just as valid as some of the other reasons.
Your Worship, he knows too much.
What?
Mr. Goddard, some gentlemen in black suits may need to see you on the way out today.
My concern is why so many city agencies recognize it as park, and then when it wants to be redesignated, it suddenly goes back to a roadway that hasn't existed for 90 years.
Mm-hmm. No, I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
So you said that you enjoy it. I think I read in the newspaper that you like to walk your dog up there. Is the only access to this piece of land off of the dead end of Crescent Road? You can't come at it from the east in any way, can you?
That
it's
slope
like that
goes
right?
down to Center Street would be a death trip on loose gravel. And going down through the trees is not recommended unless you have good insurance on your ankles again.
Yes. And you can't, and I was just looking at the terrain map on Google Earth, and there is sort of a treed section along Center Street, but it looks like that's completely impassable by foot to come down from the north.
Yeah, it can be. Down is reasonable.
Okay.
I have a whole stack of photographs, but I think you understand the situation.
I get
My
it.
concern is after the gravel went on, the trees down to the south of this, alongside the paved pathway, continued dying. Only the willows are staying a bit. The poplars are all dying. And I don't know if it's a water problem or...
Okay. Thank you. That was actually very helpful. Any other questions for Mr. Goddard? Okay, thanks so much for coming, Mr. Goddard. Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak against this proposal? Anyone else wish to speak in opposition? All right, then. The public hearing then is closed, and we'll go to questions for administration. Alderman Marr.
So is this a park, roadway, bit of scrub land, an alien site, or perhaps dwarves or elves? Enlighten me, please.
It is a road. It functions with grass on it, but officially it is a road. The other comment I would make, as I stated earlier, or not, Parks was circulated this application, and they stated they did not want it for their inventory purposes, and they had no objections to this being redesignated for the purposes of private residential use.
Okay. Now, the previous speaker, Mr. Goddard, had a map which suggested at one time it was part of parks and it was going to be utilized as some kind of public amenity space. That's not correct, or that was at plan at one time and is no longer?
Because this was a redesignation of a roadway, I don't believe any formal circulation. No one, I don't think, had a real good look at the ARP when this was done. This is just a portion of the ARP here. If you look at the actual site, it just shows for the land use as being for residential purposes. It's not, there's nothing there that is inclusive or defines it as being for an open park area. And this is the actual document associated with the ARP. I'm somewhat sympathetic to what the resident is saying, but even if that was indicated on the map, I'd be somewhat reluctant to pursue it simply because it
was this ever adopted by the City of Calgary?
As a park? To my knowledge, no. It's always been a roadway. I mean, it's very common in the city to have pieces of land very much like this that can appear quite green and quite lush, but they're actually roads. They're just not currently being used, and they've never been formally closed.
Buckmaster Park, for example.
Fair enough.
Okay, so the question here, and I get what you're saying. The question here now then is, who has done these the improvements, removing the sidewalk, and do we have any idea? Was that City of Calgary that had done it, or Parks?
Possibly the sidewalks. That could have been a general maintenance issue, I would assume, by engineering your roads. But as for the fence, that I couldn't make even an assumption who put the fence up. Arguably, it could be a buffer between the off-leash area to the south and the actual roadway. But in terms of who put it up, that information I couldn't tell you.
Okay, those are fair. I just wanted to really get clarity as to whether or not it was a road or a park, and you've done that for me. Thank you very much.
Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. Well, I'm very sympathetic to Mr. Goddard's position, and but despite that, I'm going to listen to the community association on this one. They've consulted widely and talked at length with the applicant on what could be a public benefit, which is to improve the park condition on the top of the stairway. I do have to say, though, I'm always disappointed when Calgarians decide that they can take over land and put up fences when it's not theirs. So that's not in any way to reward past behavior. I think that the benefits to the community are an enhanced public space at the top of the stairway, which is a heavily used stairway, and the community's gone to some length in ensuring that this remains in public access and is an asset to the community. I would like to bring forward a motion arising, if this is successful, then to talk about a restricted covenant. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Other questions for administration? All right, very well then. We'll move to debate. Alderman Farrell, did you want to move it? Oh, you did. I need to pay more attention. Do I have a seconder? Thank you very much. All right, so we've got it on the table. Any debate on this? Oh, come on. Alderman McLeod, can we trade places, please?
Mayor Nenshi, would you like to say something?
I find this particular proposal problematic for a number of reasons. On the one hand, it's a small piece of land. It's an undesignated road right-of-way that we're never going to build a road on. There is a landowner who would gain more value perhaps from it than the public are gaining from it, and perhaps in that case there is no reason not to vote for this. On the other hand, I'm not sure what the reason to vote for it is. Because as Mr. Goddard has pointed out, for over 90 years, the public has used this as a piece of green space. A funny little piece of green space that perhaps doesn't serve a lot of purposes, but nonetheless a piece of green in the inner city. And I'm not convinced that we ought to be in the practice of going to landowners and saying, you can take away public green space as long as you give us a few benches in return. And this is somewhat challenging for me. I'm a big fan of redevelopment and sensitive intensification of the inner city, as you all know. This is not that. This is transferring some green space from kind of ugly public green space to very attractive private green space with a few benches thrown in for the public. So given that, I'm not entirely convinced why we ought to be doing this. And the question that I really would have is, does this lead to a situation where other landowners adjacent to land on which nothing will ever be built could then have an opportunity to say, well, sell me that land so I can have a bigger backyard to privatize the space. You know, I happen to live in a neighborhood that has a very, very, very large school site that is surrounded by homes, and there will never be a school on that land. So given that it's not really a park, could we imagine a world where the landowners of Coral Springs would say, hey, I want a much bigger backyard, and you should give me that surplus school site for that purpose? So I don't want to suggest that we're on a slippery slope here. This is, after all, a very small piece of land in a very unique situation. But I do want to highlight that I'm uncomfortable with this direction in terms of sending a future message, because I really don't see a very, very good reason to do this.
Thank you, Mayor Nenshi. Alderman Lowe?
Well, thank you, Your Worship. To respond to Your Worship, the couple of things to comment on. There is a very good reason to do this. This is not precedent setting. There is a good reason to do this. This is not precedent setting. That we do this almost as a matter of course with remnant pieces of land that are removed from city inventory, attached to private dwellings for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is a piece of road right-of-way that cannot function as a road right-of-way, will never function as a road right-of-way. And there is a benefit to Calgarians here because, in fact, rather than getting a piece of scruff land, which parks don't want to maintain and roads doesn't want to maintain, we're going to get, as you suggest, I'm going to put a different spin on it, we're going to get a piece of land with viewing benches and some enhanced maintenance, which is a benefit to this community and to the city of Calgary. So for that reason alone, I will support it. You mentioned school sites. They're different. Different set of rules, bigger pieces of land, immense opportunity for the city if those pieces of land become available. So for those reasons, Your Worship, I will support this and I'll ask you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Chabot?
Thank you, Your Worship. I too will be supporting this application for the same reasons Alderman Lowe stated, as well as for the potential of actually saving on operational costs should we decide not to move forward with this and then move forward on increased maintenance for these lands. Ultimately, the responsibility would be ours. The cost would be borne by the city. And furthermore, this is an opportunity to acquire road widening or road right-of-way that is obviously been identified by the Roads Department as a future need. And so there is some loss of lands from the adjacent owner to accommodate future needs for the city, future municipal purposes, and reduce cost. We have done this in the past on an opportunity basis, and I think this is a win-win situation.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Worship. I appreciate Mayor Nancy leaving the chair to debate this because he said exactly what I was thinking. The trouble with this report is there's no rationale for this method of disposition. The normal process is, I'm aware of it over the years, and I haven't seen anything in this report that would suggest otherwise, why it's not being offered as a landscape lease. The city has offered many vacant parcels, either residential or undeveloped road right-of-way, as landscape leases for 5, 10, or 15 years. And yes, there is a payment to the city by the person leasing to have a landscape lease that he or she can control, and which the neighbors don't think is a place to park surplus vehicles. So that I would have thought would have been something to be discussed in this and dealt with in this report. So what we have is a de facto policy change without any rationale for why the de facto policy change. The tip-off to me here is the designation of RC1. That isn't, I think, a standard, or shouldn't be a standard practice either. I can think of a couple of other designations for it, but that's not what's before us. So I think if it were a landscape lease, I wouldn't have a problem. And there's always a finite time in a landscape lease, but that's not the case here. This is an outright disposition, which I presume will be a land committee one day here soon, hopefully.
Thank you, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Farrell to close. Alderman Carra.
Thank you, Your Worship. I appreciate the debate on this. I agree with Alderman Lowe that I don't think this is precedent setting. And along those lines, I just want to sort of riff on the discussion that His Worship sort of brought up in terms of what's happening here. I personally think that we have a lot of green space in the inner city that we should focus on intensifying, and that might involve finding small development opportunities in order to enhance the quality of the rest of the space. And I realize that this isn't sort of the same debate, but I do think, and it doesn't really apply to perhaps the same extent that the school zone in Coral Springs does, but I don't think that we should be fixated on quantity. I think we should be a lot more fixated on quality. And I think that's a recurring theme from the last issue that we talked about. So I'm prepared to support this, and I hope that the public space that's carved out at the top of the hillside is a spectacular little jewel of a space. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Carra. Alderman Farrell to close.
Thank you. Well, I have to say that I struggled with this one when I was first approached with the idea. And my initial inclination would have been to not support it. But the community worked with the applicant closely, and they see a value in it. So I felt obligated to support them because of that work that they've done. I was very, very much involved in the McHugh Bluff Master Plan as a volunteer for Hillhurst Sunnyside. And that has been an unfunded plan for many decades. And in the meantime, this area deteriorates significantly. And the city sells residual properties that may appear like green space, but are not green space. And we sell them all the time. And that's to help us pay for the many things that we need that funding for. Is it Fund 6-9? And it's for future road projects or other municipal projects that require a constant influx of dollars. So that's why we are seeking out undesignated road right-of-ways and things that are not park designated spaces to fund other needs. So I can understand why Council feels a bit vague about this one. In a way, I do too, but I will support the community because I think they put a huge amount of work into it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Farrell. On the there's nobody else to speak, so on the recommendation, are we agreed? Opposed? Two opposed? Do you want to do this part? Okay. Okay, to bear with me. On the bylaw, to the proposed road closure, 2C20011. On first reading, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? It's carried. Hodges and okay. On second reading, are we agreed? Agreed. Opposed?
Same division.
Same division.
Same division.
Authorization for third reading. Are we agreed? Agreed. Opposed? It's carried. And third reading. Are we agreed? Agreed. Opposed?
Same division.
Same division. Carried. That's right. So where's that here? Oh, yes. On the land use, to give three readings to the bylaw, 16D 2011. First reading, are we agreed? Agreed. Opposed? Opposed. Same. Mayor Nancy and Alderman Hodges. Carried. Second reading, are we agreed? Opposed?
Can I ask a question?
And I realize.
No, apparently not.
What? You can't, like after the first reading, you can't ask to, you can't do an amendment?
At second reading, yes.
I will allow you to speak if you tell me what it is you want to speak about before you do.
Okay, I apologize to everybody for my lack of manners, decorum. I would say skill. I would say, okay, my apologies for not jumping up right after first reading. Bear with me. My only question is the RC1. Can we do something to allow a secondary suite to evolve there in the fullness of time?
R1S.
R1S? Why can I not do that?
Your Worship, that would be an additional use added to the land use, and that requires re-advertisement and another public hearing.
It's not the whole thing.
Nice try.
Okay, can I do an amendment requesting that they do that when they do the consolidation?
That would be a motion arising.
That would be a motion arising? Okay, I will take that under advisement.
Thank you for that. On second reading, are we agreed? Opposed? Same division. On authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Opposed? And third reading, are we agreed? Opposed? Same division. Now, can the mayor take the... No. You have to stay. It's a nice chair. It's small. There's a footstool there, too. Okay, motion arising. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. So, Ms. Flowen, how would I word that? It would be at Land Committee, would it not? That request that council direct the administration to impose a restricted covenant? Is that what?
Yes, as a condition of the purchase and sale agreement or the land exchange, that a restrictive covenant be registered on title to the closure portion prior to the transfer. And whatever it is that you want it to restrict, any development beyond landscaping.
Correct.
Or I heard earlier that they were prepared to accept a restriction of no habitable buildings. Did you want to keep it that general, or do you want to be very specific that only landscaping is allowed?
I think the intent, from what I've heard, is it would be only landscaping. That would be so, yes.
Yes, then I would suggest as a motion arising that that direction be given to Land Committee to proceed with it.
Clerks might need a minute to write that one out.
Do you want me to write something out? Okay, give me a minute.
Okay.
Thank you, Alderman Pincott. Can we go? Okay. Okay, Alderman Lowe.
Well, Your Worship, I'm quite prepared to support the motion arising. I'd like to point out, though, that I think in supporting that, we negate any attempt to have a secondary suite in anything except the primary building, because what we're doing is saying no inhabitable construction on this piece of land, if I understand it, or restricted to landscaping, however we phrase it. So the next one about the secondary suite would have to be very carefully worded, if I understand it correctly, Your Worship.
Thank you for that, Alderman Lowe. Alderman Carra, are you going with the next motion, or are you speaking to this one?
Well, my question was sort of in that regard. I mean, I think that it's interesting we've reached this point. I think this is a prime candidate for a large property that could use a secondary suite. And I would just be very interested to know why we didn't sort of pursue that as part of this expansion of a big RC1 property that's like literally 3-minute walk from the downtown. And understanding that Mr. Shaw might not be desirous of having a secondary suite in his home, but there is the possibility that future owners may come and go, and it just seems to me like a perfect place to have that flexibility. So I guess that's a question to... Why was, I guess I will word it as a question, why was that not discussed as this came through?
Okay, I actually am uncertain if that's really part of what this motion is about, but I
thought
will
in the
defer
meantime.
it to see if we can get an answer first.
Well, the RC1 does not allow secondary suites, and this would have come through as a development permit some time ago. I'm not sure when it was actually. Well, as Mr. Goddard pointed out, I think it's 2 or 3 years ago. We weren't having those kind of discussions about secondary suites at anywhere near the kind of volume we are today. And so it simply would have been a development permit for that. It was an older house on the land. It burned down. It was a vacant piece of property. Development permit, building permit. They wouldn't Any discussion about secondary suite? We don't discuss secondary suite every time there is a parcel that comes through for a development permit or a building permit, per se.
I understand. So I guess my question would be, so I guess the attempt is to sort of connect the exact same land use as the host property, and then do the consolidation, and there's no real mechanism we have at our disposal to consider putting an S designation on the end?
As Alderman Lowe pointed out, with the motion arising coming through, that'll restrict that to green, so you can't put any building on that, so you're not going to get a sec. And the other parcel is not before you today. The house that this is adjacent to is not the subject of this application.
That's right.
In fact, I don't think you can really even make a motion regarding it because it's not even in front of you.
All right, thanks.
My opinion.
I'm more interested in just putting that thought bubble out there, I think, than actually pursuing this.
I think
you.
Mr. Wallace certainly can take that message back.
Okay, so before we move on to the next speaker, do you have the motion?
I do indeed. Land Committee be directed to require that a restricted covenant be registered on title to the road closure area prior to transfer of title, prohibiting the development of any portion of the closure area with the exception of landscaping. The restricted covenant would be for the benefit of the adjacent city-owned parcel and road.
Thank you. And we have Alderman Pincott seconding. And I see Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. No thought bubbles from this side here, but I just have a question as far as what the way this is worded, it's only for landscaping. Does this mean that the owner of this property then would not be able to put on a gazebo or a garden shed or anything like that on his land? Because this is, I think the non-inhabitable dwelling would be better than the landscaping, but could you tell me that, Mr. Watson?
Well, it's a good question. I would think, we could not put a building on it, we could not put a house on it. We would get into a really interesting discussion at the front counter about whether a gazebo is landscaping or not landscaping. Gazebos and things like that, I'm looking at Mr. Orr and Mr. McKenzie. I mean, those are not things we require development permits for. So you can go to Home Depot and buy your gazebo and take it home and plunk it down. So I suspect.
Well, I'm just saying that if we went with the wording, no house or any kind of wouldn't that be better than just saying landscaping and restricting the person from putting on, would maybe Ms. Flown can help us with that, can she?
Ms. Flown wrote the motion, so perhaps she might have an idea.
Your Worship, just by indicating no habitable buildings would make it a much greater opportunity that other things could be built or constructed in that area that would not be green space or landscaping or vegetation if that was the expectation. If it's council's intent to clarify landscaping, by all means, we can certainly do that. We can indicate that it would include such things as sheds and gazebos. One thing to keep in mind, do you want it to be a parking pad for large RVs? I mean, there's those kinds of issues to consider. What exactly do you want to have in that area? I think landscaping is probably quite restrictive. You're quite right. We could get into an issue as to whether or not it would include gazebos. But if you're happy with gazebos and garden sheds, although you can have some fairly large garden sheds, we can certainly write that in there.
Well, let me just make the amendment then, if I can, that with the exception of gazebos.
So to allow gazebos.
Allow gazebos, yeah. And if anybody wants to support that, second it, then.
Is that
a friendly amendment?
Or is it contrary?
Okay. I'm going to accept that as a friendly amendment because the mover and seconder are both in agreement. Mr. Seconder? The motion, with the exception of landscape, landscaping seems to me to include decks and gazebos and that sort of thing anyway, so I don't see that as being contrary. That
Yeah.
okay, and Madam Clerk, if you could make that including gazebos, landscaping including gazebos. And thank you. And Alderman Hodges, I think you wanted to speak to this.
Your Worship, this is getting into a really interesting area. I was hoping that Alderman Stevenson might include a garage, accessory building. Like a garage, no, let me finish. And then we could get to Alderman Carraw's garden suite above the garage. Then we'd have it all. We'd have the whole package. We would be happy. And of course, he'd not just build an ordinary garage, it would be a garage for his collection, potential collection of antique vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you for that debate. Alderman Carraw?
A gazebo is technically a particular kind of architecture. Like, I mean, can we just use a term other than gazebos? Because gazebo refers to a particular kind of architectural folly.
Do you have some other term that you're recommending?
I would say, I would say the mayor is suggesting garden architecture.
Outdoor.
I would say.
Alderman Farrell.
A gazebo is an
Alderman
octagonal.
Are you fine with
Folly.
garden architecture?
I don't think that we should be deciding for a private landowner exactly what kind of outdoor structure they want to include in their landscaping.
Yes. Okay, that will be considered a friendly amendment. It now includes garden architecture, which presumably does not include a garage or with an ancillary suite. Okay, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is the problem that I have with doing policy on the fly and not having an opportunity to consult with the landowner as to what wording he would deem to be appropriate or supportive of. And I think there's certainly an opportunity for us to make these kind of amendments at land. I don't see why there's a need to do a motion arising here on council floor. I would have preferred to have had an opportunity to discuss this with the adjacent landowner and then come forward with some sort of recommendation at land, specifically in relations to caveat on title, if that's what is deemed to be necessary. I'm not sure I'm overly supportive of the idea of separating land uses within one parcel either, generally. It's problematic now and in the future, so I'm not going to be supporting this.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Marr.
Thank you. Well, once again, council's starting to really get into the nuts and bolts of something that could be done at committee. If we want to have this discussion at committee, then by all means, that's the appropriate place for this to happen. We've been on this about 90 minutes, I'm guessing. This is one of the most well-known philanthropists in the city of Calgary, buying from us a really scrubby bit of dirt that has that we will not be missing, council, quite frankly. I don't think that this is the time or place to be having this, and I'm happy to vote to support the original motion, but not this. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Marr. I believe that is all the lights. We're now going to vote on the question. All those, the motion. There are no amendments. The amendments were considered friendly amendments. It is the motion arising. Are we agreed?
Agreed. Opposed?
Opposed. Roll call, please.
On the motion arising, Alderman Pincott? Yes.
Alderman Putmans.
No.
Alderman Stevenson.
No.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman Collier-Kurt.
No.
Alderman Demong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
No.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor McLeod.
Yes.
It's lost.
For the record, it is way more fun over there than it is over here. I might also add, I'm not convinced on whether or not we will still allow garden gnomes on that piece of property, and I think that is a vital issue that council needs to discuss. All right. Next item on the agenda. Wow, we finished the tabled portions. Okay. Land use redesignation Douglas Dale. That's CPC 2011-038, 8.1 in your agenda, Mr. Orr.
Glen. Thank you. Containing 4.2 acres of land at 2275 98th Avenue Southeast from M1D 125 multi-residential, low-profile district and DC direct control district to DC direct control district to accommodate multi-residential medium-profile development as shown on the map outlined in red. The intent of the application is to create a minor land use amendment to increase building height to reflect the specific building design for the development permit stage. There's an air photo of the site. A lot of the site has been redeveloped in the area. It's right near the Quarry Park district. And there's just a portion of the area. In the background is the Bow River to the, excuse me. The proposed DC will consolidate the existing two land uses on the site into one land use. Currently, a proposed development on the site straddles both the DC and M1 districts, which compromises the applicant's intent to have a 5-story building developed on the north portion of the site area, which also still must respect the DC's intent to limit building height to 15 meters within 30 meters of the existing SSPR abutting the parcel. The site is flat and will be accessed from the east by Quarry Way southeast of Collector Road. The proposal is compatible with the Bylaw ASP, and the height is deemed to be comparable with adjacent land uses. As such, Calgary Planning Commission recommended adoption of the proposed redesignation in accordance with the CPEG recommendation and give 3 readings to Bylaw 28D 2011. That concludes my presentation, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. Questions of clarification for administration, Alderman Keating? No? I have one. Any shadowing concerns?
I don't believe so in this instance, Your Worship. The integrity of the DC is being maintained by, if you look on the hatched area to the north of it, you can see the SSPR. There is a restriction on any development abutting that to a height limitation of 15 meters. So that does help to mitigate potential shadowing there, and also respects the original intent of how the site was designated originally. There is some residential in the vicinity. However, the height I don't think is unreasonable considering the status of the existing DC and the height limitations placed on it.
All right then. Anyone wish to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone wish to speak in favor?
Good afternoon, Your Worship and members of Council. I'm Ben Lee with IBI Group, and with me today is Michael Brander with Remington Development Corporation. And we're here simply to speak in support of the application and want to make ourselves available to answer any questions that Council may have.
Thanks, Mr. Lee. Alderman Keating?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to clarify exactly what's going on here. If we look at the line that separates the two parcels It's my understanding that you will be building, or the intent is to build 4 buildings across that site. Is that correct? 5? Okay. And one of the building ends up to be on the line.
That's exactly correct. What if I may, what precipitated this whole process is we tried to look at both those sites on a comprehensive fashion. And what that did is, at the end of the day, it had a building that straddled the land use line. So this is the kind of the quintessential question. Sometimes when we have a land use put in place, we don't know what the actual product range is. And we have a really nice design, but it just had one building that straddled the land use line that just didn't respect the differentiations between the two height limitations. So we just needed to adjust put a comprehensive land use across to that respected where the actual line for the heights differentiation occurs. It's really, in essence, what we're doing here.
And the building on the far north end is still going to be at the lower height restriction. It is just allow the one building that straddles the line to be at the higher density to allow for the difference in uses.
That is absolutely correct.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any further questions for Mr. Lee?
Yeah.
Alderman Chabot?
Mr. Lee, a relaxation of 1 meter on the northern portion of the site related to building design. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, no, that is correct. This gives us a little bit of additional leeway to match. If you guys have had a chance to go to Quarry Park, we have some really kind of French Renaissance architecture, has some fairly steep roofs, and just accommodate all the mechanical equipment, all the articulations at key points on the corners of the buildings. So.
But predominantly because of a steeper pitch?
Yes.
And 16 to 19 meters, same reasoning?
That is correct, yeah.
Thank you, Your Worship. No further questions.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Any further questions? Thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Anyone wish to speak against this proposal? Anyone wish to speak against? All right, then. Any questions of administration? All right, Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to move this motion and go forward and certainly not to lower myself into the no-mobile discussion we had earlier, but this is extremely expedient. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Alderman Stevenson has seconded that. Any further discussion on this one? All right, then. On the recommendations, are we agreed? Any opposed? Very well, then. Carried. First reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Second reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you. All right. 8.2 CPC 2011-039, Rocky Ridge. Mr. Orr.
Excuse me, Your Worship, on a point of order. I have family that lives in close proximity to this particular site and would ask Council's indulgence to allow me to excuse myself, as I will have a pecuniary interest on this particular matter.
His phone is looking you up.
You just want a cookie.
But we can let him go, right? Yeah.
And family is defined. The spouse
they live pretty darn close.
Children.
Or parents. Parents of the spouse or partner.
Did you hear that? Children, parents, or in-laws?
Sister.
Or spouse. Nope, sister doesn't count.
No, you're good.
Really?
Yeah. You can still excuse yourself.
No. I'm okay with voting on this. You just might not like the way I'm going to vote.
If it's going to cause a family problem, you can go get a coffee.
Your Worship, the item before you is a land use redesignation located at 9 Rocky Ridge Place, Northwest, in the community of Rocky Ridge. The proposal is to redesignate 3.48 acres of land shown in red on the overhead map from SFUD Special Purpose Future Urban Development District to RC1 Residential Contextual 1 District, SSPR Special Purpose School and Community Reserve District, and SUN Special Purpose Urban Nature District. For information to Council, on the direction of Calgary Planning Commission, this item is being referred to Council at this public hearing without a formal recommendation. The subject site is located west of Rocky Ridge Place Northwest and south of Rocky Ridge Crescent. The site is surrounded predominantly by single detached dwellings and an open pond area to the east, with some environmentally insensitive lands to the south. There is also a series of knob and kettle terrain, trees, and wetlands located on the parcel. The proposed density of 4 units per acre and built form is consistent with the directives of the Rocky Ridge ASP and the existing surrounding land uses. In order to preserve some of the knob and kettle terrain and aspen trees, the developer has voluntarily proposed to dedicate municipal and environmental reserve on the west side of the development, which administration feels is a reasonable approach to preserve existing natural topography, which is also consistent with the intent of the area structure plan. There's an air photo. You can see the existing site outlined in red, and there's an existing dwelling on the property. I would advise council that the single attached dwellings to the west of the site, the photo is somewhat outdated, and that is fully developed at this time. And here's a more, I believe, recent air photo taken of the same area. You can see the lushness of the property and also relationship to the abutting single detached development existing. Yeah, go ahead. Now, in this map, you can see the RC1 area. You can also see the SPR, which the developer, I believe, is dedicating, and also the SUN, which is also associated with the existing DC portion with a similar type of land use associated with it. As noted, the wetlands are also being preserved within the development area, and a significant portion of the site remains in a natural state. Calgary Planning Commission also directed to table the outline plan associated with this application until council has made a decision on the land use. Put the photos up. In this illustration here, you can see that there is a wetland area right to the lower portion of the parcel, and also there's another wetland area north located centrally on the site right there, which is being preserved in this instance. Okay, I would also like to refer to council. There's a specific section in the ASP which states regarding sites such as this that every effort shall be made to protect the knob and kettle terrain, valued aspen tree stands, and other natural features that contribute to the unique character of the quarter section through the application of clustered housing homes, density bonus structures, or other methods as desired, practical, and appropriate. In this instance, Your Worship, the administration felt that the developer's voluntary proposal to dedicate MR was a reasonable approach in this instance, and it did meet the intent of the area structure plan. Now, this photograph is taken from the east of the site at one of the bays. You can just see a little bit of the wooded area here where the red dot is. And that is the existing single detached dwelling that is on the property. You'll note the kind of rolling topography in the snow. And that's also another photograph taken on the site just to the south portion of the house. You can see the rolling nature of the landscaping here. And also that is just along the private road that accesses the site. Currently, you can see the slope away from the road and also up to the single detached dwelling. That's a pathway to the existing structure. And that's just a photo. You can see the house actually with the red dot there. You can get an idea of the woodlands that are associated with that specific parcel. The Corporate Planning Applications Group recommendation to CPC was that Council adopt by bylaw the redesignation of 3.4 acres located on the parcel to RC1S, SSPR, and SUN districts. Mr. Worship, that concludes my presentation.
I have a lot of lights. Are these questions of clarification for administration, Alderman Chabot?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes. The first question I have is in In regards to LOC 2010-34, page 3, at the very top of the page there, it says on 2010 July 26, Council redesignated 10.46 hectares to the south and north of the subject site. Not sure I quite understand that.
Sure.
I'm sorry, this is from page 3, under relevant planning history?
Yes.
Under?
At the very first sentence, very first line. South and north is two opposite directions, so I'm just trying to position myself. Where is this that we're referring to?
I believe they meant to say south and, I would say, east of the subject site, because if you look on the map here, that's 94D 2010. There's a DC associated to the south portion and also to the east portions of the site. I don't honestly see anything to the north. I believe that may have just been a misprint when it was put in the
south and east. Okay, thank you for that. If I can refer you to page 2 of 3 of the submissions, Appendix 5, number D, it says that there appears to have been some deliberate draining. Do you know anything about that?
I'm sorry, Your Worship.
Deliberate draining of a wetlands.
Not to my knowledge, Your Worship, no. I think the intent is here he's obligated to maintain the one at the southern portion, which is associated with that, the DC 94-2010D. The other one's quite small, but he is maintaining that, I believe, voluntarily.
Okay, well, I'll be asking the applicant the same question.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. I did check the procedure bylaw, and there is no provision that you can vote but can't talk. So we'll be bringing that forward soon. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship. On a more serious note, Mr. Orr, you have the only way to illustrate my question is Appendix 4, page 1 of Appendix 4, just previous to the page that Alderman Chabot was referring to. The applicant wanted to include Rocky Ridge Place, the road on the east side of his proposed development. And that's what's shown in the outline plan they submitted to the department. However, what was advertised was the area immediately west and adjacent to Rocky Ridge Place, but on my map doesn't include Rocky Ridge Place. So could you clarify that for me a little? I understand you're not the file manager, but the file manager is sitting in a chair in the audience behind you.
I can advise council that what's going forward to council is just the actual land use redesignation. I understand that road is actually a closed road, so that's actually an independent parcel of property.
It is.
It's not noted in the advertising. You are quite right, but I don't think that is intended to be redesignated with this application.
Mr. Orr, I agree with you. What I'm saying, it's not the applicant's application. She included the Rocky Ridge Place in their application. Here, I can show you. So it was excluded for some whatever reason. Yeah, sorry.
Your Worship, Sean Small with Subdivision Planning. There was 2 applications made, so Alderman Hodges is correct. One application, the outline plan application, does include the Rocky Ridge Place, and that is owned by another landowner. The land use application is for their property only and therefore does not include the Rocky Ridge Place.
Thank you for that clarification. Well, I'd have had a chance to catch up to you this morning. I would have asked the same question. But I wanted to ask it publicly as well. Your Worship, those are all my questions, and so we have Schedule A and Schedule B before us, so we can proceed.
Okay. Question. Remember, we're still on questions of clarification for administration. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. This failed at Planning Commission after a lengthy debate, and yet that was not included in any kind of presentation to council. So I think it's important to explain why. Were you present at that?
Actually, Your Worship, I was attending sessions of the Subdivision Development Appeal Board, so I was not privy to the debate at CPC on this, regrettably. Perhaps
Your Worship, one of the main issues, there's a few, one of the main ones at Planning Commission was the issue of conservation design. It was explained that the residential density in the area structure plan as well as the built form contradicted conservation design, and therefore we felt this proposal CPC disagreed that this proposal met that requirement, and that was one of the reasons that it lost in a tie vote.
Do you have photographs that we saw at CPC of this property in the summertime?
Regrettably, Your Worship, we don't have anything picture-wise that doesn't have snow on it, so we don't have anything from the summer. I apologize.
And yet, in Planning Commission, we were shown images that showed the land in the summer. Extraordinarily beautiful piece of property. But what we're seeing is different images from different locations and in the dead of winter, which I find disappointing. I think it's important that council see the same presentation with the same properties that we saw at CPC. That helped determine the CPC decision or lack of decision. I would like some attempt to arrive at those somehow.
Can we find them somewhere?
That's not really what I'm talking about.
Mr. Watson?
Through the chair, I too remember at least I believe it was this application, but there was some photographs that certainly were not winter photographs.
No, I know. These photographs would lead you to a certain outcome, very different from the outcome CPC.
Theory, it should be in that file. If it's not in that file, we could table it and go back and have another look to see if there's another file or something else hanging upstairs.
We can do that, Your Worship.
Pardon?
We could table it and go up and
We'd have
a
to
look
table
for the
it
other
if that's your wish, council, to go looking for it.
I can certainly take a motion to table this item until the end of the public hearing if you like, Alderman Farrell.
I will, I'll move that then, thank you.
Okay, thanks Alderman Carra. That's a non-debatable motion, so to table this until the end of the public hearing, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Alderman Hodges is opposed. All right, carried. That takes us to 8.3 on our agenda, CPC 2011-40, Cranston. Mr. Orr.
Your Worship, the item before you is a land use redesignation located at 21111 Deerfoot Trail Southeast in the community of Cranston. The proposal is to redesignate 0.03 hectares or 0.07 acres from SUN Special Purpose Urban Nature District to SCRI Special Purpose City and Regional Infrastructure District. The subject site is noted in red on the site plan, located in the southeast area of the city, north of the Bow River and west of Deerfoot Trail. The application facilitates a future sanitary lift station to support future phases of development within the area. The redesignation is necessary to accommodate this utility building use. That's just a shot taken from Deerfoot towards the site area. It's basically in a stripping and grading state at this time, and that is a small portion of the location relative to the site in Deerfoot to the just off the site of the property. Calgary Planning Commission recommended that Council adopt the proposed redesignation in accordance with the CPEG recommendation and give 3 readings to Bylaw 30D 2011. Your Worship, that concludes my presentation.
Very much. Oh, there we are. Thank you very much, Mr. Orr. Questions, clarification, Alderman Carra.
Sorry, this was from before, the tabled item.
No problem. Alderman Chabot.
Very briefly, Mr. Orr, how is access going to be provided to the site? Is access going to be required?
The access is, Your Worship, I personally could not get to the site because of the road construction. There will be road access by way of the SSCR surrounding the parcel. Currently, the station is abutting 2 land uses, and that is why it is necessary for the redesignation at this time. But the access will be from the community of Cranston itself. However, at this time, it's currently not obtainable because the roads are under construction.
Thanks, Mr. Orr. I don't see any other clarification questions. Anyone wish to speak in favor of this item? Anyone wish to speak in favor? Anyone wish to speak in opposition to this item? Anyone wish to speak in opposition? All right, then. The public hearing is closed. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. Once again, this is a small matter which just improves the area, and I move it.
Thanks. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Any discussion on this one? All right, then, on the recommendations, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. First reading the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Second reading the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right, that takes us to 8.4 in your agenda, which is land use redesignation in Earlton, CPC 2011-041. Mr. Orr.
Thank you, Worship. This item before you is an application to redesignate 0.009 hectares or 0.02 acres located at 2329 and 2329R, Earlton Place Southwest, as noted on the site map surrounded in red, from an RC2 residential contextual 1-2 dwelling district and SSPR special purpose school park and community reserve district to SUN special purpose urban nature and RC2 residential contextual 1/2 district. The site is located in the community of Earlton, immediately adjacent to the Elbow River. The purpose of this amendment is to simply adjust the existing land uses and align them with the new boundaries previously created by a disposal of reserve and recent subdivision registration. This ensures the pathway system has contiguous city ownership and the appropriate land use to go with the pathway. What this map shows here is you can see there's a small portion at the south portion of the map, which is 2329 there. That is currently SPR land use. And in order for the RC2 to have a consolidated land use on the property, the intent is to change the SSPR to the RC2 district. So that way the use is consistent on the parcel at, 2329. If you look on the portion of the redesignation, which is abutting the river, that land use there is being redesignated from the existing RC2 to the SUN district to be consistent with the use associated with the pathway system. So this is really just a maintenance issue that is necessary in this instance in order so that the parcel has a consistent land use and the pathway land use is consistent with the abutting pathway to the north and south of the properties. This is just a photograph. That's the actual house. That's looking towards the river from that photograph there. You can just see the notification sign for redesignation on the property. And this is to the rear of the property. So that little strip of property, which is abutting the pathway system, that is the area there that is being redesignated to be consistent with the land use associated with the pathway. Calgary Planning Commission recommended that Council adopt the proposed redesignation in accordance with the CPEG recommendation and give 3 readings to Bylaw 31D 2011. And that concludes my presentation, Your Worship.
Thanks, Mr. Orr. Any questions? All right, anyone wish to... Oh, Alderman Carra.
What were the comments from the Community Association on this? I don't see anything in the package.
In speaking, my colleague, Mr. Cope, the previous subdivision garnered support from the Community Association, and the interest in expediting the process did not feel as if a circulation was necessary in this instance. So the application was expedited as quickly as possible, and it was not formally circulated to the Community Association.
Okay, so the reason why there's no community consultation, no community feedback.
There was not,
okay. Whose decision was that?
That was my colleague decided to expedite it. That was the best way to deal with it.
Okay.
Because if I may put words in your mouth, this is housekeeping for a decision that was already made. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct, Your Worship.
Input?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone wish to speak in favor? Anyone wish to speak in opposition to this proposal? Anyone wish to speak in opposition? All right, then. The public hearing is closed. I'll need someone to move the recommendations.
I'll move it.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. Alderman Chabot is seconding. Any discussion on the recommendations? All right, on the recommendations then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. First reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Second reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? And third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right. That takes us to item 9.1 in your agenda. We're still in public hearing. Proposed bird-friendly urban design guidelines. The opportunities for puns here are remarkable. Alderman Carra, I fully expect you will rise to the challenge. Mr. Down?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And with your permission, we have 2 items here: CPC 2011-42 and CPC 2011-43, bird-friendly urban design guidelines, and Center City illumination guideline that we would like to present as one item. With your permission.
Is that all right, Ms. Sloan? Done.
Thank you. So our first item, CPC 2011-42. Is the bird-friendly urban design guideline. The City of Calgary bird-friendly urban design guidelines offer non-statutory building design and urban design ideas which address the global issue of bird building collisions in response to the direction of Calgary Planning Commission, the Center City Plan, specifically Section 7.9 Urban Ecology, as well as environmental objectives outlined in the City of Calgary's environmental policy and the Municipal Development Plan. The page on the screen summarizes the specifically relevant sections of the policy documents mentioned. In the interest of time, I will not read them all individually, but I note the highlighted urban ecology section in the Center City Plan, which directed us to look at this issue. As well, the production of the bird-friendly urban design guideline document was prioritized specifically by Calgary Planning Commission in response to a growing global recognition of the building-related avian fatality phenomenon. Based on limited local data collected by the Calgary Bird Banding Society and on research gathered from global sources, the guideline provides a collection of design-based strategies for the creation of bird-friendly buildings and developments. It also offers suggestions for bird-friendly building operations which align with accepted sustainable design objectives. In response to the November 25th direction of Calgary Planning Commission, various sections of the document were revised to make clearer references to other guidelines and documents, particularly the Centre City Illumination Guideline, to provide clarity and consistency throughout and to emphasize the non-statutory, voluntary nature of the guideline. I'd like to move on now to CPC 2011-43, the Centre City Illumination Guideline. The Centre City Illumination Guideline is intended as a non-statutory document providing comprehensive public realm and exterior building lighting guidance for the Centre City in the form of principles, guidelines, and solution-based case studies. The guideline aligns with the vision and goals of the Centre City Plan and provides design guidance for incorporating considerate, interesting, and inviting illumination solutions for buildings and public spaces in the Centre City and by extension citywide. The guideline focuses on experiential lighting, which is designed primarily to enhance the environment. It does not address lighting specifically intended for security purposes and does not address street lighting. You can put that on, yeah. Thank you. The guideline responds to a number of intentions included in the Municipal Development Plan by providing a catalog of ideas which address the objectives of urban vibrancy, business vitality, and walkability. But more specifically, the guideline addresses Section 7.8 of the Centre City Plan, architecture, specifically Policy 7.8.2.3, exterior lighting, feature lighting shall be utilized to distinguish buildings of importance, to accentuate character buildings and architectural elements, and to highlight specific areas within the Centre City. The action that's highlighted on the screen here, in consultation with artists and/or specialist designers working with lighting, devise guidelines for the use of special exterior lighting systems to accentuate civic buildings, cultural institutions, and heritage buildings. As well, provide guidance for the use of lighting on new and renovated commercial buildings that provide visual punctuation at specific sites and districts. The guideline also addresses Section 8.11 of the Centre City Plan, vitality, and specifically the three policies shown on the sheet as well. In response to the November 25th, 2010 direction of Calgary Planning Commission, various sections of the document were revised to clarify possible areas of perceived conflict between this document and the bird-friendly design guideline. That was done, and the documents returned to Planning Commission in February. The resulting Calgary Planning Commission recommendation, if you could put that on, thank you, is that Council adopt by resolution the proposed bird-friendly urban design guidelines as a reference advisory document in accordance with the land use planning and policy recommendation as amended, and that Council adopt by resolution the proposed Centre City Illumination Guideline as a reference/advisory document in accordance with the land use planning and policy recommendation as amended. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Down. Questions of clarification, Alderman Jones? No? Right then. Anyone wish to speak in favor of this item? Anyone wish to speak in favor? Anyone wish to speak in opposition to this item? Anyone wish to speak in opposition? All right then. Questions for administration, Alderman Jones?
When I read this yesterday, I have to, and I don't want to be flippant or sound cruel, but it seems like a lot of work to go to for 137 birds a year. When you're talking 5 to 10 billion migratory birds, and we've had, on average, 137 a year, it seems like a lot of work.
Well, the problem that we have in response to that is that we have very little data on this issue. We have limited data that was compiled by our local bird banding society in the 1990s. And given the lack of local data, we made the decision to proceed based on the perceived global phenomenon and the estimates of avian fatality that are occurring elsewhere in North America. The document, as mentioned, is voluntary, and it seemed to be one of the right strategies to take in terms of various sustainable and environmental initiatives happening throughout the city.
The reason I asked the question is since I've lived in my house, I've had 3 birds hit a window. And I'm assuming it's because they're eating the fermented berries on the tree or the fermented apples on the tree. But and I'm kind of figuring if I had 3, 137 isn't bad in the course of time. What do other cities do?
Excuse me? What do other cities
do? Obviously, we've probably talked to Toronto or anybody else that's on a migratory bird route.
A number of large North American cities, including Toronto, San Francisco, and New York, have produced fairly comprehensive studies and documents. Toronto's is far more regulatory than ours, but their data shows a much larger problem there.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Again, questions for administration, Alderman Chabot?
Thank you, Your Worship. And I, like Alderman Jones, had some concerns about what the implications of this adopting this this document are going to be in the future. How do you envision applying this document?
The document will be used as a reference document in planning applications that are specifically identified as in the higher risk areas, particularly bordering natural areas, and that's outlined in the document.
So it has some resource implications.
Resource implications? It will be used by staff.
Yeah. Yeah.
Conversation with the building applicants, yes.
Well, that's part of the problem that I had. Second problem is that I certainly have seen a few birds in my yard, and not all of them moving, and they weren't as a result of running into glass, but rather as a result of the neighboring cats or the free roaming cats. And see, that is probably a much bigger problem in regards to the avian population than this, based on what I've seen as the numbers. Even if they're conservative and you double them. The other problem that I had with this is that it seems very two-dimensional in thinking, and not really looking at it from a bird's eye view, no pun intended. Because if you look at the angling of the glass as an example, that may be relevant if you're flying horizontal to the glass, but if you're flying upwards towards the glass, your perception would be the same as if it weren't angled. Which is why I'm just wondering if this is an exercise in futility or what we really hope to achieve from it, and whether we shouldn't actually be receiving it for information and providing it as a guide to developers that are intending on developing in some of these environmentally sensitive areas.
Is there a question?
If I may respond, that is the intent, that it would be used as a guide.
But the concern that I have is how much emphasis we as administration are going to be placing on this document in regards to applications moving forward. I see it as a benefit maybe to somebody who's developing lands. I see it as a detriment from a municipal perspective in regards to allocating or adding another level of complexity in regards to reviewing some of our applications.
If I may respond to that as well, that was also the concern of Calgary Planning Commission and was discussed at length how the document would be used, and hence the amendment that was added to the recommendation that the document be adopted as a reference/advisory document only. It's really just a part of a learning curve we have about how these issues are impacted by buildings. And really its intent is to provide suggestions for larger developments, particularly developments that may employ large areas of reflective glass, this building being a good example because we get a fair number of bird kill on the south side of this building. It's not meant to impact the smaller developments or developments that aren't anywhere near any kind of natural areas that might be higher risk.
Thank you for that response. Now, Your Worship, being as it was a joint presentation, I wonder if I can then ask questions specifically related to the illumination document. And again, my concern is the implementation of this. So the implementation is a little more rigorous in this instance with regards to the lighting recommendations? Because the reason I'm asking that question is because I saw in here somewhere, if I can find the starting point of this document, is this 9.3? It's all under 9.2. Now, I had highlighted, maybe it's within the document itself, on implementation. And it talks about how it's going to be circulated through administration. It says implementation. Illumination projects are purely voluntary. Buildings or properties run, owned, and contracted by the City of Calgary could set an example for illumination by applying the guideline. Additional private buildings or properties can use guideline as a handbook for illumination. Then it says, ideally, property owners and managers, lighting specialists, the City of Calgary, urban design representatives, and consultants meet before the permit submission and agree on the best illumination strategies for the site based on this guideline's recommendation. And again, I'm just a little wary of the resource intensity associated with the reviewing of the lighting conditions that we will attribute to a particular development. So is that something that was also raised at CPC?
It was raised in the same way as for the previous document, and in fact the resolution is the same, that it be treated as a reference/advisory document. That was always the intent with this document. It is that it's essentially a catalog of ideas, how to light buildings more efficiently, using more current technology, using less energy, but do it in a much more planned, designed, and intended kind of way. We have a lot of applicants that are asking about the use of experiential lighting on building applications. This helps us to help give them some direction.
Yeah, and I appreciate the fact that the wording is all relative to should as opposed to shall, such as on page 9, project evaluation. Nonetheless, I'm a little concerned about the wording of the resolution, which is, or of the motion, which is adopt by resolution. Just wonder why it has to be adopted by resolution.
Your Worship, Council can only act by bylaw or resolution, and when the Municipal Government Act doesn't specify in which way Council must act, there's a choice. And generally speaking, my experience is that when it's a choice, a resolution is selected.
Thank you for that, Ms. Flown. And therein lies my dilemma, is that we are adopting by resolution and in essence approving a document that is only intended to be used as a guideline. Do we need to adopt it by resolution as opposed to just receive it for information then?
Ms. Flown?
Your Worship, if Council doesn't adopt it, then it really doesn't have any endorsement behind it. And so it will have more credence, so to speak, if Council adopts it than if it's just presented for information.
Okay. So
but
I guess
we regularly do adopt things that are called guidelines, right, Ms. Flown, and they have a very different meaning than adopting something as a bylaw, for example.
But
yes.
But respectfully, Your Worship, a lot of the guidelines that we've adopted are frequently used to argue for or against a particular development, even if it is a guideline. Yes, I know. Argued for or against a particular development. And if this is intended to be used just as a guideline and not a statutory document that has any force and effect in regards to obligating a particular development from occurring in a particular fashion, that's the challenge that I have with adopting it by resolution. Because it, in essence, what I've heard here today is that it will have no force and effect in regards to requiring a development to occur in a particular fashion. Am I incorrect in that assumption?
Your Worship, it certainly is up to Council if they wish to adopt this by bylaw. Like I said, they can adopt it by either if the method isn't specified. But doing so won't really give it any more authority. The planning documents that you normally adopt by bylaw include statutory plans and land use redesignations. And that's because the municipal government recognizes those documents as having an official status, and there's actually provisions in the Act that requires compliance with those documents. There's nothing in the Act that speaks to documents such as this. So what this document does is provides direction and assistance to the approving authority, and and expresses a general intent of council to those who are developing and operating certain types of buildings.
I'd be a lot more comfortable in adopting the Center City Illumination Guidelines and receiving the bird-friendly urban design guidelines for information than adopting both by resolution. And that's, I guess, part of my challenge. Mr. Watson, any idea on how much added time this will represent to your department in regards to reviewing it from both perspectives?
Excellent question. I don't think it's going to add any more time at all. It's a matter of these, as Mr. Down has pointed out, are some of the things we've been discussing with applicants over the last number of years. This should actually speed the discussion up because we'll have guidelines to bound that discussion. So I think this is actually a positive in terms of the process as opposed to a negative.
So greater clarity on both issues moving forward so that there's less arbitrary kind of discussions that may occur. Is that kind of what the intent is?
Exactly right.
Okay, I'll sit down and listen, Your Worship. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Well, I was going to move it, but maybe I should ask a couple of questions because it generates a lot of interest, of course. It's an interesting topic, but Mr. Down, we're in a migratory path, are we, the City of Calgary?
Your Worship, we are actually in 2 of the 4 main North American migratory paths here.
So, and what happens to birds? And we're not talking about single-family homes and the strikes to in people's front room windows. We're talking about more urban areas like the downtown that are really well lit. And can you explain a little bit about what happens when birds are going through their migration and why they're attracted to the core?
Yes, Your Worship. If I may, the document does talk in a certain amount of detail about migratory periods and the confusion that's created by overlit urban areas. Also, the confusion created by the reflective building surfaces that prevent the birds from following their typical migratory path, send them off paths, send them into circles throughout the urban areas, sometimes exhaust them and confuse them. This is all information that's been acquired from global research elsewhere, particularly Toronto and Switzerland, that has done quite a bit of research on this. We hired the consultant that had worked on the Toronto guideline to assist us with this, so there was some expertise. Unfortunately, as I say, we don't have local migratory bird counts, and we don't have local avian fatality counts, so we can't stand behind the science of it as strongly as they can in Toronto. And I think that was Planning Commission's concern with the document being too regulatory. Hence, this unique language was added that it be treated as a reference/advisory document. That was done at Planning Commission's request.
So if the document was weakened anymore, it would basically, we'd be saying, ignore this document. It's very moderate language that highlights it as an issue. Here are some solutions if you choose to adopt them. We've done some research from other cities.
We feel it raises awareness of the issue, and if a planner sees a particularly glaring example of a large, potentially mirrored glass facade facing a natural area, they can use this document to provide some ideas on how the potential effects might be mitigated. Cities like Toronto and New York are handling this issue now when they're much larger and denser than we are. I think that we're ahead of the game here by raising awareness of the issue when we're still developing into that size and density of city, and we can perhaps handle the problem in a more aware fashion than some of those cities are doing, handling it after the fact.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, when is it appropriate to move the item? Should I move it now or first? Questions first?
I'd like to take questions for administration before we put the motion on the floor, so we can separate the questions on the debate.
That's fine.
But I can recognize you again. Alderman Pincott, questions for administration?
And thank you. Boy, this tags on two things for me. I mean, before I got here, I was a lighting designer for 20 years, so hooray. And also came very close to becoming an ornithologist, so hooray. And I'm saying, and I'm glad that they're being brought together because I think they are complementary. So thank you very much for doing that. I also think it's about time. As Shakespeare said, you know, if all the world's a stage, I want better lighting. This hopefully will get us there. Just a question around how did you, in looking at the illumination guidelines, consider things like cumulative impacts, or as to mix metaphors, the cacophony of lighting that we have? Was there any consideration given to that?
We did look at the cumulative effects to a certain extent, and you'll note in the document that it stresses lighting used as punctuation, and it talks about contrasting lit areas with areas of darkness, just in order that it doesn't become a cacophony of lighting, unless that's the intent for a particular district, say an entertainment district. There is a further requirement here in order to crystallize the idea of a master plan of lighting, so to speak. If one would really have to determine where the most lit areas should be and where the lesser lit areas should be. This document just talks about civic buildings, landmarks, punctuation points, areas of distinctiveness. If you want to light those in a more energy efficient and more distinctive way in order to bring some more vitality or animation to the streetscape and to the skyline, here's how to do it without necessarily deciding everywhere that that's going to be.
Okay. So this would apply to for city sites and, say, Parks Department and whatever as well, just for them to use as a guideline?
Absolutely. It could apply to, and perhaps should apply to, any city sites where we want some experiential lighting added, and then can be made presented as suggestions for private sites.
Okay. What about and one of the areas that I think the lighting is quite horrible on is Stephen Avenue, and it's a prime example for me of just adding light upon light upon light. Where does the responsibility fall on something like Stephen Avenue and, say, the light fixtures that have been added to the top of the street lights to light buildings? Where does that responsibility fall?
And that's a very good question, and I believe that responsibility falls with us. I think the lights have been provided at the request of building owners, but the City of Calgary has provided them, and I believe pays for the power. And that's one good example of lighting that's done poorly and inefficiently, energy inefficiently, and just an inefficient use of lighting. And so those are the kinds of building facades in particular that could benefit from some of the suggestions in the document.
Okay. Is there any way of, say, of using this document to go back and say, and work collaboratively, say, with the Downtown Association, the Downtown BRZ, or to use this document as a jumping off point to actually start getting existing lighting better, or better existing lighting?
The genesis of this document was actually into at least two projects that we're already working on with the Calgary Downtown Association. One is to relight the metal tree sculptures in the 300 West block, because the lighting on those has failed, and they need an updated lighting system. So the research that went into determining a new lighting system for that, as well as the research that went into determining a new lighting system for the Centre Street Bridge, which was offered as a centennial project to Chinatown, that was the kind of the beginning of the technical work that went into informing the document. So this one was kind of a quick win. We had quite a bit of work done and could put together some recommendations based on what we'd learned through our work with that consultant.
Okay. When you talk about DMX and control in here, was there any discussion around taking the DMX and linking it up beyond building by building, or piece of infrastructure by infrastructure, and being able to link it together?
there certainly was that discussion because we've seen that happen or be done very effectively in other cities. Montreal is a spectacular example of that. But none of that level of technical detail went into the document.
Okay. Well, thank you, because I don't know if people are aware, but how far behind the times we are when it comes to lighting our city and lighting our downtown and lighting our buildings. It's been a hard slog to try and do any lighting in Calgary for years. And as you said, Mr. Down, this raises its importance and its value, and sort of puts a punctuation mark on it. So thank you for the work, and I appreciate it.
Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Alderman Demong.
Actually, a lot of my concerns seem to mirror Alderman Chabot's concerns, which somewhat frightens me. But there's several references in here that make me concerned. You're commenting that it's being used as an advisory reference specifically. Page 5 on the illuminations on guideline 4, it says, will lighting of the element be restricted due to some other consideration, for example, bird migratory patterns? So are we already suggesting that we're going to be using this as a more than a guideline to say, well, you can't do that because this is in this guideline, therefore you can't be doing that? It's these kind of issues that make me very concerned.
I think that particular question that's raised by that guideline just suggests that in proposing lighting, it's under the 2.1 creating contrast section. In proposing the lighting, are there a number of factors that need to be taken into account to influence the decision to use the lighting or not? The document doesn't restrict lighting, it doesn't require lighting.
No, but it doesn't restrict lighting, but it is suggesting that it might be restricted due to a companion document, the bird migratory pattern document, which brings up something that Alderman Pincott had mentioned. Your comment on a large pane of gas pane of glass at planning being mitigated, so to speak. So would this in many cases hold up and/or delay approvals because of these specific situations?
I think, as Mr. Watson already pointed out, it should speed up the discussion, because we do sometimes get a little delayed at Planning Commission with the discussions of both of these issues. And I think with the information informing the discussion with the applicant in advance, we should speed things up.
So right now, that large pane of glass would be put back onto the developer and say you can't do that because we're concerned about bird concerns, etc.?
Could you restate the question?
I'm wondering. I'm concerned for a simple situation such as you've got, as was described, a large pane of glass, and it was given to an example that it would be mitigated using this bird review, that the developer shouldn't necessarily use that because it would be disadvantageous to the bird migratory patterns for possibility. Are we suggesting that right now something like that would be being held up without this reference guide?
I don't think anything's being held up. I'm just saying that we do enter into sometimes long discussions, which perhaps adds to the length of time. I mean, we have a discretionary bylaw, and when people come in with design, there are times when we say, well, have you thought about illumination? Have you thought about bird guidelines? Have you thought about some of these issues that other North American cities are thinking about? And that goes back and forth. With this, we have a starting point for those discussions, as opposed to depending who the planner is or who the architect is on either side of the table. I certainly can't point to any particular application, Mr. Downlight, that we are holding up, which I don't believe we are, on this specific issue. But this certainly, I think, will speed up the conversations.
Okay. On page 4, or rather, where did I go? Page 4, it states that all stakeholders were involved in the engagement process, including planners, architects, designers, builders, and developers and owners. Did we get any projections or estimates of what this might cost on new buildings or possibly retrofitting?
Page 4 of the bird friendly?
Yes.
Well, and I actually don't need to look at the page. In answer to your question, we did not estimate what the cost would be of changing your building in response to the guidelines, because we don't imagine that there would be any cost implication at all. It could make the building cost less. It's a change in perhaps the reflective quality of the glass in some instances, or it's a change in the location of the trees in other instances. It shouldn't really have any effect on the construction cost of a building.
But did we actually discuss this with, as you say, the stakeholders, the developers,
Oh,
the
absolutely,
builders,
absolutely.
and they agree with you that they don't believe there would be any cost implications to it?
There is a perceived cost implication of of increasing the number of mullions in a wall of glass, but that's just one of a number of possible solutions to dealing with the problem.
Okay. I do have one concern where you're over on guideline 10, locating the interior landscaping away from windows. I can understand where that might be a concern from a bird-friendly situation, but I can tell you from my previous history that the plants will not do nearly as well if you don't have them near the windows to accept the direct sunlight. And I've got to admit, the studies that have been done showing how much stress relief healthy and vibrant plants on an indoor area is good for the human body. I'm not sure where I can balance those two. To have them in the middle of the lobby, I can guarantee they won't thrive nearly as well. So I do have concerns with guideline 10 in that respect. Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Demong, Alderman Putmans.
Thank you, Worship. We have a 6 o'clock.
Well, I am about to suggest that we take our recess after the continuation of this, conclusion of this item, so that administration doesn't have to stick around.
What I would like, may I just have 2 minutes offline with Mr. Down after we adjourn? I just have a couple of questions. I don't think we need to.
Well, I just said that I would like to not recess until after we've completed this item, so Mr. Down doesn't have to stick around.
What I was saying is I'm prepared to say my questions have been asked and answered.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, done. Alderman Hodges, questions?
Yes, Your Worship, we still have that item that was tabled. I didn't.
Oh, I know that. I just figured at least we can let Mr. Down go.
No, make him stay there.
If we're done. Mr. Down, I must say that I'm generally in favor of better lighting, especially when it involves more purple, so thank you for that on the cover. But I was a little bit surprised, and you alluded to it a couple of times, and I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. I was a little bit surprised in the bird-friendly urban design piece that we didn't see benchmarks of Calgary versus other cities, and it sounds like you incorporated best practices from other cities in the recommendations, but that wasn't really explicit in the report. Is that actually the case?
Your Worship, we did indeed look quite carefully at the Toronto guideline, and in using the same consultant, we incorporated best practices from Toronto. So many of the mitigation suggestions, such as the slope glass, came from research that had been done previously in Toronto, where there's a much more documented instance of this issue.
Great. Thank you. Alderman Farrell.
Thank you. So I wouldn't mind moving both of these,
Sure.
but one at a time. So I'll start with the bird-friendly urban design guidelines. And how this came about, Council, and it seems odd to people who aren't familiar with it, is heard by word of mouth that we were getting a lot of bird hits in the downtown core. And yet we haven't calculated the number of strikes that we have in the city, but we even know from City Hall that we have a number of bird strikes. And so what happens is during migratory seasons especially, and this is one of North America's major migratory routes, although a minor route compared to what Toronto has. The birds travel at night, they travel along the Bow Corridor, and they navigate by the stars. And so we thought it was important to look at the example of other cities that have discussed this issue and brought about guidelines that are just that. They're to inform applicants of the issue and possible solutions. It can be as simple as turning off decorative lighting during migratory periods. And it's something that really we should be doing anyway, is having, and some cities it's legislated. Brisbane has motion detectors inside their buildings, and they have had for decades, so that if nobody's in the building, the lights go off. And then if somebody's in the building and moving around, of course, the lights are on, and it happens automatically. We have a songbird population that's in dramatic decline in North America. A lot of it's from cats, predatory animal, but many of the fatalities are coming from the urban environment. So if there's something that we can do to help, I think we should make every attempt to help. And as it's been stated many times, this is simply voluntary, but to inform the public that there are solutions to these issues when the questions comes up. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Alderman Lowe.
I'm going to support this, Your Worship. Now, Alderman Farrell will know that I've harried her a significant amount during this, but I'm prepared to stand here and eat a little crow.
Just before supper?
I'd actually congratulate her for bringing this along, I think, for the past 6 or 7 years. And it is voluntary. It is a guideline. As Mr. Downs pointed out, it's something that can be referenced. And for that reason, I'll support it, and I'll ask Council to support it. And with that, I will sit down quietly.
You'll return to your nest, perchance? Not unless there's a great pun, Alderman Chabot. Alderman Chabot.
Well, Your Worship, I was not inclined on supporting this, and having heard from Mr. Watson believing that this may actually help to speed the process, I'm more inclined, like I said before, to support the Center City illumination guidelines, because I think that would probably contribute more significantly to protection of the avian population, simply by virtue of minimizing the potential draw to the birds into the Center City during the evening hours in particular. I know that we as a city have been looking at I guess, providing a better city, and so we may be a victim of our own success in looking at aesthetics. And a lot of the buildings that we've developed in the last little while have been to try and improve our aesthetics by reducing the amount of concrete, because I think concrete would be quite visibly tangible to the birds as being a solid. The more glass we have, obviously, is creating some problems. So, like I said, we may be a victim of our own success. So I guess moving forward, there may be some solutions that might not be all that costly that we could implement if it can help to speed the process, answer a bunch of questions, ultimately maybe even speed up the process. I guess it's worthwhile considering.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. We're a few minutes beyond our normal time, so I should probably take a motion to suspend the procedure bylaw until the resolution of this item. However, before I do that, I will ask Council if you have any appetite. We've got one item left in the public hearing. Do you have any appetite to go through that one as well before we take a dinner break? Then all these folks can go home? Okay, so why don't I take a motion to suspend our procedure bylaw until both items are done? Okay, so Alderman Carra, Alderman Collier-Cart, you're seconding? Okay, are we agreed? Very well then. So we'll finish off the... Oh, sorry, opposed? Chabot and Jones are opposed. So very well then, we'll finish off the public hearing before we take our break. Alderman Keating.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add my support to this and congratulate Alderman Lowe for not ducking the issue and sparing us more debate. Thank you.
Alderman Keating, you are in fact a prince among men. Thank you. So, Alderman Farrell, did you want to close? All right, closed. On 9.1 then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. 9.2, Alderman Farrell?
This one perhaps is not, or doesn't appear as esoteric, but I think it's a very important document. Illumination is a very important and I think neglected part of Calgary's architecture. And if you look at other cities that I think we, many of us would agree are great cities, illumination is just simply part of how you would design a bridge or an underpass or a building for that matter. And so I think it's important work. And I really have to thank the staff who've been working on the underpass guidelines, the illumination guidelines, the bird-friendly guidelines. I'm getting comments on how attractive our public realm is looking and how attractive our downtown is looking. And it's a large result of the work that this team is doing. And this is just one next step in helping create a great city. So thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder, Alderman Pincott? Thank you. Any discussion on this one? All right, then, on 9.2, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right, that takes us back to the item that we tabled earlier, 8.2 in your agenda. If I recall correctly, we were still on questions of clarification. We hadn't yet opened the public hearing. Questions of clarification, Alderman Hodges? No? Do we need one? Yes. All right, let's do it. All right, thank you. Motion to lift then from the table, seconded by Alderman Chabot, moved by Alderman Hodges. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Very well then. So you had the floor, I think, Alderman Farrell.
I did. Thank you. Mr. Orr, were you able to find the... Yes, thank you.
Yes, Your Worship.
I think they're important to the context.
Your Worship, there
are trees.
The native grasslands are very typical in the site area. It's probably best if I just go through the photographs. I think that's probably the best procedure.
Great.
There's also a wetland that's existing. Go to the next one. And also you have a tall, dry shrubs, very typical in the actual site area. Also, native grasslands associated with the site. Obviously, these photographs are taken in the summer. Also, willow shrubs, very common in the site area. Okay, also should mention the wet meadow, the Class 2. That area is actually being preserved with the application, as is also the shallow marsh. That's also being saved associated with this redesignation. And that's just a typical vegetation shot of the site. And also a dry shrub, which is very common in the site area. Also, this is typical of the bush and the. And there you can just see where a house is abutting it, and you see how it's disturbed with the introduction of grass. So some of the native grasses have to be removed, obviously, to accommodate the yard. And this is a wetland at the north portion of the site that's actually going to would be lost with the application.
Okay, thank you. I think it's important context.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. Any further questions of clarification? Questions of clarification only at this time? All right, then. So we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wish to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone wish to speak in favor? Hello?
Hello.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Your Worship Council. My name is Rob Hayward, and I represent the ownership of this property. And I would like to turn over the technical of this to Lyle Teely of Eclipse Engineering. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Worship, and members of Council. A little brief history of the site. We've worked, or the developer and the landowner, the same, has worked with the local aldermen of the area. We've tried to address the concerns that were written to us by the neighbors in Rock Point Place to address some of their concerns over different issues. In doing this, the developer has given up a substantial portion of land that would not have been required. This parcel was subdivided, and when it was part of the MD of Rocky View, and at that time the MD or the MR was given. So when this parcel is redeveloped, there is no need for MR to be given over to the city. But in recognizing that there is unique characteristics, there are lowlands, there is the knob and kettle, and to allow some development on this parcel, between the ER and the MR, almost 30% of the site has been dedicated to non-residential development, or undevelopment, should I say. In fact, the developer is proposing not to touch any of the existing land, which is most of the photographs that you've seen, the nice colored wetlands and that. They're proposing not to touch any of that land. The site that we're talking about has on the southwest corner an existing ER with a wetland. The adjacent lands would be taken if the site was being developed as ER fringe. The lands as you head north through the green space and the trees that we've shown will be the future MR that the developer is proposing to give up. And you'll see there's a little spot in the middle of the trees there. That was a wetland that was created when Rock Cliff Place was created. They filled the land and created a trapped low and put a large retaining wall along it. So now there is a trapped low, but we're proposing to retain that trapped low. The topography of the land is quite rolling, and it does fall off to the lowlands to the west along Rock Cliff Place. The proposed grading of the future R1s or residential housing would retain the existing grade at the back of their lot. So in the MR, they're proposing to not do any grading. They'd like to match the back of their lots with existing grading. It seems that we all visit the site during the winter. We have another beautiful winter shot of the site. This is actually looking from the southwest across that storm pond / ER. The houses that are on your left-hand side are Rock Cliff Place homes, and the house in the background is the actual resident that is now existing on the site. We're proposing, the design of the subdivision would propose that the new houses would be of no higher in elevation than the existing Rock Cliff Place homes. This picture shows looking from the backyard of the existing dwelling back towards the homes on Rock Cliff Place. That low area between here and the houses in Rock Cliff Place would be the future MR. On the north side of the site, it does come up quite dramatically high. The existing homes back onto this high with the chain link fence. We're proposing a similar nature with the housing that would be backing onto this chain link fence. There are only 3 lots where housing would actually interface with existing housing. The retaining wall that we talked about that was built as part of Rock Cliff Place, this is it. This is actually in their backyards, but the trap low that was created by building this and filling in Rock Cliff Place would be retained. That's just a brief summary. If I'd like to hand it over to Rob.
Thank you, Your Worship. Your time is actually up, but given that there's 2 of you, I can give you another minute to wrap up if you like.
All right. Yeah, and I'll address some of the other issues I'm sure are going to come up, so I won't waste your time with that. But we feel strongly that in the meetings that we've had with council, as well as the community association and the adjacent landowner, as well as the CPAG team here in Calgary, that we have made quite substantial compromises along the way for this proposed development. We are at the end of a larger development that's happening, as you saw earlier, to the east and to the south of us, that was redesignated last summer to RC1 with direct controls placed on it. And essentially, we are the last of that area to be developed, which everything else in that area already has been rezoned. Thank you.
Thank you. That's helpful context. I do have some questions for you, Alderman Carra.
I'm assuming that not carrying through CPC was a bit of a shock to you guys?
Correct.
There was a discussion about conservation subdivision, I understand, at CPC. Can you tell us what that means to you and what, your response to that conversation?
Well, I was a little surprised to it in light of the fact that we are the last piece to be developed in that area. I do understand the community's concerns. I do understand the need for the aspen trees and the preservation of the wetlands, and we feel that we've gone to great lengths to try to protect those areas to the best we can and to donate as much as we can to maintaining an MR.
Okay, so the concept behind conservation subdivision is that you actually look at the site and you design your housing and your lotting around the natural features rather than sort of saying, we're going to keep this and we'll save that in two big chunks. Was there ever any consideration of pursuing a conservation subdivision plan?
That is why we've chosen to leave that MR strip. It has the most significance on the site. It has the nicest tree growth. Where the existing home is cultured grass, or what do they call it? When they don't belong to this area type trees. There is a little knob and kettle at the very entrance. To design a house that would sit around the trees, we've kept our lot sizes to a similar lot size to the rest of the lots in the area. We've tried to keep them smaller so that we could retain some sort of knob and kettle in one concentrated area rather than trying to intersperse and not really have a successful use of the knob and kettle area.
Okay, so then the answer is?
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. By creating that MR and looking at the land use, yes, we did.
Okay, well.
30% of the land has been turned over to conservation. Instead of, normally in a subdivision, the city would only ask for 10%. In this case, none was required, and the developer has chosen to give 30% for conservation.
Okay, so that's not technically a conservation subdivision, but I understand what you guys are bringing to the table. Would there be any appetite to pursue an actual conservation subdivision approach, given what you heard from CPC? Or?
I guess that would really depend on the outcome of this meeting.
That makes a lot of sense to me as well. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, one question I asked previously to administration, which you probably anticipated, is in the area that was deemed to be seasonal wetlands. Can you show me where roughly that lies within the site? Is this the seasonal wetlands that in a winter condition?
Sorry, I was showing the result.
The seasonal wetlands is this portion in here that has been created as a seasonal wetland. It dries right out when there is no water. It was one of the typical for the Bear's Paw, or that ridge up there, is that the gravel liner underneath doesn't retain the water. This blue area down here is a designed stormwater pond for the surrounding communities. This parcel of land to the east is an environmental reserve wetland. So there's a mix of lowlands, storm ponds, and environmental wetlands.
Okay, that seasonal storm pond, is that something you're planning on retaining?
This seasonal pond here, yes, we're proposing not to make that part of the MR, to leave the MR area as natural. It's got the most concentration of indigenous trees and grasslands on it. We'd prefer to leave that as existing.
Is that the area that was the subject of the comments provided to us by the Community Association?
Correct. Correct.
But you are still going to preserve it?
Yes.
Interesting.
They wanted a setback from the existing homes, and they wanted the lowlands preserved.
So 21 lots, so they're all going to be aligned on the east side of that parcel? Is that the way the intent is?
Yes, sir.
All access through the extension of Rocky Ridge Place or whatever it is?
Actually, Rocky Ridge Place, we're in negotiation with the adjacent landowner to do a land swap. Rocky Ridge Place would become part of our property, and as you can see through the shadow plan, we're proposing a roadway directly through the center of our property to line up with the adjacent landowner so that there's 2 points of access throughout the entire community.
Okay, so that is, I'm just trying to figure out how you're going to place your lots on there. You're going to be on either side of that road?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so those are the 3 properties you were referring to that will be impacted by your development is when?
At the top west corner, yes.
Only looks like 2 there.
Right now, the developer's in consultation with the surrounding landowner. They currently own this strip of land here, which is being used as a temporary access to the buildings. And this chunk of land up here, which is currently zoned as RC1.
So it's going to be a land swap or something? It's going to change the actual site dimensions?
Yes, it will change after the fact. As you see here, Rocky Ridge Place and that small triangle at the top corner, those have already been redesignated.
Oh, I see. Okay.
One has RC1 designation and the other one has the RC1 DC.
Okay. So now, those portions of MR lands, how much of those lands that are being dedicated are actually MR versus ER? Do you have any kind of order?
Of the parcel, this parcel of land is 1.65 hectares. Of that, 0.83 hectares would be turned into housing and roads. 0.41 would be MR, and 0.17 would be ER.
So you are dedicating 1.01 acres, is that correct, of MR voluntarily?
0.41 of MR voluntarily, yes.
0.41 hectares, yeah, 1.01 acres.
25% of the site is. The ER would have to be dedicated anyways because it's part of the storm pond slash.
I realize that. 24.8% you're dedicating voluntarily. Okay, thank you, Your Worship. No further questions.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Any further questions for these folks? All right, thank you so much for being here, and thanks for your patience in us getting to this item. Anyone else wish to speak in favor of this proposal? Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Anyone wish to speak in opposition to this proposal? Hello, thanks as well to you for your patience as we get to this.
It's been a long day.
Yes, yes it has.
Yeah. I wanted to show you the proposed...
Introduce yourself first, please.
My name is Diane Coley. I reside at 8 Rockcliffe Point, which would be this house right here. As you can see, we are the most affected by this particular thing. This is the second plan that has been projected for this particular lot of land. Originally, they were not including this particular portion of land, and the roadway was still owned by the other developer. It has switched from being along this area, as you see, to this area as it stands now, affecting different homeowners at both times, obviously, in our development, which is actually Rockcliffe Point, not Rockcliffe Place. In regards to this, we have a couple of problems. Obviously, they could not have built without this land swap right here. He's incorrect in saying that there is no other swampland. It is right here. This is a pond here on this side of the road that is very low and is filled 90% of the time with water. They're proposing to build 2 houses over that site. So I'm not exactly sure how happy those owners will be when they realize they are over a swampland. The other thing is that the trees, this triangle is extremely sloped area. It will have to be completely flattened in order for them to build a house in it, or at least the grade is going to have to be changed substantially, removing all of the pretty trees that are there. So this is things that we just really don't feel that we can live with. I mean, these are houses that are in that cul-de-sac probably average $1.1 million and more. And people that have that kind of money don't particularly want and have been told that we would have green space behind us. So to be all of a sudden told, no, you're going to back on someone else with a structure that is as high as yours and be looking face to face on them has really heated the community. We're very upset about it. What the other thing is if you look at lot 2 and 3, you have one side of that those particular lots that is extremely short. I think my estimates were it's around 60 to 65 feet on one side. I don't think that's a livable space at all. For them to put a house up, it means that we will be able to throw them an egg through the back window, basically, by the time that they put up that structure. Even with it allowing for 25 feet at the back of the house, because of the severe angle on that one corner, it will be extremely close to the back of the house, to our houses. So this has been a problem for us. The other thing is that what we really would like to see is more of a linear plan of the green space. We would like to see us not having to back on other people. The other areas that are developing in Rock Lake all have green spaces surrounding their houses, all of them. For them to propose that they're going to back onto part of our community has been very upsetting for us. We had suggested that they put in a 3-meter or to put in a bike path behind us. However, that has been a problematic for some of the homeowners because they worry about safety. As well, we have been orphaned, unfortunately, by Rocky Ridge. Rock Lake is no longer considered part of Rocky Ridge. Yep. We were only allowed to use the facilities of Rocky Ridge because we had been grandfathered in. They're kicking out the rest of Rock Lake. So maintenance of those pathways, I don't know who's going to maintain them at this point. What we want is a buffer zone. We want the trees to remain. We would like to see in those unusable lots 1 through 4, which we feel are backing onto our properties, there is no parks nearby for kids to play in. We have to go across Rocky Ridge Road. To my knowledge, none of the other developers have even done it, have even suggested a park there. They will not be allowed to use the park facilities that are at the Rocky Ridge Homeowners Association. So what we are proposing is that that piece of land be left as is, except for the center area, which was to be hollowed out for a children's park area. So on our side of the street, that's what we would like to see is the first 4 lots to be hollowed out. If that can't be completely realized, any adjacent property we would like to see made a bungalow so that we are not having to face them right directly.
All right.
So.
Thank you. Ms. Cully, something you said concerned me.
Yeah.
You said you were promised that you would always back onto green space. Who made you that promise?
We were promised, different people were promised it certainly the homeowner that moved in next to me was told that, no, there will never be development behind you.
But surely it wasn't the landowner of that land who made you that promise.
The people behind us? No. No, but
So,
it was.
I mean, I'm having a little bit of trouble here, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but surely your neighbors are not suggesting that just because they spent a lot of money on their land, that they can say what other private landowners can do with their land because some third party made them a promise.
I understand that. But the whole idea of this area was to maintain the natural environment.
But again, whose idea?
Well, I guess it's probably, you buy your house and you listen to your real estate agents and you listen to...
And this is sort of a big problem, right? If you're making a $1.1 million investment, I would suggest that you need to know more than what the real estate agent is saying to you.
Yes. Yes. However, when you look at the other side of Rock Lake, it is completely buffered. The other communities that are going into that area, Echo Haven, completely buffered. When you look at Rock Lake Summit, completely buffered. So we're just asking for the same thing. We're asking for buffer around us.
Thank you. Well, this is interesting. I'm very sympathetic with the attempt to preserve the green space. You kind of lost me when you talked about what an owner of expensive homes deserves in contrast with others. But I'm getting over that one. And I'm going to ask you a question about what Alderman Carra and I have been discussing, which is conservation subdivision.
Mm-hmm.
And that this is not conservation subdivision.
Not.
What is conservation subdivision, however, is to look at land. It's most appropriate in land like this that have natural assets or, in some cases, historical assets, and you cluster the development in the disturbed areas or the least valuable ecological areas. But what you do is you benefit the landowner by increasing the density so that there's actually a reason to do it. So we're talking about clustering density. It's done a lot in the U.S. It generates a lot of value for the homeowners. So what we have a tendency, and I'm getting to a question, I really am. We have a tendency to do in sort of traditional suburban development is we carve up the lots equidistant and clear the land and kind of ignore the natural assets or put some aside and not develop on that. So I'm wondering what the tolerance is of your community to look at an increased density but on disturbed land and preserving the natural assets of this really beautiful piece of property. Because I hear two different things. I hear low density and I hear preserve the natural assets. And that means that the landowner takes the financial hit. I know we can't talk about finances here, but the whole way we plan has to have developers on side. Mm-hmm. So we create value, or the whole concept of it is creating value by giving them value elsewhere, which is on the disturbed land. So, and I hear two things. Is it something that your community would be willing to examine?
Putting in what would be your example of a higher density?
I'm not talking a tower, but it would maybe townhouse development, or it may be smaller lot development, but in a more concentrated area. So all the really exquisite parts of this property are preserved.
You know, obviously I'm one member of, it's hard for me to say.
And I know, you're only speaking for yourself.
I just know that we would like to see the trees stay behind us. I mean, they're beautiful. They're beautiful. As well, you have to realize, if they shut off that corridor, we have deer and moose that go and are in the summer at that bottom pond. How are they going to get out? I have coyotes that go through the back of there. I can hear them at night. Believe me, they're loud. Where are they going to go? They're going to end up on our street.
But I think the critical question for me is whether you would tolerate, I know you can't speak for your community, with concentrating that density. And usually to encourage this kind of thing, you need to add more density. So you get more units per overall development than you would with carving it up equidistant.
I would prefer that.
You would prefer it?
I would prefer, yeah. If it was centered in the middle of that land or more towards the pond area, I would prefer that to what it is now, which is we'll be backing right on to people.
And it's certainly my experience that most people do when they see the difference.
Yeah.
It's just we haven't really done a very good job of showing what the difference is. Okay, thank you.
Great.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm a neighbor of Diane's and lot.
Sorry, and your name is, sir?
Chris Krupa.
Thanks, Mr. Krupa.
I brought some paper, some maps out and stuff. I don't think I got to hand them out. Just basically showing all the other developments around the area, how they all have buffers. And with putting these 4 lots in behind us there, obviously it takes the buffer away from us. But it shows here on this map right there. Yeah, so in this, it's got a lot breakout, and on those plans, it's got 1 lot. Yeah, and that triangle there, and they're proposed to put 3 houses? 3 or 4 houses?
Partial.
So my biggest concern is, well, first of all, the elevation drop-off from grade of my house is about 20 feet to the base of that, to the middle of that triangle. But to put 3 lots in there, and to have the setback and whatnot, like Diane was saying, those lots are going to be 60, 65 feet, or at least one of them will be. So my biggest thing is the buffer. Behind there, we want to keep the trees. I mean, I know they were talking about a bike path going back there, but the security and privacy issue of that is no different than them telling us there's going to be a back alley put in the back there. So, I don't really know what else to say. That's really about it.
Skrupa, you said that your home is what, elevated or below that?
Above.
You're above that.
Yeah. So from lot number 4 where I am to the base of that triangle, lot number 1, there's about a 20-foot elevation difference.
Okay. Is there a retaining wall behind your property?
No. That's something else I should have brought up, but don't speak in front of people too often, but a retaining wall would be something, you know, if they kept the 20-foot depth of elevation. If there was a retaining wall put in, I'd be all for that too. I mean, that...
Okay. No, I'm just trying to get
No, there's no
context
retaining wall, just a slope right down, 20 feet down into...
Okay, and that's treed up in there, right?
Yeah, heavily treed in there, yeah.
Okay. And most of these properties, I assume, all have front drives, no alleys?
Yeah, no
Drive
alleys.
garages, yeah. Front drives, okay. Okay, that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Any other questions for these folks? All right, thank you so much for being here. Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to this? Anyone else wish to speak in opposition?
Mayor, Alderman, my name is Oscar Feck. I've lived here since 1952. I find this very disturbing, just looking at the greenery, lush area that I seen on that was showed. It's just like paradise. Wetlands are supposed to be kept. Look at Spruce Meadow 30 years ago. They built a road right through the lake to build Spruce Meadows. And there's many other ones with this, what the city did. Maybe this whole area should have been kept. Make a lake out of it. Use it for leisure. You know, the city council talks about preserving, conservation, but all I hear is talk. Why? A small wet area, it dries up very quickly. If it's a big wet area, it'll stay there forever. Because the salt on the bottom, it's got silt and everything. It filters the water through the soil, and the trees create dampness. It creates a good environment for the birds, animals, and everything. Why are we doing it? I was going to say something about the proposed birds-friendly urban design guidelines.
Too late.
No, I'm just saying though, it's the same thing. We're not supposed to have the birds fly into the windows. But birds are smart. Animals are smart. They're probably smarter than people are. Because they do with instinct. I watch a lot of documentaries. Lions and all hyenas, they only will kill for food. People will do for greed, money, and power. Why are we doing it? It is relevant.
At this point, City Council may do anything for food, Mr. Feck. I've kept
But
them
you
from
know
their
what I'm
dinner,
saying,
but
Mayor. Mayor, you've been around, and what I'm saying about all this, why I was saying one thing and doing something else. We keep repeating. Like the green buildings. In the 1956, we did build green buildings, just like
on this one,
I know,
Mr.
but
Feck.
it's the same thing. We have to create an illusion. It'll be a green building. It'll be different. No, it's not different. It's the same. Like here we're talking about. We got to keep that whole area for the future. We can't build a new lake and hope it's going to stay there. No, because the low spots are usually what the creator, that divine has created for our needs. But mankind is destroying it and then think they're smarter. You see, we need the trees, we need the ponds and everything else. But look at Arizona. They were so dry all the time. Since they built more lakes, more everything else, it's gotten wetter, and they get more rain now than they used to before. Alderman Ray Jones, it's not funny, but it's a fact. I study all this. Europe is keeping all the ponds, all the wetlands. Russia is the same thing. But why are we destroying here? U.S. is partly doing the same thing. The lakes are drying up, the ponds are drying up. Not unless we stop raping the soil, we are going to create a desert. We are going to create a desert just like the desert is. Not unless we keep our environment safe and keep the trees, the lakes, and everything else.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Feck.
No, but I'm always wrapping up, but you guys don't want to listen to me. You do whatever you want.
All right, Mr. Feck, your time's up. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship. In this case, however, we don't have a Planning Commission recommendation.
We do not.
So I thought that hopefully the simplest matter is to go to page 7. Page 7, you have the Corporate Planning Applications Group recommendation for approval, A and B. However, B was shelved at the Commission, tabled at the Commission, so we can't perhaps proceed with the outline plan, though Ms. Flowen may say something differently.
No, so we can only do A, not B.
Yeah, and Your Worship, it's been a long day already. I would like somebody to move A, please. And I have
Alderman Lowe.
I have an amendment that I'd like to move at second reading.
Okay, so Alderman Lowe has moved it. Do I have a seconder? Very well then. So it is on the floor. Recommendation A, recommendation that council adopt by bylaw the redesignation, et cetera, et cetera.
Your Worship, this I know Alderman Farrell likes the concept of conservation design. Well, we tried it a few years ago, and in my view, it did not work very satisfactorily. Here we have an application from a landowner that was here today and represented by a consultant who are providing 30% municipal reserve on the site and preserving almost all of the wetlands in that southwest corner of the site. which was a far better proposal now than when the application was first made. So given the progress made on this, and it does conform to the area structure plan, I'm prepared to I'm prepared to support the recommendation of the CPEG, and it's which has already been moved, but I have an amendment at second reading.
Okay, thanks, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. Well, I won't be supporting it, as I didn't in Planning Commission. And Council, we have an established conservation subdivision policy, and frankly, we haven't even tried it yet, because there is a recognition that landowners need to get value out of land, and yet we also are wanting to preserve some of these really precious environmentally sensitive areas. So how do you do that? You concentrate the density in the areas that are disturbed, and we still have a mindset where you carve up land in equal little parcels, and then whatever's left you can designate ER. But that's not conservation subdivision, and it works. So until the day that we are willing to try it, I think I'll just continue to get up and talk about it. But I urge members of council who aren't familiar with it, I've got a couple of really great books in my office, to look at what it actually means and looks like, because it's quite simple to do, but it is recognizing that landowners need to get value from their land while contributing to the environmental health of our city. And I think it's disappointing in this case, because if you saw the land that will be carved up into little equal parcels, it's really exquisite property. So I'm...
So Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
I've just been consulting with my colleagues up here. There's a couple ways forward here to get to where you want to go. The first is one could put this forth, and if it's passed, then we're done. And if it's defeated, then presumably the landowner could think about what you're suggesting. It is possible for you to send it with a recommendation, but it has to be a very specific recommendation on what you would like done, and I'm just not sure what your intent is.
So refer it back to administration to, and it would have to be very specific, that to be reviewed in context of the conservation subdivision policy, and that would be recognizing some additional density on the site. Now that the public hearing is done.
Happy to do that to see if we could come up with a better solution over the break.
Okay.
Okay, so I don't know how to do that though, Madam Clerk. Sorry?
Close the public hearing.
Oh, we have to finish the item.
Oh.
You can't reconsider a recess. Betcha that is brand new to most people around this table. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So.
But we could table the item until later in the meeting, couldn't we, Madam Clerk?
That's an elaborate way of getting around that. Do you want me to table? All right. Because I'm ready to chew off Alderman Hodges' arm if we don't break, which would be a bad thing.
He may enjoy that, but... So you're moving to table this item until council returns from its dinner break? Well done. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Are we agreed? Opposed? Carried. So we will be back. When will we be back?
It's usually an hour and a half.
Just an hour? All right. So we'll be back at 10 minutes date. And we're back. So, Alderman Farrell, I think from over dinner I heard that you are not going to do a referral motion, or are you?
No, I am not. And in discussion, I'll just give preemptive strike here. In discussion with Alderman Hodges and Ms. Axworthy and a few of my colleagues, I've decided there are some large parcels in Rocky Ridge that are undeveloped, and we'd likely have a better result if we looked at those large parcels. So I've got a motion arising after this one. I won't be supporting this land use, but I'm not going to attempt to refer it. I do have a motion arising that looks at the bigger picture.
Thank you. Alderman Carra.
I'm ready to, has it been moved yet? Yeah. Well, I just want to make the statement publicly that, this is definitely 100% not conservation subdivision. This is just a triangular piece of SLAP, which stands for space left after planning. And that's unfortunately how we design too much space in Calgary, is we try and lot in the lots, and then whatever's left over becomes MR or parkland. So I think the horse has left the barn on this one. It breaks my heart, though.
Thanks, Alderman Carra. Alderman Lowe, you moved it, yeah? So you're just going to close. Alderman Hodges?
No, Alderman Lowe did. No, I have an amendment to second reading.
Second reading, okay. Alderman Chabot?
I have some questions for administration. Mr. Orr, I was looking over some of the maps and I couldn't tell if there was any specific wildlife corridors that led into that area. Could you tell me whether or not there are any continuous wildlife corridors that lead into this area? Yeah. Not other than roads? I guess not.
No, I don't believe so, Your Worship. There are some corridors associated with environmental reserve lands, which are fairly pronounced throughout the district, but not a specific wildlife corridor per se.
Okay. There were some concerns raised by an adjacent resident, specifically in regards to the potential proximity to their residence. Rear yard setbacks still are required, right?
Yes, absolutely. There are minimums.
6 meters?
No, it'd be 7.5 in this instance.
7.5 meters. Okay. So there'd be a minimum 7.5 plus 7.5, 15 meter separation minimum.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. That's all the questions I had, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thanks. Oops. Thanks, Alderman Chabot. I'm just debating whether I want to say anything, but no, I think I'll just go to Alderman Lowe to close.
Well, Your Worship, it's interesting because the debate here tonight pretty much reflected the debate at CPC. And what happened at CPC, of course, there was 4 of us on one side and 4 of them on the other side. Or, or you can turn that around. It's wholly material. I'm very pleased that Alderman Farrell is elected not to try to change this one, because my argument was going to be exactly that this piece of land is, that there's an economic reality to land. And if we're going to do this kind of development, conservation development, then I think you have to start on a piece of land and you have to recognize that, and you have to assign it a density that allows you to do it. And to do that, you need a palette on which to work. And on the palette here simply isn't big enough, and it's already been disturbed. So for that reason, I stood up at CPC and moved approval. I'm pleased to move approval and 3 readings of the appropriate bylaws, Your Worship.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. So, on the recommendations, are we agreed? Opposed? I'll call the roll, please.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson. Yes. Alderman Carra.
No.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Colliercott.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Yes.
Alderman Farrell. No. Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman MacLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
Yes.
It's carried, Your Worship.
Thank you. I believe that we'll do the 3 readings of the bylaw and then your motion arising, Alderman Farrell. So first reading of the bylaw, then, are we agreed? Opposed?
Same division.
Same division? Are we agreed?
Agreed.
Okay. Before we get to second reading of the bylaw, Alderman Hodges.
Yes, Your Worship, this is an issue that I brought the attention of the Planning Department and asked them to do a proposed amendment at second reading, and that's simply to match the land use on the development parcel with the land uses immediately to the south and east of this site, i.e. on the Decker lands. And Madam Clerk has a copy of what we want to introduce as the new Schedule B. And the new Schedule B, it's still 21 single-family lots, or depending on the land swap, land purchase or swaps that may need to occur, but it's still the same basic plan. But my rationale is it's the same land use as 94D 2010, 94D 2010, Site 3, Site 5, and Site 1. So it's a match for the east and the south side. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for that amendment? Thanks, Alderman Keating. Any discussion on this? Alderman Lowe?
I don't know if anybody from planning can tell me what the land use is in these DC sites. I'm sorry, I don't have my reference material here, so. So it's 94D 2010 sites 1.
The land use is indeed very consistent with what is being brought forward, Your Worship. The difference from the standard stock district is the contextual single-detached dwelling has been removed as a permitted use, and therefore any single-detached dwelling would be a discretionary use. There's also general comments in the DC to provide for contextually sensitive development in the purpose statement.
Just right on page 1.
And than that, there's no other significant differences from the DP that was approved. I'm sorry, from the direct control that was approved in under 94D 2010.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Alderman Lowe. On the amendment, Alderman Chabot?
Can you see the amendment?
Yeah, this is in reference to 94D 2010. Is that correct?
No, hold on.
Can you be more specific about what it is that we're voting on?
So we were, it's, hold on.
Worship, if I could help.
Yes, please,
I
Alderman Hodges.
happened to have a file at home last night, and the way this DC district reads is exactly the same as 94D 2010. So if you look at the page just handed out, Alderman Chabot, it's the same as 2010-0034, which is what we did last July on the balance of the Decker lands, for which not a single piece of dirt has moved since. But there is a land use established, and all I want to do is be consistent with the process of approvals that we have going.
But still, Mr. Watson, would you mind?
Through the chair, Alderman Hodges is right. All this DC is doing is to put on this land the same land use that's on the adjoining parcels, if you look at the map up there. So that And as Alderman Lowe asked, this really, what it does is require development permits for all the houses.
Individual development permits for each individual lot?
That's right. Plus a development permit in order before the stripping and grading starts to make sure that there's some discussion about how that is going to take place too.
Would that not normally take place anyways in regards to overland drainage?
It doesn't, well, there certainly is, there's some material that we have to look at before we permit stripping and grading, but this will be a fuller evaluation than normal.
So if they're required to come forward with a development permit application for each individual lot, then how do you ensure that you have a continuous kind of a plan?
Well, it's up to the applicant, of course, but they'd probably come in with three or, they're not going to come in one at a time. They'll bring in 6 at a time or something. So you'll be able to see how the street frontage or how it might work. Of course, as individual applications, they're subject to appeal too.
Okay, so if we were to not approve this, then how would this development go forward?
This was not approved and the land use that was proposed was approved, then that would become, would be subject to building permits, likely not development permits.
They'd still be subject to the same requirements in regards to overland drainage, stormwater?
Oh, yeah, and all the subdivision, the technical requirements would be the same.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
All right, anyone else on the amendment? Did you want to close, Alderman Hodges?
Yeah, Your Worship, what has happened in other districts in the Northwest that I'm familiar with is a comprehensive development permit can be brought in. That identifies the streetscape and the layout of the individual dwelling units on the lots. They're all lined up, of course, here on each side of the new road. And it's pretty straightforward. And it provides for, as is said in the front page here, provide for contextually sensitive redevelopment. And I think that's appropriate.
Thank you. On the amendment, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? That's it on the screen. All right. Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and I are opposed. Second reading of the bylaw, then. Are we agreed? Opposed? Oh, same division? We agreed? All right. Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Third reading of the bylaw, same division, are we agreed?
Agreed.
Any opposed? Carried. All right.
Same division.
Same division. Thank you. I thought I said that already. Yeah. Okay. Alderman Farrell?
Thank you. So, in discussion over the supper break, my motion arising is as follows. There we go. Direct administration to engage a third party to illustrate how the principles of conservation design could be applied to the remaining large parcels in the northeast quarter section in Rocky Ridge and report through to council or through CPC to council no later than October 2nd. And so what we'll do with this process, if it's approved or supported by council, is look at something that has more meaning than just taking the residual orphan sites and trying to retrofit a different policy. We do have the conservation subdivision guidelines, but this would help bring a third party to help us work through them since we haven't successfully applied them in Calgary.
Do we want to say conservation subdivision?
Conservation subdivision or conservation design? Does it matter?
Subdivision design. It's the terminology is conservation subdivision.
So conservation subdivision.
Design. Right? Conservation subdivision,
Subdivision design.
Yeah.
Okay. And
I think report back with an illustration of how the principles would work, and then it's really council's decision.
And I think you want October 3rd. That's our council meeting.
Is it? All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a seconder for that one? Thanks, Alderman Carra. Any discussion on this? Alderman Lowe? Sorry, my lights are a little wonky here.
I understand everything up to the end of the word Rocky Ridge. I'm having difficulty understanding report through Calgary Planning Commission to council not later than, what are we going to report? We have the the subdivision, the conservation subdivision divine policy in place, if it's taken out, you know, I don't, and from here I don't know who the third party's going to talk to. We have the policy in place, but who's it going to be shown to? We have the policy in place, and what are we going to take to Planning Commission and through the council? If it were to engage a third party to illustrate how the principles work to possible developers up there, I could understand that. But I'm not sure who we're telling this to, what we're bringing through Planning Commission, what they're going to tell Planning Commission or tell Council. And I know everybody's pointing at Mr. Watson like he can answer the question.
He's pointing at himself like he can answer the question. So, Mr. Watson.
I'll start and then Ms. Thank you, Your Worship. The reason we thought this might be the appropriate way to go is that you're absolutely right. And in fact, we did conservation subdivision design specifically for this area. We've tried it a couple of times and perhaps not all that, certainly not successfully. So looking at the larger areas that remain in the northeast quarter section, what we'd like to do is hire an independent third party to go in and who has some expertise, because although we have policies, we do not have a lot of deep knowledge on how to do this internally. To look at the remaining land and come back and report through Planning Commission for Planning Commission's advice and thoughts on this, and bring it to Council. And frankly, I suspect, although we're a long ways from the recommendations, it would be something to the effect Council instructs that on these areas, this for sure will be conservation subdivision. And then that would go back to the landowners, and then they could make applications based on the policies, principles, the ideas we come up with. Because until Council actually says ahead of time to do conservation subdivision design, we're going to be coming in with these small, as Alderman Cross says, small pieces of land, and each one of them on their own is not going to work.
Would we not be better to direct that the remaining undeveloped land in Rocky Ridge shall be subject to conservation design and then front end load it rather than loading it at the back end? I'm just I'm still unclear. I mean, I'm not disputing the thrust at all, but I want an outcome, and I think here's an opportunity to go to the community, go to the landowners and say, here's what shall happen, and here's our third-party expert with examples.
Through the chair, that would certainly save us a lot of time and effort. However, there are going to have to be an amendment to the ASP in order to make this work. Where we've tried, as I said, conservation subdivision design in this area, there has been considerable pushback by the community, even when we had a willing applicant. So this is sort of easing into this as opposed to saying it shall be. Now, if council wants to say it shall be, that'll make it a little bit easier when we talk to people. But on the other hand, given the people that are here tonight, there's a whole lot of other stakeholders in this that I think we want to talk to first before we impose it.
And I guess that's the difficulty. There's a lot of stakeholders here, and I think when you go to some of the stakeholders out here and say you're going to have very high density or relatively high density in small pockets of land around you, rather than your $1.1 million houses, you're going to get some pushback. So I guess it depends where you want to load this on, is all, Mr. Watson. So I'm having trouble with this, candidly, because I'm not sure what the outcome is, or I'm not even sure what the input is, and I'm most certainly not clear what the output is.
Mr. Watson, Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Worship. I too have a bit of a problem with what's being proposed. If this is intended to lead to a city-initiated redesignation, which would then be passed on to the developers to suggest what they could or could not develop. I'm just trying to understand what the outcome, what the deliverable is going to be here.
I'm sure Ms. Axworthy would do a better job of explaining this than I have thus far.
No, hopefully I won't add to any confusion. I think I appreciate what Alderman Lowe's saying. I think what we're suggesting here is that we'd like the opportunity to bring someone in who can help us better understand what conservation subdivision design could mean for the effect for the remaining parcels, and frankly bring that to council so that council also understands, because I'm not sure that everyone's on the same page in their understanding of what conservation subdivision design means. We take these 4 areas, get some options identified on them so that we could come back through Planning Commission, share that experience and knowledge, and also come back to council to say, you know, here's what it might look like. Here's what we've been talking about, and perhaps the policy has not been as successful in identifying how it can work on the ground in some of these areas. So we would be looking to bring those options back so that council can understand more clearly what the direction would be should they choose to embrace it.
Would this also include a detailed analysis of what areas in particular we would look at conserving? Tree stands, wetlands, all of that kind of stuff?
That would be part of the design for the 4 individual sites.
And identifying which areas could potentially develop, the total amount of lands, and then try and work out the densities accordingly?
Well, we would be trying to illustrate how the principles of clustering the density could work on parcels and areas that would have high potential for retention. Okay. I'm not sure we get down to the detail that you would for a land use amendment. It would be more illustrative, but just to add to everyone's understanding, including the landowners and the community, etc., of what this might look like, because I'm not sure we have some living, breathing examples that people can easily relate to.
Okay. How much land are we talking about here?
There are 4 sites. I believe one is 25 acres. Alderman Hodges probably knows more than I do on the size of them.
I'm trying to get an order of magnitude and the total scope of the project.
I'm sorry, I don't know the sizes of the other parcels.
And the reason that I'm asking that is I'm just wondering how much work are we talking about here?
I don't think it's a huge amount of work, something that we could easily put out without having to go to a request for proposal.
Okay. And something you think you can accommodate within your current work plan?
Well, we'd be using a consultant primarily, yes.
So outside of your current work plan?
Outside of current work plan, but we always allow some maneuvering room so that we can meet council's needs.
I heard that. Did you hear that, Mr. Watson? There's room in the budget.
There is a limit to that maneuvering room, however.
Thank you.
It's only March, I might add. Oh, it's April now, sorry.
I won't say it. All right, then. On the motion arising, Alderman Hodges?
Yes. Your Worship, well, Mr. Watson, to make life a little simpler for the poor consultant fellow, the person you're going to hire, whoever he or she may be, why wouldn't the department provide a summary of the issues, and then they have a base understanding of knowledge to begin with, rather than go out and discover the hard way what the issues are, which I can introduce them to.
Through the chair, we'd be more than happy. We'd want to make sure the consultant knew what he or she was getting into before.
Yes, and the 25 acres I mentioned is an accumulation of the Decker holdings, none of which are more than about 5 or 6 acres, but in cumulative total, where, as I say, now the shovel full of earth is moved for years, would be, you know, an area that I'm sure they would want to look at. So if you look at all the little smaller parcels together, he's got about 25 or 30 acres there, all in one area at least. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Farrell to close.
Thank you. Well, I think Ms. Axworthy explained it very well. This is really to show the administration and members of council what we actually mean with conservation subdivision. And because we haven't done it successfully in the city of Calgary for a variety of reasons, partly fractured ownership, willingness to look at something new. We haven't developed some expertise in the area. So it's really to demonstrate to council, but also maybe more importantly, the landowners in the community, what the benefits are of this different type of land form. And so I think it's a worthwhile exercise if we're going to continue to talk about it. Well used in other cities, not experimental at all, but perhaps experimental, well, obviously experimental in Calgary. So whenever we're trying something new, and it could even fit within the Innovation Fund as far as I'm concerned, when we're trying something new, it's worth going slowly so we can bring people along with us. So that's why a softer approach rather than what Alderman Lowe had suggested. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Farrell. On the motion arising then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Demong is opposed. Hey, we're done the public hearing. All right. We'll play a little musical chairs up here, and we will move then to reports from the city manager, starting with C-2011-32. While we're waiting for these folks to get up here, can I have someone move this one, please? Thanks, Alderman Collier-Urquhart. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Lowe. This is the one on the archived legislative video. Hi. Hey. I actually have a question on this one. I don't know if you can answer it or not, Mr. Tobert, but I notice that in the proposed policy, it talks about deleting the archives after 3 years. I don't know why we do that. Cost of storage is so cheap these days. I wonder if we just want to keep them for archive forever. Oh God, it's so cheap now. Tried to buy a hard drive lately. I don't know why we wouldn't keep them forever.
Your Worship, it's currently a policy for the City of Calgary to have a retention schedule for all documents and data. So we do want to control, no matter what format information is stored in, a certain amount of time after which all information is disposed of. And it's just simple housekeeping.
Thank you. Alderman Hodges?
There's a number in here for the cost of archiving or storage, I guess, is another term a person could use. How was that number derived? Perhaps Mr. Tobert, you would know.
Extensive research by the City Clerk, Your Worship.
Extensive research.
Madam Clerk, extensive?
Well, why not $15,000 instead of the $10,000 that I read? Does anyone know the source of that?
I recall that one as well, Alderman Hodges, and I believe the answer is they did, in fact, do a little more research, and the cost of storage really is going down very considerably. So they came up with a one-third lower number, and I bet if we asked them next year, it would be lower than that.
But is there a physical storage involved somewhere in the system?
Your Worship, there is the need to have a server somewhere upon which this material resides, and you have to pay for that.
Okay. It's not paper, though, is it?
We're not going to rely on the cloud.
It is not paper. It's a giant hard drive attached to a computer somewhere. And when the meetings go this long, it's giant, giant, giant hard drive. Thanks, Alderman Hodges. Alderman Collier-Urquhart, did you want to close? All right. On this one, then, on the recommendations, are we agreed? Very well, then. Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. First reading of the bylaw, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Second reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? And third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Carried. Thank you. 10.1.2 has been tabled. That takes us now to...
And Your Worship, I'll move the recommendations of 2011-34, the property tax related bylaws, and 3 readings of the appropriate bylaws.
Thanks, Alderman Lowe. Do I have a seconder? Alderman Collier-Urquhart? Thank you. All right, then. So Any discussion on this one? This is an important one, guys. All right, Alderman Putmans.
Oh, that's a tone of resignation, Your Worship. Perhaps through the chair to Mr. Sawyer. I've got a lot of questions which I do a poor job of responding to about 10.4% for municipal purposes and minus 2.5% for provincial purposes. I think you know what I'm talking about. Could you please elaborate on that?
Your Worship, I think at the last council meeting there was a decision to set the tax rates based on an average of 4.4% on the municipal, or on the residential and the non-residential. So when you take a minus 2.5% in the provincial portion and want to get to a 4.4 weighted average composite, that translates to the 10.4 calculation. So 10.4 and the minus 2.5 composites to 4.4. The same calculation is done on the non-residential, and that's how both the residential and non-residential average to 4.4%.
A composite of what two factors or several factors?
Composite of the provincial portion of the total times minus 2.5 and the municipal portion times the, and it calculates out at 10.4, such that the composite is 4.4. It's a composite within the residential of the it's the composite of the residential and the non-residential within the municipal portion, combined with the provincial portion. So I don't know if I'm helping or.
So it's late.
It is
for all of us. So it's 4.4% is the final number for residential property tax, and that represents the municipal residential property tax and provincial in the context of if we were to include the non-res, then that would bring us to 10.4.
No, basically you take the minus 2.5% on the res,
okay,
combined with 10.4, that composites to 4.4 on the residential. On the non-residential, you take the minus 2.5 and composite it with 7.1, because the weighting is different. That also composites to 4.4. So the residential composites to 4.4. The total bill, provincial and municipal, goes up 4.4%. Same with the non-res.
Then where does the 10.4 come from then?
10.4 relates to the municipal portion, and the minus 2.5 relates to the provincial portion of the residential. So municipal portion of the residential, provincial portion of the residential bill in total goes up 4.4%.
I'm getting there. Thank you, Mr. Sawyer.
Thank you, Alderman Putmans. There are times when I wish I'd just call for the vote right away. Alderman Chabot. And it's not just when Alderman Chabot's light goes on.
Mr. Sawyer, minus 2.5 by the province, and they took an additional $3.6 million out of this municipality. Why is it negative? Is it because they took less than the growth?
Your Worship, it basically the absolute dollars on the provincial was an increase of 0.6%, but when you factor in the entire assessment base, including growth, in order to generate that amount of money, it's actually a minus 2.5%.
So assessment went up plus growth. So the mill rate goes down to the tune of 2.5% on the education side.
The provincial side, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, which equates to still $3.6 million increase in revenue to them from this municipality.
They are still getting additional revenue compared to last year.
Hey, well, I won't belabor the issue, Your Worship. I voted against it before, and you probably know who I'm going to be voting against.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. It is, however, interesting to note that you are correct on the $3.6 million, but wouldn't it be fun to actually do a calculation on how much the entire take of the provincial government has increased from the City of Calgary in the last year? And I guarantee you the dollar values will be significantly higher than what we're being asked to approve today. Yeah. You're absolutely right. Alderman Lowe, did you want to close?
It's closed, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. On the recommendations, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Demong are opposed. All right, we've got some bylaws then. On the machinery and equipment property tax bylaw, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. The community revitalization levy rate bylaw then. Did I skip one? Oh, yes, I did. I'm sorry. Yeah, we skipped the big one. Let's go back to that one. On the property tax bylaw then, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Demong. Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Demong. It's faster for me to do it this way. Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot and Demong are opposed. On the Rivers Community Revitalization Levy Rate Bylaw, first reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Second reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Authorization for third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. I think that's it. All right. That takes us to, where does that take us? LPT 10.2.1, Alderman Chabot.
Yeah, Your Worship, happy to move all the recommendations and willing to open and close on any and all issues if the need arises. If you'd like, I can start with 10 LPT 2011-12. There's the Coordinated Safety Response Team made a presentation to committee identifying how they will be dealing with abandoned properties as well as properties that were used for grow ops. It's a coordinated effort, municipal, provincial, and I think some federal involvement as well, Your Worship. And of course, the intent is to move more quickly, move forward more quickly on some of these derelict properties and either shut them down or demolish them, or potentially even demolish them.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. I believe Alderman Marr agreed to second all of these. Any discussion on this one? All right, then, on the recommendations in LPT 2011-12, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. That takes it to 10.2.2 in your agenda, the CPA Strategic Review. Alderman Chabot.
There was a number of recommendations that had been brought forward to committee previously, and these were explored more fully in regards to CPA's strategic review and plans moving forward. You will note that there was a recommendation that was put forward that I wasn't in support of, and so if you could call recommendation number 4 for me, and if there's any questions, I'll try and address them in my close.
So sorry, you're moving the 5 recommendations of the committee, but you want me to call 4 separately from the others? No problem. Actually, I have a question on this one to whomever would like to answer it, whether it's Alderman Chabot or Mr. Tobert. Given that we're changing the structure of the board, does that mean that we are appointing all new members of the board now, or does it wait till organizational day? Alderman McLeod, I think, has the answer for me.
We discussed this, and part of this whole reorganization involves doing a grid, skills and aptitudes, actually. And we will come forward with a slate of candidates, and I think Org Day is probably fine, or maybe slightly before then. Alderman Hodges might have something more to add to that.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Alderman Hodges.
Well, first of all, Your Worship, Alderman McLeod basically is correct. There's, at our March 21st meeting of council, we have 1 vacancy at the present time on the board, and we said on March 21st we'd bring forward a recommendation. You have 5, the clerk's office has 5 or 6 names to perhaps fill that vacancy. It's not critical, but it is important to have a good selection of names for the board coming up for the organizational meeting in October. Right now, there's 1 vacancy only in the citizen group.
Thank you, Alderman Hodges. Any further discussion on this one? Just before I go to Alderman Chabot to close on this, I will do what I haven't done in a long time and speak from the chair just for a second, which is that I am very pleased that the recommendations are being implemented, a question remains in my brain over whether these recommendations go far enough. We have heard a lot about the CPA. At the door, in public, we continue to hear a lot about the CPA. I am certainly willing to give the organization the benefit of the doubt. I'm very pleased that these recommendations are going forward, but I would not be surprised if we find that we've got more we've got to do with this organization, maybe even before org day. I usually do that just before I call on someone to close, but Alderman McLeod, I think I spiked something in you, so go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, the board is very much aware of that, the whole concept of a service organization. And I think we need to, instead of putting enforcement and service in a dichotomy, I think enforcement is part of the services that CPA offers to the citizens of Calgary, and we need to reframe some of that. So we're very aware of it. We are working towards that.
Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Very helpful. Alderman Chabot to close.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I did reference the recommendation number 4 and why that, and asked you to call it separately. And I just wanted to make a few quick comments on recommendation number 4. And the reason why I voted against it and why I would encourage members of council to also vote against it. There was a number of recommendations that came out of the consultant's report, 12, I believe. And out of those recommendations, there was a number of different, I guess, groups that came forward looking for some recommendations to be adopted. There was a number of recommendations or requests by independent groups that weren't adopted. And the BRZs specifically were looking for additional sources of revenue. And not all BRZs are created equally, I guess is probably the best way I can put it. And some of the BRZs in the downtown do have significant parking revenue associated with their areas that is not necessarily reflected in all of the BRZs throughout the city, and part of their request had to do with sharing of revenue. And I didn't think it was fair that we should separate one BRZ from another in regards to their potential ability to self-finance and to provide additional direction specifically related to parking strategy of the CPA. If they wanted maybe to be appointed to the board, that might be another issue, but having direct input on CPA and parking strategy downtown in particular, I think puts them in a position that no other groups are entitled to. So that's why I voted against recommendation 4 and would ask other members of council to consider that in their decisions.
Thank you, Alderman Chabot. So we're going to take recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 5, and then 4 separately. So on recommendations 1, 2, 3, and 5, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. On recommendation 4, are we agreed? Any opposed? You'll have to call the roll, please.
Alderman Jones. Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
Yes.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
No.
Alderman DeMong.
No.
Alderman Farrell.
Yes.
Alderman Hodges.
No.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
It's carried, Your Worship.
Thank you. Now, because we passed number 5, what we're going to do is we're going to do one reading of the bylaw. I think Alderman Hodges is going to make an amendment at second reading, and then we'll go from there, because number 5 requires an amendment to the bylaw. So first reading of the bylaw, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Oh, Alderman Chabot is opposed, excuse me. Alderman Hodges.
Yeah, Your Worship, this amendment I put at committee, which was approved at committee, and we're recommending to council that the city's CFO, i.e. Mr. Sawyer, be retained on the board as part of the Calgary Parking Authority group. So composition of the authority, we have page 4 of 7, bylaw number 28M202, where under 4 sub C, Chief Financial Officer is struck out. That's the area which where we would retain the Chief Financial Officer.
Okay, so I've got this in writing, which I'll pass on to Madam Clerk. So 4-1 now reads, the authority should be composed of 9 members appointed by council instead of 8. consisting of 2 members of council, 5 electors, the general manager transportation, and the chief financial officer. And then there's a further little amendment further down in sub 9, which says the general manager transportation and the chief financial officer may each appoint a designate to attend any meeting, blah, 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 blah,
Yes.
having the same rights and privileges as the general manager transportation and the chief financial officer.
That's
okay.
my-
And we'll pass the language on to Madam Clerk. All right, then, do I have a seconder for that amendment? We already passed it. Thank you, Alderman Demong. On the amendment, then, are we agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Very well. Is the chief financial officer opposed? Second reading of the bylaw, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Authorization for third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Third reading of the bylaw, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot? Alderman Chabot is opposed. Okay, thank you. All right, then 10.2.3, I believe, is sort of a deferral request. Yeah, Alderman Chabot? You're asking that this come back in June?
(2011-17).
2011-17, yes.
Huh. My assistant who put together my agenda, and oh yes, she did. Sorry. It was referred by Alderman Marr, yes, and it was carried as a referral, yes. For further consultation, I guess, including FCC and a number of others, if memory serves me correctly, on this particular item.
Yeah. Gosh, I would love to see this one come back to council sooner rather than later, but I hear what LPT is saying. Any discussion on this one? All right, then, on the request that this come back to council on 2011, June 13th, are we agreed? Any opposed? Pincott and Marr are opposed.
3.
Oh, 3, sorry, call the roll. No, this is the actual recommendation that is coming to us is to bring this back on the 13th of June. It's the thing in the box on pages, they all say page 1 of 1, but at the bottom of the second page and the top of the third page. Okay? Sorry, so we were calling the roll.
Alderman Keating.
Yes.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman MacLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr. No. Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Putmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson. Yes. Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Yeah.
Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges.
Yes.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
It's carried, Your Worship.
Thank you. Then 2011-18, I think, is just an administrative one that goes along with 2011-17, if I'm not mistaken, Alderman Chabot.
It was, I believe, recommendations or report that had been put out by consultants, specifically making references to amendments that should be made, and it was the recommendation was to file administration's recommendations and receive this report for information. So,
Okay. And that just fundamentally means that the other one can come back to council without this one, right?
In June.
Okay. That's what I thought. Alderman Hodges?
In June, Your Worship. Any amendments to bylaw have to be dealt with at a public hearing, of course, like as in today. Hate to remind anybody of today, but in any case, June 13th is a public hearing.
Okay. Please don't say more public hearings like today. Alderman Hodges? Okay. On this on these recommendations, on these 2 recommendations, then are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right. I think that's it for LP. Oh, no, there's one more. Sorry, roundabouts. We got to go round and round in the roundabouts. Alderman Chabot.
well, first I'd like to move the recommendations of committee to adopt the proposed roundabout policies, recommendations 1 and 2, And you will note that there were some amendments that were put forward at committee, and I'll let you decide which way you're going to vote on these, and happy to close on this item if there's any questions.
Thanks, Alderman Chabot. Any discussion or questions on this one? All right, I'm sorry, Alderman Chabot, I didn't quite hear. Did you want me to take them separately?
Actually, Your Worship, I voted against predominantly recommendation 1 is amended. Recommendation 2 I have no issue with, so if you could call them separately, yes.
Sure. All right, then. Did you want to close? Closed? Okay. On recommendation 1, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Chabot is opposed. On recommendation 2, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right. Alderman Stevenson.
Your Worship, as there may be some problems with some attending tomorrow, I'd like to make a motion to bring forward the bylaw tabulations and the in-camera items to be before the notices of motion, and then move Alderman Jones's, which is the one that's time sensitive, forward. And then if we are not able to get through the other 4 notice of motions, we could have them move them to next week. So that I'm.
Sorry? No, he wants to put them to next week.
Next week, so we don't have to.
We've got a pretty light agenda next week. Okay, so just to be clear, you're making a motion to bring forward the bylaw tabulations, the in-camera session, and Alderman Jones's notice of motion in order on our agenda now, and then we'll see where we are.
Yes.
Once we get through all of those. Okay, my item of urgent business can probably wait a week, and I think we got it. Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Second. Thanks, Alderman Putmans. Are we agreed?
Your Worship,
oh, sorry.
I believe I'm ineligible to vote on 18P. We're just voting on the...
Just the agenda right now.
And, okay, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so are we agreed? Any opposed? Okay, carried. So then we'll jump directly to... Oh, sorry, Keating. Alderman Keating. Alderman Keating is opposed. I apologize. So then we'll move to the bylaw tabulations. And Alderman Chabot, you're ineligible.
Okay, if I may. It says here that I'm ineligible to vote on 18P 2011, but it doesn't say I'm ineligible to vote on 108, and they are related, and I'm just wondering how it is that I can...
Your Worship, these bylaws are not related.
They're not?
Grouped together on the tab. It's just 18P that Alderman Chabot is ineligible for.
Okay, I will step out of the room.
Thank you, sir. All right. Thank you. Oh, dear. There we go. Yeah, I think it is just third reading. So, so you move. Alderman Mars moved it. Alderman Lowe is seconding it. So on third reading, then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Okay. And then the other one in here, 108D 2010. Can I have someone move it, please? Thanks, Alderman Marr. Alderman Lowe seconding. Moving third reading of 18D 2010. Third reading, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. All right, I'll take a motion to go in camera then. Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Seconded, Alderman Hodges. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. We'll move back in the room, please.
Yeah, I will move the committee rise and report, Your Worship.
Second.
Agreed.
Your Worship, on the Council Compensation Review Committee resignation and reporting date to Council, direct Council to receive. Let me start that over. That Council direct that Recommendation 1 contained in report in 2011-12 be adopted, and that the successful applicant be appointed subject to the acceptance of the appointment completion of the term to expire upon the acceptance of the committee's final report to Council, And further, that the Council Compensation Review Committee reporting date to Council of May 16th be extended to or on or before October 1st, 2011, and attachments 1 and 2 remain confidential under Section 17 of the Freedom of Information Privacy Act after Council arises and reports on the matter.
Do I have a seconder? Thanks, thanks, Alderman Marr. Sorry, I forgot. On this one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Stevenson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have two. The first one is approval of the Calgary Regional Water and Wastewater Corporation bylaw amendments, that the administration recommendations contained in Report C 2011-35 be adopted, and that the report recommendations, verbal discussions, presentations, and attachment remain confidential under Section 23(1)(b), 24(1)(a) and C, 25(1)(b) and C, 27(1)(a) of FOIP until this matter is resolved.
Thanks, Alderman Stevenson. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman McLeod. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Oh, sorry, Alderman Marr is opposed. You'll have to tell me why later. Alderman Stevenson, you still got the floor.
Yes, a verbal report on the briefing on the progress of negotiations with the Calgary Airport Authority and any changes to the projected costs of the airport tunnel. Number one, that the verbal report progress of negotiations with the Airport Authority and any changes to the projected cost of the airport tunnel be received for information, and that discussion with respect to the verbal report remain confidential pursuant to sections 23(1)(b), 24(1)(b), 24(1)(c), 25(1)(c), and 27(1)(b) of FOIP. That's it. Thanks.
Thanks. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman McLeod. On this one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Chabot.
Thank you, Your Worship. On the verbal report personnel item, two recommendations. One, that the verbal report personnel item be received for information, and two, that discussion with respect to the verbal report remain confidential under Section 17 sub 1 of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thanks. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Alderman Carra. On this one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Okay, Alderman Pincott.
Thank you. On AC 2011-16, the City of Calgary insurance coverage, one, that audit committee recommendations contained in report AC 2011-16 be adopted, and two, that the report remain confidential under Section 25(1) of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act.
Thank you, Alderman Marr is seconding. On this one, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. To notice of motion 2011-12, 11.1.3 in your agenda. Alderman Jones.
Your Worship, I bring this motion forward after sitting down and talking to Mr. McCauley and Mr. Churchman. They felt that this should come ahead of their report that's coming to LPT so that they could possibly hold off some of the carriers for an extended period of time until such time as we ratify this, and that's why it's here now. And what the purpose of it is so that we can get utilization of community centers or community lands for the purpose of them receiving the funding as well. And that's the short brief of it.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Alderman Lowe. On this one, Alderman Putmans. You got a motion arising. Okay, Alderman Farrell.
I'm assuming, as we discussed, that this would be subject to the community association support.
Your Worship, if you read the first, therefore it be resolved, the last four words say public consultation process. So there has to be a process through the community before it would be accepted. And it's not saying it's going to go on a community association building. It's saying it gives them provision to do it if they wish to do it. It's an option.
Great, thank you. So on this notice of motion then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Putmans on a motion arising.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. With thanks to Brenda King, who after our Intergovernmental Affairs session last week where we discussed the challenges we've been enjoying with Industry Canada and the federal government in general as it relates to our struggles with cell tower locations and antenna locations throughout the city, recommended and helped drafted this motion arising, which I think is self-explanatory. I think it will lead to activities between several of the large cities in Canada which are experiencing cell tower location problems. We anticipate perhaps members of council participating at FCM in Halifax, discussing in cooperation with administration from various cities at meetings at Halifax on this very subject as we go forward. Thank you. And if I could have your support on this motion, I think it's
Thank you.
time as well. Do the timeline at the back defines it.
Thanks,
Thank
Alderman
you.
Chabot, and you will, of course, fix the small typo, the apostrophe after municipalities, and we'll be in good shape. Alderman Hodges. Oh, no, there's an item before the next item, Alderman Hodges.
Oh, well, not on this.
All right, anyone on this one? On this motion rising, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Before we have 4 whole minutes, and in those 4 minutes, I would really like it if we could deal with the 2 items of urgent business, particularly IGA 2011-15, which is time sensitive. So can I have a motion to bring those 2 forward, please? Thanks, Alderman Marr. Do I have a seconder? Thanks, Alderman Pincott. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. So IGA 2011-15, Calgary Regional Partnership appointment. Alderman Chabot?
Yeah, Your Worship,
You're gonna move it with a small amendment, right?
Yeah, I'd just like to, as in keeping with Council's previous direction at Org Day, I don't believe we appoint anyone to any particular committee in excess of 1 year. So my amendment would be to change it from a 3-year term to a 1-year term. And then just wondering whether or not it'd be appropriate at this time to look at the commencement of this term to expire in 2012, being as this is basically starting and essentially a 1-year term would be served as of October of 2012 plus a couple of months. So I think for continuity's sake that this should be to Org Day 2012. Yeah.
Okay, I think you're okay with that, Alderman Pincott? You're going to second it, in fact? Okay, Alderman Stevenson. Okay, makes sense to me. Alderman Marr?
Just a correction, Your Worship. We do actually appoint for terms longer than 1 year. Police Commission, for example, is a 2-year appointment.
Fair point, fair point. K to 2. Okay, enough. And all right then, so on this one then, to appoint Alderman Pincott to this committee for a term ending on Org Day 2012, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Oh, look, we've still got 3 minutes. PAC 2011-09 then, Council Innovation Fund application. Can someone move this one, please?
Move. Thanks,
Alderman McLeod. Seconded Alderman Lowe, or seconded Alderman Demong, I apologize. Any discussion on this one?
Might ask.
Yes, sir.
When I was reading this, I wasn't sure on this, but is it department specific or is it all in general?
So what we did is we actually sent out a request for ideas to every employee, both electronically and through posters and stuff in the workplaces. We received 177 responses from 25 out of 32 business units. They are concentrated in a number of business units, in 3 or 4 of them, but we have, you can guess which one has the most.
Probably planning.
But they are spread across. So there's 2 things that will happen here if this is approved. Number 1 is that this little group that's running out of my office will choose 3 of them as kind of showcase ones across the organization, but we will also be working with ALT to get the other ideas back into their departments.
Okay.
All right, anything else on this one? Okay, on this one then, are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. So now I will accept a motion to defer items. Fine, flip.
11.1.1.
11.1.1, point 2, point 4, and point 5 to Monday, April 11th. Thanks, Alderman Marr. Do I have a seconder?
Second.
Thanks, Alderman Hodges. So we are tabling those 4 items to Monday, April the 18th. Sorry?
Should they keep them?
Yes, keep them so they don't have to print them again, but they'll print them again anyway. Alderman Chabot on that?
Yeah, I'm just curious, Your Worship, one of the items that we're tabling, I'm just wondering whether or not it's properly before us without first going through reconsideration. That's
you're talking about 11.1.1?
Yeah.
My ruling on that would be, but I'll check with Mr. Tully between now and next Monday, my ruling on that would be that it's actually quite different than what we looked at before, because it's going forward as opposed to redesignating the current ones.
But it includes areas that are already approved that haven't developed, the way the wording is.
I'll work with Mr. Tully on that one before now on the 18th.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Alderman Keating?
Just in light of the day's proceedings, Your Honor, I just want to voice my opinion that it seems that in the bird talk, we've been rather loony in a couple cases. And I just find it rather peculiar that all of a sudden we can't meet tomorrow and we can't stay later when we've done this many times in the past when we have so little left to finish. So I will not be supporting the referral. Thank you.
Thanks, Alderman Keating. Anyone else on this one? All right, then, on the tabling of these 4 items, are we agreed? Any opposed? Alderman Keating and Pincott are opposed. Oh, sorry, there's 3. Call the roll.
Alderman Jones.
Yes.
Alderman Keating.
No.
Alderman Lowe.
Yes.
Alderman McLeod.
Yes.
Alderman Marr.
Yes.
Alderman Pincott.
No.
Alderman Pootmans.
Yes.
Alderman Stevenson.
Yes.
Alderman Carra.
Yes.
Alderman Chabot.
Yes.
Alderman Demong.
Yes.
Alderman Farrell. Alderman Hodges. Sorry,
Yes.
Mayor Nenshi.
No.
What? That's carried, Your Worship.
Because you're being lazy. We could have got them done. All right. On that, Alderman Hodges.
I didn't waste your 6 hours.
Oh, wait, Alderman Hodges. Before you get up, I think there was a motion to reconsider Briarwood.
Yeah, right.
Greenbrier. Alderman Hodges.
Your Worship, I move to waive the reading of inquiries, if any.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder on that? There is one. Do I have a seconder?
Yeah, it's me.
Thank you. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Carried. Alderman Hodges?
Move we adjourn.
Thank you, Alderman Jones. Are we agreed? Any opposed? Adjourned. Thank you all.